We're not broadcasting anymore.
Sam, they've cut the transmission cables. It looks like we're off the air permanently.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I'm craving something we're missing. The ceramides in CeraVe. They help restore my natural barrier so I can lock in moisture. We've got to have each other's backs. CeraVe, developed with dermatologists. We need more room.
But with our credit?
With our credit?
Well, Credit Karma can show us how to improve our credit scores for free.
Then maybe we can get a bigger place for us and the kids.
Don't forget Mr. Beeks.
Credit Karma. Download the app today.
What a pain in the...
Alice?
If it's let's wrap this up season, it's Walgreens season.
Son of a...
Beth?
If it's I thought we said no gifts season, it's Walgreens season.
Facing expensive vitamin C creams with dull results? Olay brightens it up with new Olay Vitamin C. Gives you 2 times brighter skin. Hydrates better than the $400 cream. Shop at Olay.com.
Domino's new oven-baked dips are so new that we made a new commercial about their newness. Try new flavors like our cheesy marinara, baked apple, or hot and melty 5-cheese with our not new but still delicious twists. Carry out Domino's new oven-baked dips and twist combos or any 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Frequent heartburn? Not anymore. The Prilosec OTC 2-week challenge is helping people love what they love again. Just 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. Because life starts when heartburn stops. Take the challenge at PrilosecOTC.com.
Looks like they cut our transmission cable.
I just said that.
Of all the low-down, sleazy, cheap things to do.
You can say that again.
You cooked up this whole thing just to get me alone with you.
What?
Gershom
I
and
knew I
Eliezer.
should never have listened to you.
Me? You're the one who wanted to do this.
And Jethro Moses' father-in-law took Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which
Look at the meters.
the one was Gershom, for he said I had been an alien and stranger, and the name of the other was Eliezer.
Right, I suppose I made a deal
For the
with
God of
David
my
to call you on the
fathers who was
phone.
mine help and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh.
Now I'm gonna lose my radio station, and it's all because of... No, it
It's
isn't because of
Gershom
you.
and
God,
Eliezer.
I should have done what they said. I should have stopped playing rock and roll.
Ooh, that's blasphemy. Next thing you know, she's going to be stepping on Elvis's blue suede shoes.
Look, Rachel, I know what you're thinking, but now's the time when you gotta hang tough.
It's no use. You can't fight City Hall.
Sure you can. You just gotta keep plugging away at it. Don't let them wear you down. They're human. They get tired. They want to go home, too.
But to make this station #1...
Is that really what this is all about?
Okay, so let's get back to Acts here and get to Stephen's sermon.
Atta girl, that's the way to talk.
I didn't think so.
All right, and Moses was learning all the wisdom of the Egyptians and his mighty words indeed, and indeed Stephen is talking here. And when he was full 40 years old, so it's Gershom
calling to gloat
and Eliezer. Why did I
Not exactly. We just
mark that? That was in Exodus what?
anymore.
I'm not coming out, Fred.
Exodus.
If I have to make an antenna out of bobby pins, I'm going back on the air with rock and roll.
Well, I don't think that's such a good idea, Rachel. Sheriff Foley here's about to run out of patience. He might just arrest
Gershom and Eliezer.
Tell Sheriff Foley to take his nightstick and shove it.
Oh, I'm just thinking about this. So we're going to Acts 7. We're going to do it this way now because we're going to Acts 7.
You
No,
said
Acts 8.
when it rains, it pours?
Wait, no, that's Saul. Okay,
What kind of gutters are on this building?
I don't know. They're sort of old and green.
Here.
You may be on the air sooner than you think.
Jacob heard there was corn in Egypt. Moses was born, full 40 years old. All right. Now when 40, let's see, let's back up here.
Sam, your face is
Then fled Moses at this saying, that's after he killed the Egyptian, hit him in the sand. Then fled Moses at this saying, there was a stranger in the land of Midian, where he begat 2 sons, Gershom and Eliezer. I don't know why I wanted to look that up, I just did. So I did. In Exodus, what was it, 19? 18-ish, 18, 19, I think it was. Anyway, and when 40 years were expired, there appeared to him in the wilderness of Mount Sinai an angel of the Lord in a flame of fire in a bush. When Moses saw it, he wondered at the sight. And as he drew near to behold it, the voice of the Lord came unto him, saying, I am the God of thy fathers, the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Then Moses trembled and durst not behold. Then said the Lord to him, Put off thy shoes from thy feet. The place where thou standest is holy ground. I have seen the affliction of my people which is in Egypt, and I have heard their groaning, and am come down to deliver them. See that? He's the God who sees. I have seen the affliction of my people which is in Egypt, and I have heard, he hears their groaning. The cries of their groaning came up before the Lord, right? And am come down to deliver them. And he comes down to deliver. And now come, I will send thee into Egypt. God calls us to come to it, and he sends you too. That happens. Did that really well. This Moses whom they refused, saying, Who made thee a ruler and a judge? The same did God send to be a ruler and a deliverer, by the hand of the angel which appeared to him in the bush. So Moses was a ruler and a deliverer by the hand of the angel which appeared to him in the bush. Moses, a ruler and a deliverer. This Moses. Yeah. He brought them out. After that he had showed wonders and signs in the land of Egypt, and in the Red Sea, and in the wilderness 40 years. This is that Moses, which said unto the children of Israel, A prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me, him shall ye hear. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness, the church in the wilderness. How about that, huh? The church in the wilderness? When did the church begin? Acts 2, Acts 9. When did it begin? In the wilderness? With Peter? Upon this rock? This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spake to him in the Mount Sinai, and with our fathers, who received the lively oracles to give unto us. The lively oracles, right? Unto them were committed the oracles of God. Paul wrote about that. To whom our fathers would not obey, but thrust him from them, and in their hearts turned back into Egypt. Hey, remember the leeks and the onions and all that, remember? Something like that. Saying, and who is this Moses, right? Saying unto Aaron, Make us little g gods to go before us. For as for this Moses, which brought us out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what has become of him. And they made a calf in those days. Remember, Aaron just took all their earrings and jewelry and everything, he put it in, and just the calf just came out. And they made a calf in those days, and offered sacrifice unto the idol, and rejoiced in the works of their own hands. Oh, yeah. What's up, Tim? Then God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven. What? Gave them up? What, did he give them up to vile affections? Gave them up to worship the host of heaven. God turned. Does that mean he repented? Metanoia? That's in Hebrew, we can't say that. As it is written in the book of the prophets, O ye house of Israel, have ye offered to me slain beasts and sacrifices by the space of 40 years in the wilderness? Yeah, you took up the tabernacle of Moloch. and the star of your little G God Remphan, figures which ye have made to worship them. And I will carry you away beyond Babylon. Our fathers had the tabernacle of witness in the wilderness, as he had appointed, speaking unto Moses that he should make it according to the fashion that he had seen. And is that complex when you read that? Which also our fathers that came after brought in with Jesus into the possession of the Gentiles. Who's Jesus here? A lot of people tell you that's Joshua. Is that Joshua or is that Jesus? Read it again. Which also our fathers that came after brought in with Jesus into the possession of the Gentiles, whom God drave out before the face of our fathers unto the days of David. Some people will say, well, that's Joshua. Another name for Joshua is Jesus. Yes, that's where Yeshua comes from, they claim. Is that right? Read it again. Back up a verse. Our fathers had the tabernacle of witness in the wilderness, as he had appointed, speaking unto Moses.
Not broadcasting anymore. Sam,
as who had appointed, speaking unto Moses. Back up.
It looks like we're off the air permanently.
This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spake to him in the Mount Sinai.
I'm craving something we're missing. The Ceramides and Sarah V.
This is he that was in the church in the wilderness
so I can
with the angel.
You've got to have each other's backs.
With the angel which spake to him in the Mount Sinai with our fathers who received the lively oracles to give unto us, to whom our fathers would not obey. That's this Moses. Now listen. Let's go down here. Our fathers had the tabernacle of witness in the wilderness as he had appointed, speaking unto Moses, that he should make it according to the fashion that he had seen, which also our fathers that came after brought in with Jesus into the possession of the Gentiles. Acts 7:45. Now we don't have that on the
Download the app today.
It's not important. Which also our fathers that came after brought in with Jesus. Now, Acts 7:45 in the New American Standard Greg Jackson Bible.
If it's, let's wrap this up, season. It's Walgreens.
But I'm not showing it on the screen because I can't at the moment. I can't, but I'm not going to do it. Let's go to the New American Standard Bible 20. Acts 7:45 reads as follows. Our fathers in turn received it, and they also brought it in with Joshua. The NASB 20. Now the NASB 95 reads,
expensive vitamin C creams with dull results. Olay brightens
and having received it, in their turn our fathers brought it in with Joshua. What does the NIV say?
Hydrates better than the
Acts 7:45, it says, after receiving the tabernacle, our ancestors under Joshua brought it in with them. What does the ESV say? It says, our fathers in turn brought it in with Joshua when they dispossessed the nations that God drove out before our fathers. Acts 7:45 in the CSB, which is what Tim Henderson's daughter reads. Acts 7:45. Our ancestors in turn received it, and with Joshua brought it in. Okay? What does the NLT say? Let's read the main ones. The NLT says, Acts 7:45. Years later, when Joshua led our ancestors, it says Joshua. Let's go to the New King James Version that Mr. Christian reads. Acts 7:45 reads, which our fathers, having received it in turn, also brought with Joshua. So all the other conversions say Joshua. Now you might say, oh, come on. All right, whatever. Read what you want. But look at this. The King James says Jesus. Is that an error? Should we ask Nathan Burden about it? The prophet Sarah? It says the rapture's coming this month. How about true salvation? It says God spoke to him and told him that the news unit is cursed and my life has no purpose. And what's his name? The friend of the faith, Rodney Jones, says I'm Satan straight up. That man is evil. I'm Satan. Diamond Dustification says I'm not saved. So does Mr. Christian. They call me all sorts of names and did videos on me and stuff and shitted up all sorts of things, which also our fathers that came after brought in with Jesus into the possession of the Gentiles, when God drave out before the face of our fathers unto the days of David. He found favor before God, and desired to find a tabernacle for the God of Jacob. But Solomon built him an house. Howbeit, the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands. Thus saith the prophet. Heaven is my throne, and earth is my footstool. What house will ye build me, saith the Lord? Or what is the place of my rest? Hath not my hand made all these things? Ye stiff-necked and uncircumcised and hard in ears, ye do always resist the Holy Ghost. As your fathers did, so do ye. Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them which showed before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have been now the betrayers and murderers, who have received the law by the disposition of angels, and have not kept it. When they heard these things, they were cut to the heart, and they gnashed on him with their teeth. But he, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly into heaven, and saw the glory of God, and Jesus standing on the right hand of God, and said, Behold, I see the heavens open, and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God. Then they cried out with a loud voice and stopped their ears, and ran upon him with one accord, and cast him out of the city, and stoned him. And the witnesses laid down their clothes at a young man's feet, whose name was Saul. And here he is. And they stoned Stephen, calling upon God, and saying, Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. And he kneeled down and cried with a loud voice, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. And when he had said this, he fell asleep. And look at chapter 8. And Saul was consenting unto his death. And at that time there was a great persecution against the church which was at Jerusalem. Now, the mid-Acts dispensationalists say the church began in Acts 9 with Paul. And Paul himself said he persecuted the church and wasted it. So how can you say mid-Acts 9? That's another bunch of heretics. There's all sorts of heretics in all the OSAS, whether they're Right Division, whether they're Greg Jackson, Tim Henderson, Chelsea Bedell, OSAS cult, Renee Rowland, and all of them, and all the rest of them, and Mrs. Mustard Seed, and Watchman on the Wall 88, and Nicholas Getty, and TOLN Times predicting the rapture every couple of days, and Generation 24, 34 in the league with Watchman on the Wall 88. And then that Todd Napier, who's masquerading under that title, I always forget. Johnny Anonymous. He's no Anonymous, nothing. Johnny Anonymous, Jack Smack 77, Robert Breaker, Chelsea Bedell, and her friend Chrissy Knox, who's always making fun of shit now and just acting like an idiot, which she is. And all the rest of them idiots, and all the rest of them idiots, and more idiots, and more idiots, and Morris Blackburn, and oh man, and that list is just a mile long over here. Mr. Christian, Diamond Dustification, True Salvation. Let's see, that other guy that took his channel down, can't think of it. There's people taking their channels down until they're running away. They're just unbelievable. Then, oh yeah, you got Wackadoodle Simone, and I can't think of that other guy. He's another monkey. They're just a bunch of troublemakers, all of them. Then you got that guy, what's his name, Nathan Burden, God's Seed Ministry, trying to call them all out. Then he blocks me. For what? What did I do to you? I dare you to do a video on me, call me a heretic or something. Go ahead. And then he's talking about having a debate now with Greg Jackson. I'll moderate your debate. Come in here and debate me about something. What do you got against me? Come in here, step up to the mic. The link's in the chat room. Click it. Come on in. Let's have a reasonable discussion about the Word of God. Therefore, they that were scattered abroad went everywhere preaching the Word. Now let's back up here and read this again. And Saul was consenting unto his death. Who's that? Stephen's. And at that time there was a great persecution against the church which was at Jerusalem. Right? And they were all scattered abroad throughout the regions of Judea and Samaria, except the apostles. And devout men carried Stephen to his burial, and made great lamentation over him. As for Saul, he made havoc of the church, entering into every house, and hailing men and women, committed them to prison. Therefore they that were scattered abroad went everywhere, preaching the word. Then Philip went down to the city of Samaria, and preached Christ unto them. And the people with one accord gave heed unto those things which Philip spake, hearing and seeing the miracles which he did. So now these guys are running around doing miracles. Let's see you do that. Let's see if you can do that. For unclean spirits crying with a loud voice, came out of many that were possessed with them. And many taken with palsies, and that were lame, were healed. And there was great joy in that city. But there was a certain man called Simon, which before time in the same city used sorcery, and bewitched the people of Samaria, giving out that himself was some great one. Everybody wants to be a great one, don't they? To whom they all gave heed, from the least to the greatest, saying, this man is the great power of God. And to him they had regard, because that of a long time he had bewitched them with sorceries. But when they believed Philip preaching the things concerning the kingdom of God, and the name of Jesus Christ, what was Philip preaching? Things concerning the kingdom of God and the name of Jesus Christ. Listen to this. But when they believed Philip preaching the things concerning the kingdom of God and the name of Jesus Christ, they were baptized, both men and women. Then Simon himself believed also. And when he was baptized, he continued with Philip and wondered, beholding the miracles and signs which were done. Now when the apostles which were at Jerusalem heard that Samaria had received the word of God, they sent unto them Peter and John, who, when they were come down, prayed for them that they might receive the Holy Ghost. In parentheses it says, for as yet he was fallen upon none of them, only they were baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus, and parenthetic. Then laid they their hands on them, and they received the Holy Ghost. And when Simon saw that through laying on of the apostles' hands the Holy Ghost was given, he offered them money, saying, give me also this power, that on whomsoever I lay hands, he may receive the Holy Ghost. But Peter said unto him, thy money perish with thee, because thou hast thought that the gift of God may be purchased with money. Thou hast neither part nor lot in this matter, for thy heart is not right in the sight of God. Repent therefore of this thy wickedness, and pray God, if perhaps the thought of thine heart may be forgiven thee. For I perceive that thou art in the gall of bitterness, and in the bond of iniquity. Then answered Simon, and said, pray ye to the Lord for me, that none of these things which ye have spoken come upon me. And they, when they had testified and preached the word of the Lord, returned to Jerusalem, and preached the gospel in many villages of the Samaritans. So you got Philip, Peter, and John going on here. And the angel of the Lord spake unto Philip, saying, Arise and go toward the south, unto the way that goeth down from Jerusalem unto Gaza, which is desert. And he arose and went. And behold, a man of Ethiopia, a eunuch of great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had the charge of all her treasure, and had come to Jerusalem for to worship, was returning, and sitting in his chariot, read Isaiah the prophet, which is titled Isaiah the prophet, here. Then the Spirit said unto Philip, Go near and join thyself to this chariot. And Philip ran thither to him, and heard him read the prophet Isaiah, and said, Understandest thou what thou readest? And he said, How can I, except some man should guide me? And he desired Philip that he would come up and sit with him. The place of the scripture which he read was this: He was led as a sheep to the slaughter, and like a lamb dumb before his shearer, so opened he not his mouth. In his humiliation his judgment was taken away. And who shall declare his generation? For his life is taken from the earth. And the eunuch answered Philip and said, I pray thee, of whom speaketh the prophet this? Of himself, or of some other man? And Philip said, Let's go call Greg Jackson, Chelsea Bedell, and see what they have to say with their private interpretation behind their steering wheel, and they'll give you a word from the Lord. And the eunuch said, Yes, great idea. No, it's not what I mean. And the eunuch answered Philip and said, I pray thee, of whom speaketh the prophet this? Of himself or of some other man? And Philip said, You don't know. Can't you read? You dumb eunuch? What's the matter with you? What version do you got? Hey, you got the King James. You got Candace of Ethiopia. Did you pick up a version? Alexandria. The eunuch answered Philip and said, I pray thee, and Philip opened his mouth and began to say, preached unto them Jesus. And as they went on their way, they came unto a certain water. The eunuch said, See, here is water. What doth hinder me to be baptized? Philip said, If thou believest with all thine heart, thou mayest. And he answered and said, I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. And he commanded the chariot to stand still. And they went down both into the water, both Philip and the eunuch, and he baptized them. And when they were come up out of the water, the Spirit of the Lord caught away Philip, that the eunuch saw him no more, and he went on his way rejoicing. But Philip was found at Azotus, and passing through, he preached in all the cities till he came to Caesarea. And Saul, here's Acts 9 now, the favorite chapter from the Mid-Acts dispensationalists. Oh yeah. Mid-Acts dispensationalists. And Saul, yet breathing out threatenings and slaughter against the disciples of the Lord, went unto the high priest, and desired of him letters to Damascus, to the synagogues, and that if he found any of this way, whether they were men or women, he might bring them down unto Jerusalem. And as he journeyed, he came near Damascus, and suddenly there shined round about him a light from heaven.
Johnny Anonymous, he's no anonymous, nothing.
And he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? Faith plus nothing equals salvation. Ephesians 2:8 revised, and in 1 Corinthians 15:1-4, you must read it now in the King James Version. Here, let me hand you a copy. Paul said, never heard of such a thing. So, well, here it is right here. It's been forever sent from heaven. I'm just going to give you a copy ahead of time. Now, you didn't know that was in the original manuscript, but there it is. It's a footnote between Acts 9 and 5 that I just made. And he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And he said, Who art thou, Lord? And the Lord said, I am Jesus, whom thou persecutest. It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. And he, trembling and astonished, said, Lord, what wilt thou have me to do? And the Lord said unto him, Arise, and go into the city, and it shall be told thee what thou must do. What must I do? Always got to do something? What kind of heresy is this? We should ask Greg Jackson about this conversion in Acts 9. Where does he believe on the Lord here? Show me, Greggy boy. Where's 1 Corinthians 15:1-4 and Ephesians 2:8 revised? Faith plus nothing equals salvation and OSAS. And free grace and eternal security. Where is it? Where's all that good stuff in Paul's conversion here in Acts 9? Can somebody show me? Huh? When he went down here to see Ananias, what did he preach to him? Well, let's find out. Let's read the account again here. This is a good one. Acts 9 is something that people don't read enough about. What do you think? Paul was handed a chick tract and went for an altar call in the local fundamental independent Baptist church, do you? Is that how you got converted? Really? Did you read Galatians ever? No. You don't study.
For what? What did I do to you?
And Saul, yet breathing out threatenings and slaughter against the disciples of the Lord, went unto the high priest. You know what? Maybe I'm going to leave off there for now. We'll pick this up next time. I've been reading a lot. We're going to get something to drink here. Stoke the fire again and get ready for a cold night here. So what I'm going to do here is, let's see here. What's the title of this? Be safe, safety is of the Lord. Yeah, be safe, all right. In our crazy new world culture, the new normal, and our be safe generation. So we'll continue. How you doing, Schmiggy? I see you there. So I'm going to let this thing upload here, and we'll probably make another one maybe, or I'll just put it So this is thenewsunit.com. On the YouTube Video Network, we'll pick up with Paul's conversion here next time. Good night for now.
Just wrap up this freezing outside. Hold my hand so tight. Don't know what's sleeping at night. Oh, come inside. Such a long time. There's not a soul in my life. Feel my heart, what
Just one thing. Tell me, is this feeling mutual? Put a lot on that hint. Sorry if I come across as unusual, but please don't fret. If you think things are moving a little too fast, well, at least I got this. Let's just see how long this memory lasts. I'm all out of excuses for being alone. Now without a doubt, oh, think it's time we set things in motion. I'm all out.
Men of Israel, blow trumpets. Trumpets down.
Heavenly Father, the God of our father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Yahweh, we come to you, Father God, in the name of your Son Jesus Christ, Father God, on your feast of living on your feast and dedication, Father God. We ask you, Lord, that you bless us. We ask you, Father God, you heal those who are sick in the midst of us, Father God. We ask you, Father God, that you continue to strengthen our spirit, Father God, in these last days, Lord. We thank you for your blessing, Father God. We thank you for continue using IUIC for thy glory, Lord. We give you all praise or glory, Father God. Let Hulk again say hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord. We give you all praise or glory. We ask you also, Father God, you bless our food and our strong drink. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we give all praise and glory. Amen.
Men of Israel, sons of God, ancient saints, sons of God, and salute. Salute down. Face sisters. To the honorable daughters of Sarah, we say shalom.
Shalom, shalom, brothers, shalom, sisters. Happy Feast of Dedication. Happy closing Feast of Dedication. Elisha, we on? All right. I'm not going to keep you guys. It's going to be quick. It's going to be quick. I know Deacon Aiton and last week went to most of it, so just going to touch on a couple of things and let you guys enjoy the feast. Let me open up with Daniel 11, Daniel chapter 11 right quick. Read verse, what is that, 31? Read verse 31.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 31. And arms shall stand on his part, and they shall pollute the sanctuary of strength, and shall take away the daily sacrifice, and they shall place the abomination that maketh desolate.
So they shall take away the daily sacrifice. So we know that the army come and with them put idols to or the altar, right? Verse 32.
Verse 32. And such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries. But the people that do know their God shall be strong and do exploits.
33.
And they that understand among the people, shall instruct many. Yet they shall fall by the sword, and by flame, by captivity, and by spoils, many days.
Give me. Read verse 34. See something?
Verse 34. Now, when they shall fall, they shall be holpen with a little help.
That little help is Judah Maccabees.
But many shall cleave to them with flattery.
Many shall cleave to them with flattery. Hey, go to the next chapter. Read verse 10.
Daniel chapter 12 and verse 10. Many shall be purified and made white and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly.
The wicked what?
The wicked shall do wickedly. And none of the wicked shall understand.
None of the wicked shall understand. The 2/3 is not going to understand. They're not going to get this. They're not going to understand. Read.
But the wise shall understand.
The wise, the 1/3 going to understand. They're going to understand. How do we know? That's why you see today what we're doing. We're celebrating the Feast of Dedication. So we, the wise, the righteous, we're going to understand. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. From there, you know what? Read verse 11 also.
Verse 11. And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days.
So remember under Antiochus? Antiochus, we was forbidden to keep the law. We was forbidden to keep the law. From there, give me number right there. Numbers chapter 7 verse 1.
Numbers chapter 7 and verse 1. And it came to pass.
Officer, are we on YouTube? Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass on the day that Moses had fully set up the tabernacle, and had anointed it, and sanctified it, and all the instruments thereof, both the altar and...
Hold on. Read it again.
And it came to pass on the day that Moses had fully set up the tabernacle, and had anointed it, and sanctified it, and all the...
So I want you to understand. I want you to keep this in mind, right? He said Moses had set up the tabernacle. He has anointed it, and what? He sanctified it. And what else?
And all the instruments thereof.
All the instruments thereof. Talking about all the vessels, all the instruments thereof, and
both the altar and all the vessels thereof. And had anointed them and sanctified them.
He anointed them and sanctified them. Keep that in mind. He anointed them and sanctified them. 2 Chronicle. 2 Chronicle chapter 7. Let's start at verse 1.
2 Chronicles chapter 7 and verse 1. Now when Solomon had made an end of praying, the fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices. And the glory of the Lord filled the house.
So this is talking about after Solomon built the temple. Right? Now go to read verse 9. Read verse 9.
Verse 9. And in the 8th day, they made a solemn assembly.
In the 8th day, they make a solemn assembly.
For they kept the dedication of the altar 7 days.
How many days?
7 days.
Read.
And the feast 7 days.
And the feast 7 days. Right? Verse 11.
Verse 11.
Actually, read 10 and 11.
Verse 10. And on the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people away into their tents, glad and merry in heart for the goodness that the Lord had showed unto David, and to Solomon, and to Israel his people.
The point is in 11, read.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord.
Solomon finished the temple.
And the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house. He prosperously effected.
So they dedicate the temple to Mosiah. So they keep the feast of dedication. You're with me? They keep the feast of dedication, right? Which was 7 days. Give me first Ezra. First Ezra chapter 7. Chapter 7, we're going to read verse 6 and 7.
First Ezra chapter 7 and verse 6. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and others that were of the captivity, that were added unto them, did according to the things written in the book of Moses, and to the dedication of the
temple. You know, when he says the book of Moses, he's talking about Moses commanded us to keep the dedication. That's what he's talking about. Read verse 7.
And to the dedication of the temple of the Lord.
To what?
The dedication of the temple of the Lord.
To the dedication of the temple of the Lord.
They offered 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs.
So that's talking about, when you read him down, he's talking about what the sacrifice. The sacrifice, the gold for Israel. It's also, that's what he's saying, right? So now. First Maccabees. First Maccabees. Chapter 4. Start at verse. Start at verse 38.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 38. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned up, and shrubs growing in the courts as in a forest, or in one of the mountains. Yea.
Now, keep in mind, this is when the Greeks come against us.
Yea, and the priest chambers pulled down. They rent their clothes, and made great lamentation, and cast ashes upon their heads, and fell down flat to the ground upon their faces, and blew an alarm with the trumpets, and cried toward heaven. Thus then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress.
That was the Greeks. Judah Maccabees ordered them to fight against the Greeks. Really?
Until he had cleansed the sanctuary.
Until he had cleansed the sanctuary,
So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law.
Read that again.
So he chose priests of blameless conversation,
Of what?
Blameless conversation.
Of blameless conversation, such as pleasure in the law. It's talking about priests that have not only have good reputation, that was blameless, but also know the law. Go ahead, God.
So in other words, these priests were in the same mind, same spirit. They all had the same agenda to get the Greeks out of the temple, out of the land, to cleanse and dedicate that temple. It was of one mind, one spirit.
Yep, and these priests didn't have the trade of blood in them. These priests wasn't there, they didn't have that blood to betray their people. That's what he's saying. They were just like Captain said, they were in one mind. Their job was their mindset was to take the Greeks out, take the other nations out. They were the enemy. So they can cleanse the temple. What verse you in?
Verse 43. Who cleansed the sanctuary and bear out the defiled stones into an unclean place.
Defiled. Why was defiled? Who remember why it was defiled? Got it down there. Why was defiled?
Shalom leadership. They was bringing swine in the temple.
Exactly. They were sacrificing swine into the altar. Verse 44. You're in verse 44, right?
And when as they consulted what to do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profane, they
so
thought...
remember, it was profane. It was defiled. So now they come together with a meeting. They say, okay, what we're going to do? Read.
They thought it best to pull it down, lest there should be a reproach to them, because the heathen had defiled it.
So they come to the conclusion it's better to just tear the whole thing down. Why? Because that nation have defiled it. Let me tell you something. I know today we don't have the temple standing, right? There's many ways to defile the temple. There's many ways to defile it. That's why we don't allow Esau to come inside our congregation, because Esau can defile it. We don't allow the Chinese men to come inside here because they can defile it. That's why we're not supposed to marry them, because you can get defiled by marrying them.
Hey, D, how can a congregation, Israelite congregation like that, celebrate the feast dedication and they allow Edomites in there at the same time? Everybody reading the same history right here.
They're not celebrating that.
I don't know what they celebrate.
No, I don't know what they celebrate. They're not celebrating.
But how the hell you gonna read this? Claim you celebrating the feast dedication, and your congregation allows Esau up in there, and you reading this about what happened with the Greeks. That's gotta be some strange. That's some strange stuff, man. That's your whole congregation is defiled just by that alone.
Because you know what they're saying? Oh well, the temple is not standing. You make no sense. Let me tell you something. Was it yesterday? Yesterday Saturday? Yeah, Sunday. No, yesterday Sunday. Saturday we rededicate the school in Austin. That's what we did. So think about it. We're doing it, but we got Esau inside it. That makes no sense. We have that nation inside it. That makes no sense. In reality, the actually reason to celebrate is because we love the other nations. You guys forget what the war is about? The war that Judah Maccabees bring to the Greeks was why? Because they wasn't allowed to keep the law. They come inside. They want us to eat pork. They want us to break Mosagad laws. That was what the law was about. That was what the war was about. So every time we celebrate, this is what we're saying. We're saying we don't want to be defiled with the other nation. We remember what our forefathers, the Maccabees, did. That's the purpose of celebrating this. Christ himself celebrating this. So what are you talking about?
How can Jesus be for everybody? And Christ celebrating the Israelites' victories over Esau.
Over Esau, that makes no sense.
How can he be for Esau too if he's celebrating the destruction of the Edomites? Don't make no damn sense.
That makes no sense. Continue reading now. We're going to read down to verse 55. You done?
Wherefore they poured it down, verse 46, and laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place, until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them.
You know what I like about this verse? This verse show you that there was a time we was in order. There was a time we was in order. You know what he said? He said, lay up the stone, but the part I want these days, he said, until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them. You know what they're quoting from? They're quoting from Exodus 30, verse 25 to 29. That's what they're quoting. These men know the law.
Judah Mack didn't do his own thing.
No.
He wasn't
No.
self-willed. He
No.
say, let's just destroy it. We're going to get our own stones.
Yeah. No.
So let's lay it up for a prophet to come.
There was an order. There was an order, and they know the order. It's us today who forget the order. Today the Negro say, nah, hell with you. Hell with you prophets. Let's just do this. I'm start my own thing. There was an order, and we know the order. We was in order. Read.
Verse 47. Then they took the whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar according to the former, and made up the sanctuary and the things that were within the temple, and hollowed the courts. They made also new.
What is it with hollow mean? Huh? Can you please remove that thing so we can talk? Cleanse. Cleanse. Read.
Verse 49. They made also new holy vessels into the temple. Into the temple, they brought the candlestick and the altar of burnt offering.
So basically, when they cleanse it, they get rid of everything. Even the vessels. There's like all the vessels defiled. We gotta get rid of everything. We gotta even get new vessels. Everything. Read.
And the altar of burnt offerings of incense, and the table, and upon the altar they burned incense, and the lamps that were upon the candlestick they lighted, that they might give light in the temple.
So this is what you're watching in the back. That's what they have, the candlestick. That's what they have, the candlestick. I know you don't see it in the camera, right?
Hey, and the precept for all of this, you can read in Deuteronomy chapter 27, right? Deuteronomy 27.
Verse 51. Furthermore, they set the loaves upon the table, and spread out veils, and finished all the works which they had begun to make.
The loaves are about the bread. They set bread on the table, and spread out the veil, and finish all the works which they have begun to make. So that's why you see when you look at the decoration, that's what you look at. All this stuff that I know that every school have almost the same decoration. School A, if you can pan the camera, look at the officers' table over there, the background. Can you please pan the camera? Also with my TT boy. Yep, that's Lonely Asa right there. Yep, that's now we got sister. We got sister. You see right there? That's the Maccabees right there. That's right. That's right. We ain't it here. We got the Maccabees for you. That's right. You can turn it back. We got sisters, our sisters Adassa, who decorate our school for all the fish. She's got a team who always help her put this thing together. Even the front here, I don't know if you guys can show the front, how nice it looks. It does look like she did a good job. She did a good job. Yep. You know, Adassa, sometimes I have to stop her. You know how she is. She want to put her foot on everything. She want to go extra. All right, you ready? Go back. What was your?
Verse 52.
And brothers and sisters, there's nothing wrong. This same decoration you have when you inside your house. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. You used to go all out for Christmas. Yep. Used to go all out for New Year's. Matter of fact, December 1st, right after Thanksgiving, you used to have the Christmas decorations up. Spend all kind of energy putting that stuff up. Put that stuff up. Put that same energy into Feast of Dedication.
That's right. Yep. What verse you in, officer? Soldier.
Verse 52. Now on the 5 and 20th
day.
day.
Officer, you reading for us now? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 52. Now on the 5 and 20th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Caslu, in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning and offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of
the
burnt
new
offering.
The new altar. Remember, they sanctify it, they cleanse it. They take the old one down. The new altar, read.
Which they had made. Verse 54. Look, at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with songs. And
So, no. Read it again, verse 54.
Look, at what time.
Look at what time.
And what day.
And what day.
The heathen had profaned it.
Had defiled it. Even, go ahead.
Even in that was it dedicated with songs and citherns and harps and cymbals.
Hey, what is a cithern? Because hey, you know what's so heavy about this? Some Israelites say we're not supposed to be happy. But this said they're celebrated with. Hey, give me the definition of what is that? What is that? What type of instrument is that?
We can't do that.
Can you show me a picture? Go to pictures. Image. I just want to see what it's like look like. I never heard that before. Can you just you see one? I don't see one. Which one? How come it didn't come up here? Where? What? What is this?
They spell it.
Thank you, IT. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, IT. Appreciate y'all. There you go. Can they see it? That's that issue. I thought that's supposed to be a guitar. Oh wow. Alright, and you see with harps.
Verse 55. Then all the people fell upon
we go 54 again.
Verse 54. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with songs and citherns and harps and cymbals.
So we had musical instruments. We play, we celebrate, we enjoy ourselves. It was a party, that's what they're saying. We wasn't just sit there all sad with sad faces. That's why we tell you guys, those feasts, you gotta come with a joyful spirit. Not sad. Whatever it is you go through during the weekend, the world, leave that out there. When you come here to enjoy the feast with your brothers, with your sisters, have a good time. Have a little wine, have a little drink. Don't get drunk and go drop your car. That's all we're saying. Make this spirit, make this spirit happen. Marry the spirit, you know what I'm saying? So that our forefathers do the same thing. Verse 55.
Then all the people fell upon their faces, worshiping and praising the God of heaven, who had given them good success.
The good success is they was able to claim back the temple. That was a good success. They was able to claim back the temple, cleanse it, get rid of the heathen, and have a party and celebrate. That's a good success. That's that same celebration Moses ordered us to do. Now, go to 2 Maccabees 1. 2 Maccabees chapter 1. I'm almost done. I'm not going to give you that. I'm saying that. 2 Maccabees chapter 1. Start at verse 7. Let me see.
Second Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 7.
Video
what time as Demetrius reigned in the 169th year, we, the Jews, wrote unto you in the extremity of trouble that came upon us in those years, from the time that Jason and his company revolted from the Holy and the Holy Land and kingdom, and burned the porch and shed innocent blood. Then we prayed unto the Lord, and were heard. We offer also sacrifices and fine flour, and lighted the lamps, and set forth the loaves.
Constructive criticism.
Now,
overall.
It's a lighting up the lamp and set forth the load, verse 9.
And now see that ye keep the Feast of Tabernacles.
You don't want to say my name on your video, but you put my URL in your description, didn't you, old man? You want to sit there and direct your little 12 followers to come over and comment and try to harass me, and I'm telling everybody in my crew, anybody who sees this video, nobody go to this no-name website, which I'm not even going to name, and harass this man. Nobody bully him. I don't want him to be bullied. But I think he's gone a little crazy. What up? What up, Schmeggy? Love you, buddy. I was just watching your guy preach, but I got interrupted by this man who wants to sue me, and I'm getting tired of tough talk. A lot of tough talk coming from a man who clearly don't want it. Let's go.
Purpose to keep the purification of the temple upon the 5 and 20th day of the month Caslu. We thought it necessary to certify you thereof, that ye also might keep it as the Feast of Tabernacles.
We talked about programs that could get you water.
You got to keep it the same way
Nobody
as the
mocked
Feast of
you.
Tabernacles.
We wondered
That's basically
why
what he's
you couldn't
saying.
get water.
Feast dedication, you got to keep it the same way as the Feast of
water.
Tabernacles. That's what he's saying.
But that's not what you're referring to. Half the video we did about you.
Which was given
what was
us
the other
when
half there, old man?
Offered
the other
sacrifice
half was you
after that he had built the temple and the altar.
About Ghostbusters 2016, because you couldn't do it. Because you wanted to sit there and you wanted to sit there and say racist and horrible shit, but you aren't bringing that up in your little response video, are you? Nah, you're talking about the first part where we questioned you about why you couldn't get water. We was concerned. We ain't concerned. No motherfucking more. Let's go. I'm not in a good mood.
And they think that this is entertainment, right? So I respectfully ask you to take it down. I'm not going to name the channel.
You don't name the channel, but you put it in your description for your 12 minions to follow me and try to talk shit about me. I never said nobody over to you.
And it was winter. And Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch.
I never told nobody to go over to you.
The Feast of Dedication.
And I wasn't going to, I told you, I'm not starting Christmas off. I'm not starting my New Year off beefing with you all, man. Stop leaving comments in the comment section. You just did it, and I know you're watching now, and you can send this to your lawyer. This is free use. I'm reacting to a video. Let's go.
This is the proof.
You couldn't be bothered, but you gave me 2 weeks to take down the video. Then you came back and you gave me 1 week to take down that video.
We fight against the Greeks.
And here we
Who's
are
the Greeks?
Monday, and guess what?
Esau.
The video
Christ
keep taken down.
celebrate that we defeated the Greeks.
That's why.
Why is that for the
to your
Greeks?
lawyer. It's
Makes
free
no
use.
sense.
We reacted
Christ
to a
celebrated the
video.
destruction of the
Don't
Greeks.
get mad because
But
we
now he come
reacted to
on
a
the scene,
video
and he's for the
that
Greeks
you
too.
acted like
He's
an
for
asshole
all
with.
priests. But that don't make no damn sense then. So if the Israelites deacon is God's chosen people, suffering different captivity after captivity after captivity. Now here comes Christ. And Christ says, don't worry about that. We know you've been through all kinds of slavery, all kinds of hell, but I came to die for everybody, including the Greeks
Burn, I'm looking
and the
right now.
Romans who's in the land right now oppressing us. I came to die for them. Makes no sense whatsoever.
It is one big, you're a big joke. Now let's go.
No sense.
A bunch of their friends troll me, and they're saying really rough shit in the comment.
Nobody got nobody to troll you. You went in my comment section. That's what you did. That's open game to anybody who watched that video to comment on what you commented. Okay?
My question always to
you
them
already
is,
snitched,
okay,
old man. You
name
and your 12 followers
the great
already
empire.
went to Google. You already
When somebody
went.
tell you they are part of a,
You
they are part
tried
of
to
a
get the
Islamic
video
Bible
shut
because
down,
they're
but
taking
Google
that,
even
that
said
really
to
don't belong
me,
in there.
it's got to
Ask
be
this
a
the question
great
God
team
asked.
for hateful speech,
Name you all
not
the great
mine.
empires.
But because you spouted out
Name me all the great
the
empires.
N-word.
They're gonna start with
Because you spouted it out.
the Assyrian, the
So
Babylonian,
congratulations
Persian
on your
and Medes.
snitching with your
They're gonna
12 followers.
go with the Greeks,
You're a
and
snitch.
they're gonna go wrong.
Next
Some
time,
people
I don't
jump
want to see your name in
from
my
the
comment
Persian
section.
and
I want
the
to see
Persian
your
Medes
lawyer in
all
my
the way to
comment
wrong.
section.
So what happened to
You
the
put your
Greeks?
lawyer's name in my
As a matter
comment
of fact,
section, and my lawyer will
what makes
contact
no sense
him,
at
and
all,
let's go from there.
Esau actually started ruling the earth under the Greeks. That's when Esau started ruling the earth. So where's that history?
You know what? Yeah.
Where'd it come from?
Vernon, he left me a comment 4 minutes
How
ago.
Rome all of a sudden you
Or
flip
10
one
minutes
page
ago
from
by now and said, that's it,
Malachi, you
time's
flip
up,
one
video
page.
ain't down,
You
let's
go
go.
to the Roman
Straight
captain.
to
Let's
wrong.
go,
What
old
happened?
man. So no
What happened
more
to the
your name in
Persians?
my comment section, old man.
How'd that happen?
Let me see
That
your
makes no
lawyer.
sense. So
Starting off talking
who
about
actually
you about
took
to
the
be
Persian
homeless
down?
and you're gonna sue me?
It wasn't wrong.
And he thinks the offense occurred in Canada?
That's that thing
How
that
did
made
the
no
offense
sense.
occur in Canada?
So
you knucklehead?
that
'Cause
history
you made your hateful video
is
in
that
Canada. I'm in America. Let's go.
Google is allowing you to upload this video doesn't mean
Exactly.
that
So how did Christ know
it's legal.
to celebrate it if it
Yes,
wasn't in the Bible?
Google told
Answer that.
I'm allowed to react
And
to anything
Christian,
I
how
want
do
to
you
as long as I
celebrate the
pause
feast?
it and
What
don't
was
play the
Christ
whole
doing with
video.
the Feast of
And I
Dedication
don't
right here?
speak
Because
harassment.
it's not
and I
in
what?
the 66
We
books.
was wondering why you
So
couldn't get
how
water.
did Christ
We
come
were
to get that?
concerned.
Where you get that from? And why
We
don't
were
you do it?
concerned.
Since you're a follower of Christ,
We were
Christ
going
kept
to
the Feast of
send you
Dedication,
water.
dude.
And now
So
you're talking about me.
Christ
I was going to send you
honor
money. Not because I owed it to you,
forefather
because I wanted to help you.
the
My lawyer
Maccabees
said, don't even
for
do
defeating
that.
the
Why even
Greeks.
help this old man? You
Esau
can hear in the beginning
and
of the song.
rededicate
Let's go.
the temple.
Like, their
But
auto
Christ also loved the
system of
loved the
allowing
Greeks that we
videos, let's see
defeated.
porn on there, okay?
You
We
cannot
know
make this
that
up.
porn does not
Your
belong
niggas
on
is
If
YouTube.
you
crazy.
see porn on YouTube, then you
You're
look for
crazy.
it, you weirdo.
That make no sense.
55-year-old virgin playing video games and getting mad about a Ghostbusters movie from 2016.
From there.
You're the one you must be looking at weird
Give me
parts of
Ciroc.
YouTube. There ain't no weird parts of YouTube over
No,
here.
actually, no. Let me see what
You know, I've seen dangerous links to websites, and they're on
Sweet cuddly Jesus
because something has
also keeps the
put
Passover.
on there.
Yeah.
Was not the Passover the
that is
celebration of the
Wrong.
deaths of the
I
oppressors?
monetize all my videos get reviewed, and they get approved or not for monetization.
So he loved the
And your
Egyptians too
video
that he's
got
celebrating their
approved,
murder
and
of.
so your snitches went and got reviewed manually by a human, and then they said, oh, over 18, age restricted, and I'm fine with it. I don't need a little pennies from the ad revenue, old man. I'm not in
No,
this
go
for
back to
money.
my
That's it. I'm not in it for money. I reacted to what you said on the internet. And you can't hate on it, but you want to keep talking, let's talk then. Because now, you keep commenting, you're harassing, you're getting on my nerves. And you keep citing, and I know what you're citing now.
756 go down.
And well, you know what, we'll get into it.
Chapter 4, verse 56. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days and offered burnt offerings with gladness and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise.
So remember, I said we must keep feast dedication just like tabernacle. We must keep
I
it
don't
just
know
like
one
tabernacle
comment in my
for 8
comment
days.
section that
Right?
somebody said you smell like dirt water, but I gotta tell you the
Also
truth
the
here, old man.
forefront of the temple
If
with
somebody in
crowns
my
of gold
comment section
and with shields
said that you
and
smell
Crown
like
of gold,
dirt
then we
water,
just show you.
then I guess
That's why we got
they
the
said
shield.
you smell like dirt
We got the
water.
shield in the background.
What do you want me to
gold,
do? It's a
with-
public comment
and the
section.
gates
YouTube
and the
filters
chambers they
comments
renewed
out.
and hang
So it
doors
couldn't have
upon
been a
them.
hateful comment,
Thus
could it, old
was,
man?
thus
Go.
was there very great gladness among the people, but that the
No,
reproach
with verse 58.
really are.
Yeah.
No,
And
no.
so
With verse
I just
57.
tried using common sense.
57.
Look,
They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold
Decorate it, make it nice, shield with gold. Go ahead.
and with shields, and the gates and the chambers they renewed.
They renew the gate and the chambers
you know,
and hang doors upon it.
And hang doors upon it.
Name your 5 or 6 greats then. Put them in the comment section instead of constantly every day going, you got 10 days, you got 9 days for great to be counted. But you're bugging, because I actually got things to do. You see, old man, you're over there on that other website. I know, it's like, you're not even in my league. You are a 55-year-old countless man. You sit and play video games and complain about being homeless and not having money. You don't do nothing. We react to you legally.
I remember
just
one
like
time.
I'm gonna react to this video from you again.
His sister goes by the
remarks and shit like that.
Christmas ball.
And I can say that
defamatory remarks, nothing.
The ornaments.
To defame somebody means that you're gonna lose monetary compensation.
That's part of
and
it.
you
I'm
keep
like, no,
citing the H3 lawsuit against the quartering.
That's not what I just read
Let me
here.
tell you something about the H3 lawsuit.
I did not
against
just
the
read this here.
quartering lawsuit against H3.
Read it again for
H3 said something to the quartering, reacted to this video,
the forefront of the
literally
temple with
said that
crowns
he
of
might
gold
be
and with shields
somebody
and gates and the chambers
a famous
that
person.
and hang doors upon.
That's the lawsuit that's
Thus
going
was
you're
there
talking
very
about.
great gladness among the
Nobody ever said anything
but
like
that
that
the
to
reproach
you.
of the heathen was put away.
So there was, you know what he said? He said there was
Don't cite a
very
lawsuit. It has
gladness
nothing
among
to
them.
do with me reacting to you
The people
being a
was happy.
racist old man.
There was not one sad face.
it's not. They got a
That's what he
friend of
said.
theirs that apparently is a lawyer.
There was not
called-
one
It
sad
is a
face
lawyer
among the
called
people. They were happy.
And you'll see him in court.
They were
and guess
glad.
what? It'll be in America if you want to do a lawsuit.
They were
I don't
eating
gotta
good
come
that
to
day.
Canada. The
We glad we
events
get
that
rid of
happen
we
in Canada,
glad we get rid
tell
of these
your lawyer
devils.
to comment in my comment section. We will contact.
Christ said the same thing. Christ said, I'm glad my forefathers get rid of the devils. I'm gonna
retired. And unlike you, I'm good retired, baby. I'm 24-hour chilling retired. Fuck around with me.
Off, you know, I got a kick out of this guy because this guy is saying all this shit on there. And, you know, honestly, you know, this is going to cost them thousands of dollars because they got to take an airplane here because it's being filed in Canada, so they're going to have to come to Canada. They're going to have to stay a 2-week period in a hotel.
Tell you something. I don't know where this old man's from or where he grew up or what he's been through. But I've been through a lot of lawsuits. A lot of lawsuits. Google me. You think that if you send me papers from Canada that says, hey, come to Canada because this guy, you think that I have to even give a shit what you're talking about or your fake ass poor lawyer, your free lawyer? Is that what you think, old man? And you think you even have to give a shit?
Smoking no more, not giving up. I feel like I'm alive, not giving up. Look into your eyes, just another one. See me in the forest, then you better run. Black coat, black blaze, standing in the rain. Only see my face in the fucking picture late. Never gave a fuck if I didn't know I'm getting late. Never gave a fuck if I'm getting paid.
You know, man, you think I ain't been through this, motherfucker? Are you crazy? Oh yeah, that's right, you are. That's right, you are. but you're going through withdrawal right now, and you told us that, which I'm gonna give you a little leniency. See, I was gonna be cool with you and just be quiet. But now leave a comments again. Go.
And then they're going to have to go for legal fees and all that kind of stuff.
Done next.
System in Canada.
Yeah.
All over a YouTube video.
Yeah.
I'm alone with them, my Why you gotta act like I ain't gonna remember you? You look so damn sexy when you do the things you do. You know you got me strong. Baby, come and sing for you. Baby, be my remedy. Show me how to be, so I can be your man. I'm about to run another close to you. You got me talking smooth. Take a good thing, my boo. Come on, girl, tell me the truth. I wanna be this boo. Baby, how you gon' do this to me? Kissing me, baby, we got this sweet. But you kissing me, you be like the sea. Got a mystery. I ain't gonna act hard for you, girl. I ain't gonna fight hard for you, girl. Baby, let me into the world, so I can show you how to work. Find me sleeping in the car, where you hold me apart. Taking every noise, I will never stop. Baby, wake up, got my blood on the switchblade. Girl, look at what I just made. Thought that I could be saved by you. Never thought I'd be betrayed by you. Girl, you can take my life. As long as it's your knife, I'm alright. Just let me say goodnight one last time before you close my eyes. I just wanna know if you wanna be my boy. Trigger till I get let you go, so I can see how you really know. How perfect you are, I'm seeing your stars. How perfect you are, baby, break my heart. I like the way you move your body, babe. Do it over here, you say. Put on that red dress, you look so fine. So divine. Thoughts entwined. Be with you forever, babe. Be with you forever, babe. I'm with you forever, babe. Can't say thanks. Hey,
so now they come together
together with a meaning that's so true. What we gonna do?
They thought it best to pull it down unless there should be a reproach because the heathen had defiled it.
So they come to the conclusion it's better to just tear the whole thing down. Why? Because that initiative will fire.
See my face when it's fun. Every place I would pass, every time it fell apart. Girl, I see it in stars. Baby, hold my hand. Let me be up the fan. Let me take you away from your cold. Baby, be my diamonds and gold. Wander through the day with the thought up in my head. Thinking I'm a flip until my baby left. I'm in my life without you. Baby, let's see about I'm not so perfect. Maybe you were this. I'm right here. Girl, let me see you work it. Now it flows in curtains. I'm right here. Don't you know you're so sexy the way you move your body up and down? I wanna tell you how beautiful you are, but you know where to be found. Hey, I tried to protect you from my hands you left to me. Broke my heart right there. All I do is say no, you never forget. Thought you were different, telling me what is since I was wrong. I never thought of you as it, and now I'm getting. Getting lifted in my soul. Baby, I'm about to die. Baby, wanna watch me die. Baby, don't you wanna know why? Didn't even try.
Christ himself celebrating this. So what are you talking about?
Try new flavors like our cheesy marinara, baked apple,
the Israelites victorious victories
over Israel. I mean, that's
Girl, I want your body, girl, I want your head. See me all the night, every day. Hope to see you tomorrow, I don't want it that way. So cold is your voice makes it to me. So close is your hold on the MC. I hope that you remember me. I hope that this was meant to be. I'm riding through the city with you on my mind. Baby, try to do it, now you feel so fine. Girl, you make me wanna die. Eyes closed just so I can get you breathing. Take your body and soul and breathe it. And I'm breathing.
Then they took the whole stones according to the law.
Look into your eyes, all I see is look into your eyes, all I see is
within the temple and hallowed the courts. They made also
that cleanses, they get rid of everything. Even the vessels.
And the altar of incense and the table upon the altar they burn
It's hard for me to breathe smoke in the air. I hope that you care, oh I hope that you care. See, I don't wanna live off these memories. Baby, don't you know that we were meant to be? Sliding through the place, I can see you. Got nowhere to go, I can leave you. Can't you see I need you? Baby, let me please you. See, I've been smoking on my own. See me smoking on my own. I'm in the 4-star room, 6 feet underneath the sun. I didn't breathe through the night. Face is always on my mind. I'm wasted, losing time. I'm wasted, losing mine. Can't breathe when you fall asleep. Can't remember what you call me. Remember what you call me. Baby, won't you call me? You left me here, I'm not alive. Oh, baby, I'm falling through the night. Baby, I'm not goodbye. Touch is so cold, it's so numb. Things you can't believe the world I become. You know my face, you know these words. Never get fucked if I can get it hurt. Hold you in the ground, wanna fuck with me. Girl, you wanna see what you wanna see. So sexy, luckily, hey. All this pain turns to my fucking name. Yeah, you bitch, it's only just a game. Pull the trigger, know exactly where I aim. Pull the trigger, pull it right into my brain. Through the night, feeling with you, girl. Need to get enough of those girls. Oh, take me from this world. Oh, take me from this world. I'm so blind, I'm for you. Can't you see that I'm hard to do? Why else would I bother you? Girl, you know just what it's hard to do. Trying to find my way through my fucking heart. I'm always ending up with you in the dark. With you in the dark. Hey, why you so sad? You see it. Don't you let them music, baby, don't you want to hear? Trying to make it happen in the fucking head. You can make me wanna move it. Break me down, but I'm keeping up. Girl, you know that I'm the only one. See, I'm the only one.
Which one? I think they come up here. Where? What? Thank you, IT. Appreciate y'all.
Hey, you look so damn sexy, baby. Can I make you mine? Love the way you move, how you know that it's really so fun. You tell me you move, but you don't feel real smooth. Hey, like the way you move like that, you like that. I wanna get to know you, girl. I want you to know so
Yeah, we got some good stuff. Shout out to all the sexy ladies. Yeah. I want y'all to get up and move. Don't be funky, baby. Yeah. Smooth.
Girl, bring that body right over here. Hey. Oh, bring that body right over here. Hey.
My love, your personal time. My love, your personal time.
Girl, bring that body right over here. Let me show you a couple of moves I learned last year. Hey, get on the dance floor, baby. I wanna see the way you move. The way that you do this got me talking so damn smooth. Can you get a little freaky for me, girl? Oh, the way that you turn in those jeans, you rock my world. Hey, body language, best I ever heard. Driving me crazy, baby. I'm trying to get you out of that shirt.
My love, your personal time. My love, your personal
I didn't start yelling. Actually, you're an idiot. Fucking idiot. And you can't deal with criticism.
And try to harass me, and I'm telling everybody in my crew, anybody who sees this video, nobody go to this no-name website, which I'm not even gonna name, and harass this man. Nobody believes him. I want him to be
No, you're gonna listen to me talk now. You're gonna listen to me talk now. Because you're gonna boot me out of your shit. No, I don't want to hear anything you've got to say. You're gonna listen to Listen to me talk now. You're going to listen to me talk now.
How are you going to expect me to
Because you wanted to sit there and you wanted to sit there and say racist and horrible shit. But you aren't bringing that up in your little response video.
Fucking ass.
No, you're talking about the first part.
You're a fucking dumbass. Seriously. You're gonna fucking play this dumb game. You wanna play this dumb game with muting people and start shit. You're actually starting shit. No, you haven't. I had raised shit. I raised shit. That's not me raising my voice. That's me voicing my concern over you doing your dumb shit.
Come on, guys.
Has nothing to do with age. Has to do with the fucking rules. Everyone has issues. It's not a matter of request. Who did we out of some shit for absolutely no reason? You can see that. What was the reason for pulling me out of it? Why'd you put me? What was the reason? Nobody got nobody. You tell me. Toxic. There's no toxicity. I didn't say anything. I was sitting there fucking mixing music.
Sean, you will said that you wanted to
Anybody watching this video to comment on what you
What the fuck are you talking about, Campbell?
You already spent on, man. You and your 12 followers already went to
What the fuck are you even talking about?
already went to
Fanfiction.
You're trying to get this video shut down, but don't even said to me. It's got to be great here. But because
you have no bearing on this. Okay? Just to be clear, you have no bearing on that. You have no bearing on this. Because in all of this, I was sticking up for you because it's 12-year-olds.
Give the fuck!
I give a fuck.
Who
actually did this? I don't think people should be saying this stuff when they're a fucking child. Okay. Insult after insult. You continue to come in other servers. That's what I want.
Sean, you're a fucking weirdo.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody can
Sean, you're a fucking weirdo.
Your input doesn't matter. Your input doesn't matter.
Get
fucking turtle.
nerd. Get yeah, getting real serve body getting real.
Was not the Passover the celebration of the
How am I trying to get back into it? How am I trying to get back into it? Where's Zedek? Is he here? Is Zedek here? Where did that? Are you going to give me an invite, huh? Are you going to block me and give me an invite? Huh? You're going to say about toxicity when you have a server that's built on toxicity? No, you're gonna give me a fucking invite back. Now. Stop. It works the way I
Sean, knock it the fuck off, dude. This isn't the way to get it done.
Fuck what Reaper has to say.
Okay, I know, but listen, Sean.
Which is why you're gonna give me an invite back.
Everybody stop. Listen.
Either you give me an invite back,
Sean, stop.
or I don't ever come back.
Sean, nobody gives a shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
and that's happening now.
Okay, that's not the point. The point is, Sean, if you're back in
Nobody
this...
gives a
Sean,
shit, and I'm gonna
stop.
go. I'm not gonna ever come back.
Buzzkill, this is a great night. Listen, if Sean comes back in tonight, will he be paying doors? I'm trying to get if Sean comes back, will he stop chirping?
He's not coming back.
No, I'm not just talking about tonight. I just mean in general. I just mean in general. Okay, listen. Cut it off tonight. Let it be done tonight. Everybody go their separate ways. Tomorrow, hit up each other. Maybe you'll come back and maybe you guys can be fucking friends. Just do that. Would that be okay? Shut the fuck up. That's it. That's it. Sean, that's it. You're good. You're not banned. Everybody respects you. Everybody's just mad. Whatever. It's fine. Leave it at that. It's fine.
Don't speak for everybody.
Shut the fuck up. Just because you don't want Sean to be here. Punks like Sean too and doesn't want him to leave, you asshole. I'm just trying to mediate. Fuck you. Just like you don't speak. You don't speak for everyone either.
This is about the rules.
Yeah, Reaper and I are the same. Shut the fuck up, Reaper. Who I am.
You have no right to mediate. So if you ain't been around,
No, I ain't been around. Reaper been around 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Fuck up.
I hate being
what are you talking about? I've been around
not
these
one
things
set
for
fist on
years.
Yeah.
They were glad.
A few weeks before me.
A few weeks. Relax,
We glad we get rid of
We glad we get rid of I came around. No, it wasn't. You were not in. You were not in broke. You were not in broke for 6 months.
Night, guys.
That's how it
Before
works.
I came around.
You know, I got a kick out of this guy because this guy's saying all this
Either way,
shit
it's
on
all
me.
fucking
And,
irrelevant.
you know,
Reaper, you and I are cool. Who cares? You're higher up on the hierarchy. Who gives a fuck? This is cringy bullshit.
It's your ego thinking that you get to fucking take the higher position, bro. Shut the fuck up.
But I've been through a lot of
Just shut up, dude. God damn. You don't have to speak on everything.
I think we could all agree though there's not going to be any kind of constructive conversation.
Right.
If I don't have to speak on anything, Reaper, why are you speaking on it? Recognize your own hypocrisy.
Instead of unblocking me and giving me a fucking invite,
Yes, you are. You're literally everything about. Yo, this is all personal shit with me and you. Shut the fuck up.
You're just mediating, bro. Shut up. You don't get to mediate. You don't make the rules.
Yeah, you don't like that it's coming out of my mouth. You just don't like that it's coming out of my mouth.
I'm just gonna leave here anyways. Okay?
Just shut up.
That's
Shut
where
up.
I'm at.
about we all stop, go our separate ways, and talk about
No,
this.
my time is more worth. You know, this is bullshit. Like, this is to help you guys, not me. I'm not gonna be fucking chided because of this fucking dickhead who
Everybody
thinks
but
he's a
you on
control
my
thing.
screen. Go a different way. Can you just move your fucking Twitch? Like everybody.
He's either gonna unblock me and give me an invite and apologize.
Sean, we're gonna figure this out later.
Alright, I move this in this thing. We're just with this thing.
Yeah, I was just thinking
I don't
about
want to hear that tonight. Like, it's not going to be constructive. It's just going to be shot.
I agree. That was never the fucking plan.
Sean won't be able to let it go. That's the way.
Stop coming at me. I'm talking to Pumps. Video Sean about other shit.
I don't give a fuck.
Are you crazy? Oh, yeah, that's right, you are.
Back and forth.
That's right, you are.
Like,
But you're going to withdraw right now. You told us that. I'm going to give you a little bit of
It's not gonna stop. Nah, it's gonna stop. I'm gonna call you out the way it is.
Out or what? Okay, so then keep selling
Don't
and keep.
don't disobedient.
Then I don't. Why not? Why? Why don't I get to mediate? Why?
Because the decision's already been made, bro.
Been made about what?
It's been banned.
Been made about what?
That Sean needs to be banned until he fucking cools off, dude. It's not
I
gonna
agree
fucking
with you.
happen.
I agree with you. So what are you saying?
You're saying that he should
No,
come back.
you're an egomaniac control freak too. You want to have the last word. Fuck you. I know myself. You don't. Fuck yourself. Yeah, no, that's what it is. You want the last word, Reaper. I'll do it all day with
I'm
you, bro.
playing apart from the two things here telling them what they should do.
Oh, and I'm in their ear telling them what they should do?
Yeah, you've been doing it all night.
I am their friend, bro.
I do the soul and sexy when you do the things you lady comes in from the lady be my remedy. Show me how to be so I can be your man. Somebody run on the beach, I'm coming to take the thing I'll go. Come on, girl, tell me the truth.
I can talk to Marshall about shit without you.
It wasn't a constructive conversation. It's having a meeting
Baby, how you doing?
talking about exactly what
I ain't gonna act hard like
I don't talk to my friends.
Never thought I'd be changed. Girl, you can take my life. As long as it's your night, I'm already going to say goodnight. My last day, I'm like,
you have the nuts.
I just wanna know if you want me to go. Every time I get let go. How perfect you are. I see it in your scars. How perfect you are. They break my heart.
I am not like
Reaper, have you not taken the assignment to gamble? I still out myself.
No, I have never said that. Not fucking once. What? Not once. Maybe joking. Because you're a good living that is the one thing that I certainly respect about you, that you're a good living. Yeah, I respect that. I respect that about you. But other than that, I am not like you.
I like the way you feel about it. Do it over here. You say, put it on the rest, rest of the body. So do I. What's in time? Give it you from the day. Give it you from the day. I wish you from the day.
No, it's not what stop trying to call me. Because, bro, bullshit. Dude, I've seen that went down. Would you know I fucking hated that shit more than you? I know I fucking hated it. Where you, on the other hand, got enjoyment, power, fulfillment, laughter. When I fucking hated it.
See my face when it's hot. Every day's out every comfort girl, I see it inside.
So no,
baby, hold my hand. Let me be your hand. Let me take you away from your home. Baby, be my down to go. One through the day with thoughts in my head. Thinking I'm thinking about my head. I'm in my life, and I'm baby, let's see. I'm not so perfect. Baby, I would come right. Girl, let me see you work.
Bro, I apologize. No, get over it. Keep crying about it.
When I fucking hated it.
However long ago, bro.
I never said that. Yeah, I respect that. I respect that.
Are you joking?
Don't you know you're so sexy the way you move your body up and down? I wanna tell you how beautiful you are, but you know where to be down. I tried to protect you from the time you left me. Broke my heart right there. All I do is say no, you never talked to you as if something you were this and I was wrong. Never talked to you as if and now we're getting.
I am not like
Reaper, have you not taken this aside and said, gamble, I still out?
no, I never said no fucking once.
Baby, I'm about to die. Baby, want to watch me die. Baby, don't walk no why. Baby, try.
That is the one thing that I certainly respect about you. Yeah, I respect that. I respect that about you. But other than that, I am not like the fuck. Like, what are you talking about?
Imagine if we're like same characters
No, dude, not like you. Stop trying to call me some fucking because, bro. scene that went down. And you know I hated that more than I know I fucking hated it. So cold, and I fucking hated it. And I expressed it time and time. So no, I'm not like not one with myself. What? Because you get some type of fucking enjoyment because you wanna like fucking own me. So then you want me to be like you. You want me to love you and shit. You want me to love you and shit. Like you want to control me and own me. Yeah, because that's the way it works. That's why you get in emotional info and shit. We already go over it.
Bro, I apologize. Yo, get over it. Keep crying about it. No, it's not. Nah, your butt hurt. Your butt hurt. You can't get over it. I guess you did not accept my apology. I said this an hour ago. I said this an hour ago.
I never said that.
See me smoking on my side. I'm in the boys talking. 6 feet underneath. I ain't keeping through the night. Space is always on my mind. I'm wasted. Every time. I'm wasted. Every night. Can't sleep when I fall asleep. Can't remember what you call me. Remember what you call me. Baby, don't you call me. But you left me.
I want that thinking to fucking it's not fair, dude. It's not fair to me. What? I am not doing it.
No, not this. No deep words. Never get fucked up, get it hurt. Only way to find what's up with me. Girl, you wanna see what you wanna see. So sexy, luckily, hey. Okay, I'm doing what you make. Yeah, you bitch, I'm just a game. Do the trick, no black, where I aim. Do the trick, no black, no my range. Do the night, girl. All I have is a close girl. Always take you, always take you, always take you,
Yeah. Other than that, what's
I'm so blind, can't see how far to look. Wow, so God, I do. Girl, you know what I do. Trying to find my way through my fucking heart. I'm always in the dark. Just in the dark. Hey, why you so sad? It's you, yeah. Don't you let me get it. Trying to make it everything from here. You can make me want to prove it. You break me out, I'm keeping up. Girl, you know that I'm the only one. See, I'm the only one.
Yeah, I have a problem with talking.
Eventually the buck is gonna stop.
ever since his bro shit. Ever since when he got banned from bro.
Ça va 37 mètres. On doit dire le mot,
Bring that body right over here. Oh, bring that body right over here. Bring that body right over here. Let me show you what the moves I learned last year. Get on the dance floor, baby. I wanna see the way you move. The way that you do this, got me so that's who. Pretty for me, girl. Love the way that you turn into those jeans, rock out, girl. Hey, body like this, that's how I ever heard. Driving me crazy, baby, I'm just out, that's her.
Yeah, there's something wrong. Like in the fifth dimension, that being can exist everywhere, one sphere at one time. Therefore, Mystic saw the same ghost that you were speaking to at the same time. Yeah, taxi drivers.
No,
I watched that movie that 2 days posted
because you're gonna put me out of your shit. No, I don't want to hear anything you got to say. You're gonna.
That shit was.
Listen to me talk now. You're going to listen to me talk now.
No.
I never saw that.
Yeah, Rock and Roll is fucking right here. It's just a gem of a movie.
I love I like it.
Yeah. Dude, like, there's this part.
You're a fucking dumbass. You wanna fucking play this? You wanna play this dumb game with muting people and start shit? You're actually starting shit. No, you never. I raise shit. I raise shit. I raise shit. I raise shit. That's not me raising my voice. That's me voicing my concern over you finding your shit.
Should we do?
I never saw it. Kyle, I love you.
Come on, guys.
Has nothing to do with age. Has to do with fucking rules. Everyone has issues. It's not a matter of why'd you put me? What was the reason? There's no toxicity. I didn't say anything. I was just sitting there fucking mixing music. What the fuck are you talking about, Gamble? What the fuck are you even talking about? Fan You have no bearing on this. Okay? Just to be clear, you have no bearing on this. No bearing on this. Because in all of it, I was sticking up for you because it's welfare.
God, who gives a fuck?
I give a fuck. I don't think people should be saying this stuff when they're a fucking child. Okay.
Coming up with servers. That's what I want. Shut the fuck up. Nobody
You're a fucking weirdo.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, getting real.
How am I trying to get back into it? How am I trying to get back into it? Where's Stank? Is he here? Is Stank here? Where did are you going to give me an are you going to give me an invite, huh? Are you going to include it? About toxicity? You have a server that's built on toxicity? No. You're gonna give me a fucking invite back. Now. No, it works the way I
Sean, knock it the fuck off. This is the way to get it done.
Fuck what Reaper has to say.
I know,
Which is why you're gonna give me an invite back.
Everybody stop. Listen.
Either you give me an invite back,
Sean, stop.
or I don't ever come back.
Sean, nobody gives a shit.
That's what I'm saying,
Okay,
and that's happening now.
Okay, that's not what the point is, Sean. You're back in
Nobody
this.
gives a shit,
Sean,
and I'm gonna go.
stop.
I'm not gonna ever come back.
If Sean comes back tonight, will he just will he be stop doing Sean comes back and will stop No, I'm not just talking about tonight. I just mean in general. I just mean in general. Okay, listen. Cut it off tonight. Let it be done tonight. Everybody go their separate ways. Tomorrow, hit up each other. Maybe you'll come back and maybe you guys can make fucking do that. Would that be okay? Shut the fuck up. That's it. Sean, that's it. You're good. You're not banned. Everybody respects you. Everybody's mad. Whatever. It's fine. You did that. That's fine.
Don't speak for everybody.
Just because you don't want Sean to be here. Puffs like Sean too and doesn't want him to leave, you asshole. I'm just trying to mediate. Fuck you. Just like you don't. You don't speak for everyone either.
This is about the rules. It's about Puffs not here.
Yeah, Reaper and I are the same. Shut the fuck up.
You have no right to be here. You ain't been around.
No, I ain't been around. Reaper's been around 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Fuck up. I hate being
What are you talking about? I've been around you
Yeah.
a few weeks. Relax,
We're not in broke. We're not broke. 6 months.
Hey guys.
Before I came around. Either way, it's all fucking irrelevant. Reaper, you and I are cool. Who cares? You're higher up on the hierarchy. Who gives a fuck? This is cringy bullshit.
It's your ego thinking that you get to fucking take a higher position, bro. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up, dude. God, you don't have to speak on everything.
I think we'd all agree that there's not going to be any kind of constructive conversation.
If I don't have to speak on anything, Reaper, why are you speaking on it? Recognize your own hypocrisy. Yes, you are. Literally everything about. Yo, this is all personal shit with me and you. Fuck up.
You're just mediating, bro. Shut up. You don't get this shit. You don't make the rules.
Yeah, you don't like that it's coming out of my mouth. You just don't like that it's coming out of my mouth. Fuck you.
Just shut up.
That's where I'm at.
We all go our separate ways.
My time is more worth. You know, this is bullshit. Like, this is help you guys, not me. I'm not gonna be fucking shy because this fucking
Everybody
thinks
but
it's a
you
control
on
thing.
go different ways. You just move your fucking village. Like everybody.
He's either gonna unblock me, give me an invite, and apologize.
Sean, we're gonna figure this out later.
Alright, I'll move this in. Just
Yeah, I was just thinking
I don't
about
want to hear that tonight. I think it's not. It should be Sean.
your eyes just like one.
That was never
See me in force and better run. Black hole, black hole, send it correct. I'm cheap, back, send fucking bitch back.
John won't be able to let it go. That's what they did.
Tonight, new warnings about the rapid rise in COVID cases just days before Christmas. More states hitting record highs. Some schools going remote this week. The NBA canceling 5 more games. SNL forced to put on a show with few cast members and no audience. And new lockdowns in Europe as public health officials here warn it may get worse.
Why not?
Holiday travel set to hit pandemic highs this week as many question whether they should go at all. What you need to know to travel safely or change your plans without losing money. The mad scramble to buy at-home tests ahead of the holidays. Stores in many areas completely sold out. Why are there so few available?
No, you're
A
an
major setback
egomaniac
for President
control
Biden,
freak. You want
a
to have
key
the last
Democratic
word.
senator
Fuck
announces
you. I
he
know
will not
myself.
vote
You
for
don't.
the Build Back
Fuck
Better
yourself.
plan.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. You want the last word.
The White House firing back. Will your packages make it
and I'm in
there?
there,
The
you're
new
telling them what
report
they
card on the
should
big 3 carriers. Who's delivering on time this holiday?
I see your friends, bro.
Shipping deadlines and who's Good evening. In some ways, it feels like an awful deja vu. March of 2020 all over again. Businesses, entertainment, sports shutting down amid rising COVID cases, long lines to get tested. But it's worth remembering how much has changed. We have vaccines and boosters now, treatments and other tools to mitigate risk and lessen the severity of illness. Still, for hospital workers already overwhelmed, or for many of us trying to make decisions about how to spend the holidays, the spread of the Omicron variant reminds themselves we are all working on incomplete information and health leaders on down. We're going to do our best tonight to walk you through what we do know to help you make decisions. We begin with Kathy Park in a new episode of This Surge.
Tonight, the holiday rush taking on a whole new meaning. People waiting in long testing lines around the country ahead of family gatherings. This as the nation's top doctors issue warnings about the weeks ahead.
We're in for a world of trouble, I'm afraid. In the next month or two. It's just, raging through what's really...
Late tonight, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren announcing she tested positive for COVID, despite being vaccinated and boosted, tweeting that she's only experiencing mild symptoms. COVID disrupting the world of sports and entertainment, too. The NBA announcing tonight it's postponing 5 games the next 3 days, as Cleveland, Orlando, Philadelphia, and Brooklyn all battle COVID outbreaks. The NFL already said it's delaying 3 games for the first time this season after more than 100 players tested positive, and the NHL says it will postpone all cross-border games through December 23rd. COVID infections are climbing to new highs in places like New York, Massachusetts, and Washington, D.C., all now at daily levels that haven't been seen since January. As Omicron sweeps the nation, Delta is still shattering records, with frontline workers bracing for the next wave.
In November, we had 12 inpatient active COVID cases, and it looks like today we're up to 40 active cases.
And it's getting worse in Europe, where officials are cracking down with tough restrictions to curb the spread. The Netherlands back in a full lockdown until January 14th. Denmark shutting down public venues, and Ireland enforcing an 8 p.m. curfew. Back in the States, COVID is stealing the spotlight, shutting down Miami's Jingle Ball concert. While Saturday Night Live's last show of 2021 featured a smaller cast, no musical performance, and no live audience. And with no signs of Omicron slowing down, public schools from Maryland to New Jersey now moving back to virtual learning. As NYU, Princeton, Cornell, and Harvard all go remote, at least for the rest of the year. Soaring infections, fueling COVID fears, and dimming holiday spirit.
Get over it!
And Kathy joins us live from New York City. One of the big questions here, will Times Square, the New Year's Eve celebration, still happen, Kathy?
Okay, with rising COVID cases, it is still under review with a final decision expected before Christmas. Right now, the event is only for those fully vaccinated.
Kathy, thank you. The science of the Omicron variant is still evolving, but here's what we do know right now. Omicron is highly transmissible and spreading fast. Vaccines or having had COVID will not necessarily prevent an Omicron infection, even if you had the booster. Public health officials have warned that there will be many breakthrough cases. Scientists also feel certain that vaccines still lessen the severity of illness. So even if you do get sick and you were vaccinated, you are far less likely to get seriously ill and hospitalized. What's still unclear how dangerous this variant is overall. There are early signs that it may be more mild, and some confidence at the very least that it will not be more severe than Delta. We may not know for weeks. All of that may complicate your decision on how to spend the holidays, especially if you're traveling. In fact, the holiday travel sprint has already begun, with the airlines expecting twice the number of passengers they had last year. So how can people travel safely, and what do you do if you want to change your plans? Here's Emily.
The rush home for the holidays kicking into high gear. AAA predicts more than 100 million people to take to the road, sky, and other forms of transportation over the Christmas holiday. That's up more than 30% from last year. Airports bustling. There's up to 2 million passengers Saturday, rivaling pre-pandemic numbers. But will the quickly spreading new variant prompt last-minute changes?
I'm very concerned about it because the price of food inside the lobby is full.
Trivago's Axel Weaver says as Omicron cases go up, bookings go down.
You can see, however, that the comfort and the level of confidence and traveling is dropping, but not as steep as we've seen in 2020.
The surge in cases scrambling a swath of Americans' Christmas time traditions, including Dan Cisco.
Found out that someone in my extended family tested positive for COVID.
But when he reached out to the airline,
they wouldn't refund me my money, and I was stuck with this $900 flight credit that I'll likely never use.
If you're rethinking your holiday travel, cancellation policies vary based on the type of ticket you purchased and your airline. Several, like Delta, temporarily removing change fees to more flexibility in the pandemic. Still, the nation's top infectious disease expert with this boost of confidence for travelers today.
Vaccinated and you vaccinated and you take care of that behavior, it's like airports. Make sure you wear your mask. You should be okay.
A layered approach, keeping airports pleasant.
What should people keep in mind when they arrive at the
I think the most important thing to remember is how and when to use testing to your advantage. The idea is that you're going to do a test really within a few hours of meeting with family or friends or folks outside of your household.
Emily Akata joins us now from the LA area, from an airport there. Emily, what are experts saying about masks? Does it matter what kind of mask you wear?
Kate, health experts say any mask is better than no mask, but adding N95 or doubling up your face coverings will provide better protection. Kate?
All right, Emily, thank you. As we just heard, health experts are saying to be safe this holiday, you should get tested before any gathering, preferably that same day. That means finding a COVID test, but it is a challenge to get one with endless lines at clinics today and home kits sold out in a lot of areas. Morgan Chesky now on what's behind the shortage.
Tonight, from coast to coast, Omicron's impact growing by the day.
Very, very scary, and I'm definitely going to get tested more. I've had a couple friends test positive.
The rising cases exposing a drastic dip in testing availability. In New York, some pharmacies running out of at-home tests, forcing many to look elsewhere.
They're out of stock. We didn't even try to get one.
In Maryland, long lines stretching around one clinic that went from testing 100 people a day to nearly 1,000.
One word is discouraging. Sad to have to be here. We're setting records, but not.
Even major retailers temporarily posting out-of-stock messages on their websites for popular test kits. Some at-home kits not arriving until after Christmas. I have a nephew needs some because of the shortage, a combination of demand exceeding supply, starting with nearly a dozen companies to make the at-home tests.
Capacity is increasing. It is not increasing as fast as our anxiety warrant. Why is that? Well, manufacturers are challenged with now going from 1 shift a day to 2 shifts a day to 3 shifts a day, and getting enough equipment, supplies, and people to manufacture those tests.
Diagnostics expert Mara Aspinall says distribution is its own issue, with supply chain woes similar to what we've seen with other products over the last few months. Are you telling people who don't know where to get a test?
This is the time to not be picky. If you can get a test over the counter, terrific. If you can get a test in your doctor's offices, particularly if there's any symptoms, take it.
Meanwhile, in Florida, a drive-through site turning away hundreds.
We were so busy that we kind of crossed the line at 1 or 2.
Staff only able to help so many trying to find peace of mind amidst this COVID holiday surge.
And Morgan, the president said insurance companies will reimburse you for those at-home tests. Is that happening?
Yeah, Kate, that policy won't go into effect until next year, meaning if you buy one of those tests today, you won't be getting it reimbursed.
That's very expensive right now. President Biden will be delivering a speech Tuesday to address the Omicron variant. But on top of that, the White House now has another major problem. Today, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin effectively brought down the Build Back Better plan by vowing to vote against it. Monica Alvin's got the details and how the Biden administration did not respond.
Tonight, a potentially fatal blow to President Biden's massive social spending and climate plan. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democratic holdout for months over the size and scope of the package, closing the door on the $1.7 trillion bill in its current form.
I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get it.
The White House firing back in a lengthy, blistering statement, writing Manchin's comments are, quote, at odds with his conversations with the president this week, where he pledged to keep negotiations going. If his comments indicate an end to that effort, they represent a sudden and inexplicable reversal in his position and a breach of his commitments to the president. The proposal, which Democrats had hoped to pass this year but ultimately punted to 2022, includes $555 billion to combat climate change, as well as funding for child care, elder care, and health care. Just days ago, the president was optimistic Manchin would come around, saying, "We will bridge our differences and advance the Build Back Better plan." But soaring inflation put Manchin support further in doubt, leaving progressives livid Sunday.
If he doesn't have the courage to do the right thing for the working families of West Virginia and America, let him vote no in front of the whole world.
Monica Alva's with us now. Monica, what else can you tell us about the week ahead?
Well, Senator Manchin's staff contacted the White House shortly before the Fox interview Sunday, but when Biden officials tried to get in touch with the senator directly, a source familiar tells me Manchin declined the call. And Kate, on Tuesday, the president will be giving an address to the nation on the Omicron spike.
All right, Monica, thank you. Still ahead, the new report on shipping companies. Who's better at getting your gift there on time? Well, it is crunch time to get your presents shipped before Christmas. The good news, there's still time. The bad news, it'll cost you. But before you ship, there's a new report tonight showing which carriers have been better at getting your packages delivered on time. Savannah Sellers has more.
The final sprint to Christmas, putting carriers to the test.
This is what we did. So this is our playoffs for the season.
A new study finds that so far this holiday season, both UPS and the U.S. Postal Service are delivering your packages on time 95% of that time. That's up 7.5% from this time last year for USPS. But for FedEx, they're lagging behind at 85%, down 9% from last year.
They have had a little harder time with hiring temporary workers in certain markets around the country.
But overall, experts say shipping companies are doing well because of more hired workers, increased hours, and expanded facilities.
They're doing even better than in previous years?
Yes, they added capacity after seeing what happened last year.
Today is actually my deadline for ordering to try to get things out by Christmas, so I've just been working hard to get things processed as quickly as I can.
It's also thanks to more planning by shoppers.
The consumers have helped them making deliveries on time by going and buying more items in the store, which reduces the demand.
I've got a lot to do, but I haven't done any of it yet.
Even for last-minute shoppers, you won't have to rely on a Christmas miracle to get packages like these to your loved ones on time.
Shipping deadlines are quickly approaching. For the most express services on major carriers, you have until Thursday or even Friday, Christmas Eve. But it'll cost you. To send a pair of shoes overnight across the country, act now. Some carriers are charging over $100. The race now on to get last-minute gifts under the tree. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
It's still ahead. How the U.S. military is fighting drones with drones, but it's who's controlling them that has some critics concerned. Now to an NBC News exclusive, a behind-the-scenes look at new technology to fight back against drone attacks, now considered a major threat to U.S. troops. NBC News national security and Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie reports.
They're the newest threat on the battlefield. Small drones, often armed, capable of evading air defense systems, at times with deadly consequences.
Small drones like these have become one of the U.S. military's biggest threats. What's the reason? They're really hard to stop.
NBC News got an exclusive look at one system the U.S. military is already using to protect troops in war zones, and it can operate with very little human involvement. This is Lattice. Powered by artificial intelligence, it detects possible incoming threats from miles away, immediately gathering and processing information from a network of radars, cameras, and radio frequencies. And, unlike older systems, identifying exactly what the threat is in real time.
This might be hard for the human eye to distinguish if this is a drone. It's actually relatively straightforward to a computer.
Lattice can determine whether something is a possible threat and launch a modified racing drone to get a closer look, all on its own. In this demonstration, the white drone is the enemy and the black drone is the interceptor.
The interceptor drone is launched, it's locked onto the suspicious vehicle, and now it's saying to the user, this is suspicious, do you want me to take out this incoming threat?
That's right. And with just one button, the user can now give the interceptor the command clear to attack. Now the interceptor is going to accelerate into the target from beneath and destroy it.
The incoming threat is now destroyed.
The system can actually attack an incoming drone on its own without a human being giving the command.
99% of what it's doing is done in Lattice, which is our AI-driven operating system. Lets the robots do what robots are good at, lets people do what people are good at.
And unlike other counter-drone systems, Lattice doesn't need power or Wi-Fi. It's all powered by solar energy. But there are concerns about the growth of artificial intelligence and computers making critical decisions in a conflict.
But it does raise important questions about where is this going, but ultimately keep humans still in charge of these.
The future of warfighting with fewer warfighters involved. Courtney Cubie, NBC News, Apple Valley, California.
The Santa making Christmas bright by teaching others how to give.
Yes. And then can you just keep...
There's good news tonight about spreading holiday cheer and the Santa who's teaching others just how great it feels to give.
Who likes to draw pictures?
While the elves are busy at the North Pole.
Well, follow me in.
This Santa, Art Lofton, is busy at his North Ridge workshop in Southern California.
I had to grow the beard. I just felt that was probably the first sign of the calling. Oh, lots of happy faces here.
A professional contractor on the side, he's been helping others during the holidays for more than a decade.
Isn't that fun?
But officially started the Red Sled Santa Foundation almost 2 years ago. The nonprofit aims to create a meaningful Christmas by providing gifts and financial assistance to families in need.
If I can bring just a little sparkle of love and happiness and keep the magic of Christmas alive.
This year, he opened his workshop to the community, a chance for others to help too.
Hello!
inviting groups like the Young Adult Club from the Inland Valley Down Syndrome Association.
You're all in junior elf training today.
Showing volunteers how to make toys.
Very good. Now let's tie a knot.
Giving them a sense of purpose and pride.
So teaching a child to make something from their own hands, from their own heart, and
In some ways, it feels like a
this is the fun part. Are you ready?
For elves like Brooke Beard, the opportunity to make and help give out these gifts is a joy.
I couldn't wait till the stage comes.
Wow, you've got some good stuff in here too.
A special day for their parents too.
We're just excited to be here. I mean, excited for our kids to be excited to give back to others.
So far, the Red Sled Santa Foundation has donated nearly 7,000 toys.
All kinds of fun stuff.
This group also offering a donation, helping Santa make smiles for many more. Sharing the true meaning of Christmas.
Santa doesn't come down from
all year long. And this Santa says he hopes to grow the Red Sled Santa Foundation into a national movement. That is NBC Nightly News on this Sunday on Kate Snow. For all of us here at NBC News, stay safe.
All battle COVID outbreaks. The NFL already said it's delayed 30 games for the first time this season after more than 100 players tested positive. And the NHL says it will.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
In Washington, D.C., all now at daily levels that haven't been seen since January. As Omicron sweeps the nation, Delta is still shattering records, with frontline workers bracing for the next wave.
In November, we had 12 distribution active COVID cases.
Breaking news tonight, the CDC warning Omicron has become the dominant variant in the U.S. with the busy holiday travel week now underway. New closures and cancellations as Omicron spreads coast to coast. Boston to require proof of vaccination at restaurants. D.C. reinstating indoor masks. Los Angeles wrapping a New Year's celebration. Crash in Times Square in jeopardy too. Massive lines, where are the tests? But hopeful news from Moderna about its booster and Omicron. Also tonight, the White House scrambling after Senator Joe Manchin said he's a no on President Biden's nearly $2 trillion Build Back Better plan. Is there a way forward? Our NBC News exclusive, the first of the American missionaries held hostage in Haiti, breaking the silence. The jury deliberating the trial of Kim Potter, the former officer who said she mistook her gun for her taser when she fatally shot Dante Wright. Both sides said in closing arguments. Jeffrey Epstein confidant Ghislaine Maxwell also now in the hands of a jury. Prosecutors calling her a sophisticated predator. The defense saying she's on trial for Epstein's crimes. And the Christmas concept brought to life in a whole new way by young performers inspiring events.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. As we come on the air, word from the CDC that Omicron has become the most common coronavirus variant in the U.S., with cases doubling every 2 to 3 days. The highly contagious variant has overtaken the Delta variant with breathtaking speed. Many Americans approaching the Christmas holiday tonight with a sense of dread as the heavily mutated virus rapidly infects the unvaccinated and vaccinated alike. Those will show you often with sharply different outcomes. Officials stress symptoms among the vaccinated and boosted trend toward the mild side. Still, hospitalizations are on the rise and lines for tests are long. Many weighing the risk of going forward with holiday plans. We have a lot to tell you about tonight, starting with Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, a COVID surge coast to coast. Omicron now the most dominant variant, making up 3/4 of cases. Testing lines and new restrictions mounting.
It's time for Boston to follow the science.
Boston announcing it'll require proof of vaccination starting next month for some indoor spaces. D.C. is reinstating its mask mandate. At least 6 states have called in the National Guard to ease the strain on hospitals, among them Maine and New Hampshire, just hit hospitalization records. Today, downtown Los Angeles canceled its in-person New Year's celebration in Great Park. New York City is considering to do the same for its Spanish Times Square. Mayors saying he'll make a decision before Christmas.
Thank God, based on everything we've seen so far, the cases are more mild than what we've experienced previously.
Broadway canceling more performances. Sports keeps waiting for the postponed days. SNL this weekend keeping going without a live audience for most of its cast. Omicron cases doubling every 2 to 3 days. At the holidays, testing runs are nearly familiar. Still, authorities insist because of vaccines, boosters, and effective treatments.
This is not March of 2020. It's not even December of 2020.
According to the latest CDC data, here's the difference between those who are vaccinated and those who are not. Among the unvaccinated, there are 451 COVID cases per 100,000 people. Among those who are vaccinated, that number drops to 134 cases. Among those boosted, still lower, 48 cases. But here's the crucial part. Among the unvaccinated, there are 6 deaths per 100,000 people. Among the vaccinated, that drops considerably to 0.5. Among those boosted, 0.1.
We're seeing breakthrough infections even in elderly people that are boosted. It's turning out to be really mild.
And like Pfizer before it, Moderna is out with its own data, which has not been peer-reviewed, suggesting its half-dose booster shot raises antibody levels by 37-fold. Dr. Stephen Ho, Moderna's president, says the company is also looking into developing another booster specific to Omicron.
The reason is this virus continues to surprise us as it evolves.
Gabe, this has been stunning. It was 3% of cases just last week.
Why is that? Well,
Yeah, that's right, Lester. Omicron now makes up 73% of cases nationwide. A remarkable rise that helps explain these lines behind me that stretch around the block long into the night. New York State just announced another record number of COVID cases for a fourth straight day, Lester.
Gabe Gutierrez tonight, thank you. This new COVID surge comes just as Americans begin what looks like the busiest holiday travel week in 2 years. Projections are that more than 100 million people plan to travel 50 miles or more, and roads in airports are filling up. Tom Costello is in Miami.
Despite long lines and little elbow room, Americans are already packing airports and planes, usually shoulder to shoulder.
We're not concerned at all, actually. We felt pretty good everywhere we've gone.
But experts caution only the vaccinated and boosted should feel safe traveling right now.
If you're not vaccinated, I would say travel is really not a great idea because you are in a very vulnerable place now.
Masks still required by law, though Southwest Airlines CEO Gary Kelly told Congress last week a plane's air filtration systems do the job.
I think the case is very strong that masks don't add much, if anything, in the air cabin environment.
The next day, Kelly tested positive for COVID. He now says he misspoke and Southwest fully supports the mask mandate. Nationwide, the TSA expects 30 million passengers between now and January 3rd, approaching, even exceeding 2019 passenger levels at some airports.
Already, Miami is setting all-time records for holiday passenger traffic at 1,000 flights and 156,000 passengers every day.
So we've built quite a bit of experience and know that the travel experience can indeed be a safe one if you follow the recommended safety protocols.
The American Airlines ramp tower today juggling more than 700 flights on the ground in Miami.
Where are they going? Do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough catering? Do we have any air traffic that we have to keep an eye out on?
A critical linchpin as a critical week takes off.
Tom, I have to ask you, with airports packed and new variant surges, have you observed any attempt at social distancing in those long airport lines?
What else can you tell us about the week ahead?
You know, Lester, I have been through 20 airports myself this year. I've seen very little social distancing. Most people are really just relying on the mask.
All right. right, Tom Costello, thank you. President Biden will address the COVID crisis in a speech tomorrow as he faces growing scrutiny over his response to COVID and the apparent collapse of his domestic agenda at the hands of a fellow Democrat. Our Garrett Haake has late details.
Tonight, President Biden facing a dual nightmare before Christmas, a new COVID surge gripping the country, and his domestic agenda now derailed by a Democrat. Today, Senator Joe Manchin firing back after fellow Democrats and the White House blasted his announcement that he won't back the president's massive $1.7 trillion social spending and climate bill.
I want social reforms to the point that has responsibility and accountability.
Manchin has said the bill spends too much money too freely, including on a paid family leave program he opposes and on child tax credit direct payments. And Manchin suggesting the pressure tactics he's faced from some activists during negotiations, including surrounding his houseboat and blocking his car, backfired.
I'm from West Virginia. I'm not from where they're from, and they can just beat the living crap out of people and think they'll be submissive.
Leaving progressives fuming.
Well, I think what Senator Manchin did yesterday represents such an egregious breach of the trust of the president.
That flowed to the president's agenda just a day before his critical speech on the COVID surge, where he's expected to lay out a dire warning to the unvaccinated and increase access to testing. But now, with more Americans dead of COVID this year than in 2020, the president's COVID response facing scrutiny, just a few months after he touted big progress.
We're closer than ever to declaring our independence from a deadly virus.
Late tonight, the White House saying the president and vice president had 30 minutes contact Friday with a staffer who tested positive. So far, President Biden has tested negative. President Biden and Manchin spoke on Sunday night in what two sources described as a cordial call. They plan to speak again soon. Lester.
Garrett Haake near the Capitol tonight. Thank you. Dramatic new details this evening about those kidnapped missionaries in Haiti. It wasn't a release that freed the last 12 of them, but a daring escape. All 16 Americans and Canadians now safe. Andrea Mitchell spoke exclusively with one of them.
Tonight, the first pictures of the missionaries who escaped from Haiti reunited this weekend in Florida. A spokesman for the church describing their dramatic escape. A group including a 10-month-old baby, a 3-year-old child, and 2 teenagers in the middle of the night.
Many miles, traveling through woods and thickets, working through thorns and briars.
The next morning, they found someone to make a phone call, and within hours were on a Coast Guard flight to Florida. One of the first hostages to get out last month.
Were you allowed to pray when you were held captive?
Yes, we were. We prayed and sang for hours every day.
How are the children taken care of?
Pretty well. Pretty well.
Their captors had been demanding $1 million ransom for each, but refusing to say if any was paid.
Do you forgive them?
We forgive them, but we long for them to turn their life around. We pleaded with them to realize the harm they're doing to their own country, the harm they're doing to their fellow Haitian people.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
In Minneapolis, the manslaughter case against the former police officer who shot and killed Dante Wright is in the hands of the jury tonight. Our Ron Allen is there with the closing arguments.
The defendant told you her son will be home for the holidays. You know who won't be home for the holidays is Dante Wright.
In final arguments, prosecutors asking the jury to look at the video of the fatal traffic stop and use common sense, accusing former officer Kimberly Potter of making rash and reckless choices by firing her gun after warning she was about to fire a taser.
She chose to engage. She chose to use force. She chose to escalate. She knew she had both weapons on her tool belt. She knew how to get it right.
Teaching others just how great it feels to give.
Failed to get it right.
To draw pictures.
She failed Dante Wright.
Potter, age 49, facing manslaughter charges in the same courtroom where a jury convicted former officer Derek Chauvin of murdering George Floyd.
Dante Wright causes
A professional contractor on the side, he's been helping others.
Potter's attorneys telling the jury the former officer's use of her gun or a taser was justified because she feared police at the scene could be seriously injured injured. Wright got back into his car and drove off.
No threat by Daunte Wright. He broke free from a law enforcement officer and took off in his car even after he was shot. No threat.
I would have preferred had Daunte Wright followed the commands and not tried to flee. Sure. Does that absolve her from liability? Does that allow her to shoot him to death? It does not.
The jury decided the case has 9 white men and women, along with 2 Asian American women and 1 African American woman. And they're sequestered as they try to reach a verdict. Lester?
Ron Allen in Minneapolis this evening. Thank you. In just 60 seconds, the sex trafficking trial of Ghislaine Maxwell goes to the jury. And with COVID cases on the rise, what you need to know about getting tested.
Special day for their parents, too.
We're just excited. I mean, excited for our kids.
We're back now with jury deliberations getting underway in another high-profile case we've been following here, the sex trafficking trial of Jeffrey Epstein's longtime confidant, Ghislaine Maxwell. We get more from Dasha Burns.
Tonight, Ghislaine Maxwell's fate in the hands of the jury. Maxwell, a longtime confidant of Jeffrey Epstein, facing 6 criminal counts, including sex trafficking and charges she conspired to entice and transport underage girls for Epstein. In closing arguments today, the prosecution calling the 2 partners in crime who exploited young girls together. Their case centering on the claims of 4 women who say they were sexually abused by Epstein, alleging Maxwell helped recruit and groom them, sometimes even taking part in the sex acts herself. All 4 say they were teenagers at the time. The prosecution calling Maxwell a quote sophisticated predator, trading young girls for money and status, showing that Maxwell received a total of $30.7 million from Epstein, telling the jury, quote, when Maxwell took the money, she knew what it was for, and now you do too. The defense arguing their client is a proxy for Epstein, who died in prison, saying she's being tried here for being with Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe that was the biggest mistake of her life, but that was not a crime. The defense also arguing the accusers want a payday, that the case against their client was built on false memories. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty, denying all accusations against her.
At its core, it is a sexual assault case, and that is driven by the victim witnesses who get up on the stand, point at the defendant, and say, that's the person that did this to me. So ultimately, credibility is everything.
The verdict could come before the Christmas holiday, the same day as Maxwell's 60th birthday. Dasha Burns, NBC News.
All right, let's circle back down to the latest COVID surge and the challenge so many find themselves up against just to get a test. Long lines are back. At-home test kits are scarce. Miguel Almaguer with that story.
Following the advice from public health officials, tonight Americans across the nation are testing the limits of testing centers.
I'm supposed to go home to Florida tomorrow, and a bunch of people are testing positive.
In states like New York, California, and Florida, sites are overwhelmed and out of stock.
Every like 2-3 weeks, me and my wife get tested just in case.
Facing crushing demand, the mayor of New York City is calling on the president to invoke the Defense Production Act, requiring private companies to ramp up test production.
This whole country is going on a war footing to fight back. Having enough test kits when we need it, having enough treatment when we need it is key, and that's what we need the federal government's help with.
After at least 3 states began handing them out for no cost.
I get it for free, so I love it.
Tonight in several cities, at-home test kits are nearly impossible to find. Pharmacies confirming an unprecedented increase in demand while working to rapidly replenish supply just 5 days before Christmas, with many planning to see family.
We got to this situation because Omicron is exploding, and I think the surge in cases, we should have anticipated that and have reserves.
While it's important to get tested, it's critical to remember a negative result is only a snapshot of your status that day. Regular testing and wearing a mask around others will also help ensure you keep your family safe. Lester?
Miguel Almaguer in Los Angeles, thank you. Up next, in these final days before Christmas, why so many presents are still sitting on the shelf. With just 5 days until Christmas, are you still waiting on the gifts you ordered to arrive? Jolene Kent explains where some of the biggest holiday holdups are happening in the race to deliver.
With just 5 days till Christmas, you're probably waiting for many of those gifts you bought online to arrive.
But after you click buy, there's a good chance your order is stuck in a packed warehouse like this one.
And these warehouses are overflowing, exacerbating the already overwhelmed supply chain choke point. That last mile of delivery to you.
Have you seen a moment like this before?
I have not. This is just unheard of in 25 years.
Jay Patel runs West Coast Warehouses, one of the last stops for so many packages.
Does 2-day shipping even matter? Does it mean anything?
It doesn't, and we're not using this anymore.
The clogged supply chain and record demand from individual shoppers are forcing Patel to overhaul how he gets packages to your doorstep on time.
Like putting in a new conveyor belt system. This one costs $2 million because shipping a single package to you is very different than shipping out pallets in bulk.
And industrial warehouses for online shopping, which soared during the pandemic, take up 3 times as much space as traditional in-person retail stores. Major real estate players like Prologis have never seen higher demand.
97% or more. So to the extent that somebody needs a little extra space, it's tough to come by.
So is the real estate where they want to build more warehouses.
We're trying to find urban-centric locations that are close to the ultimate customer.
Because warehouse space is effectively sold out, your packages end up sitting in yards like these, waiting in containers for more space at the warehouse to open up.
I don't know that we'll see a massive change in the next 6 months. Maybe in the late 22, even early 23,
Meantime, your ultra-fast delivery may be a thing of Christmas past. Jolene Kent, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Up next for us tonight, the Nutcracker performance that's inspiring America.
He now says he misspoke and Southwest fully supports the mask mandate. Nationwide,
Finally tonight, a Christmas classic this year with a powerful message that's inspiring America. Here's Kevin Tibbs.
The Nutcracker is a wintry spectacle of music and movement. And this year's performance by Chicago's Joffrey Ballet reminds us that all movement is a thing of beauty.
You guys ready to rock it? Joffrey on 3, here we go. And arm comes above my head. I look underneath, 3 and 4.
This year, a student from the Joffrey Academy's adaptive dance program takes part.
The class is special because of the students in it. So they move differently, and that is something that we celebrate.
Dancer Lark Johnson is a high school senior with cerebral palsy. It is Lark's determination as a person that shines so brightly.
Does dancing represent freedom?
Crisis in a speech tomorrow as he faces growing scrutiny over his response to COVID and the apparent collapse of his domestic agenda as a fellow Democrat.
Tonight, President Biden facing a dual
Lark's
nightmare
mom,
before
her
Christmas,
daughter's
a new COVID
contribution
surge gripping the
impacts
country, and his
far
domestic
beyond the
agenda now
theater.
derailed by a Democrat. Today, Senator Joe Manchin firing back after fellow Democrats and the White House last week's announcement that he won't back the president's
In a
massive
season of
$1.7
tradition
trillion
and
social
celebration,
spending and
we would
climate
all be
bill.
wiser to add the word inclusion.
Manchin has said the bill spends too much money too freely, including on a paid family leave program he opposes and on child tax credit direct payments. And Manchin suggesting the pressure
Kevin
tactics he's
Tibbles,
faced from some
NBC News,
activists during negotiations,
Chicago.
including surrounding his household.
That's nightly news for this Monday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Progressives
Good night.
human.
Well, I think what Senator Manchin did yesterday represents such an egregious breach of the trust of the president.
That loaded the president's agenda just a day before his critical speech.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Instead of COVID this year than in 2020, the president's COVID response facing scrutiny just a few months after he touted big progress.
We're closer than ever to declaring our independence from a deadly virus.
Late tonight, the White House saying the president and vice president had 30 minutes contact private with the staff room.
Tonight, breaking news, the Omicron variant is now the dominant strain in the U.S. as cases spike just before Christmas. Several states calling in the National Guard to help overwhelmed hospitals. Massive lines for testing and at-home tests flying off the shelves. Several cities now reinstating COVID restrictions, and New York City now considering canceling its iconic New Year's Eve celebration yet again. The surge in cases comes as more than 100 million Americans plan to travel for the holidays. But promising news from Moderna tonight about their booster shot. President Biden also facing another crisis. His nearly $2 trillion Build Back Better plan derailed by fellow Democrat Joe Manchin. What this means for the president's agenda. Garrett Haake is on Capitol Hill. Plus, the fate of Ghislaine Maxwell, now in the hands of a jury. The prosecution's scathing closing arguments calling Maxwell a, quote, sophisticated predator who brought young girls to Jeffrey Epstein in exchange for money and status. How soon can we expect a verdict? Escaping captivity, the first images of a group of American missionaries who were held hostage by a gang in Haiti for months. How they say they escaped their kidnappers. Super typhoon, the widespread destruction tonight after a monster Category 5 storm slammed into the Philippines. The death toll skyrocketing and hundreds of thousands of people displaced. But the government there warning they do not have the money for disaster relief. And miraculous discovery, the infants thrown during that deadly tornado outbreak here at home last week. The incredible moment they were found in a bathtub, unharmed. Top story starts right now.
And use common sense. Accusing former Officer Kimberly Potter of making rash and reckless choices.
Good evening, I'm
like
Kate
firing her
Snow
gun
in for Tom tonight. We begin Top Story with breaking news. The CDC saying Omicron is now the most common variant in the U.S., accounting for 75% of all new infections. The massive lines across the country today as the variant hits the unvaccinated and vaccinated. But experts stress if you're vaccinated and boosted, symptoms are generally mild. Still, hospitalizations are also on the rise. Several states now calling in the National Guard to help with an influx of patients. And this latest wave, as holiday travel obviously gets into full swing, more than 30 million Americans expected to pass through airports from now through New Year's. There are new restrictions and cancellations as the virus spreads. In New York City, officials may call off their iconic New Year's Eve celebration, which draws, of course, millions of people to Times Square. But there's also good news on the vaccine front. Moderna now believes its booster can help protect against Omicron. We have a lot to get to tonight. Let's begin with NBC national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, a COVID surge coast to coast. Omicron, now the most dominant variant, facing 3/4 of cases has been
It's time for Boston to follow the science.
Boston announcing it'll require proof of vaccination starting next month for some indoor spaces. Seattle reinstating its mask mandate. At least 6 states have called in the National Guard to ease the strain on hospitals. Maine and New Hampshire just hit hospitalization records. Today, downtown Los Angeles canceled its in-person New Year's celebration in Green Park. New York City is considering whether to do the same for its bench in Times Square. The mayor says he'll make a decision before Christmas.
Thank God, based on everything we've seen so far, the cases are more mild than what we've experienced previously.
Broadway canceling more performances. Sports Wayne was to postpone games. And SNL this week going without a live audience. Omicron cases doubling every 2 to 3 days. Ahead of the holidays, testing lines are
telling the jury, when Maxwell put the money, she
Frustration, to say the least.
The defense arguing their client is a proxy for Epstein, who died.
Still, authorities insist because of vaccine
Maybe that was the biggest mistake of her life.
This is not March of 2020, not even December of 2020.
According to the latest CDC data, here's the difference between those who are vaccinated and those who are not.
At its core, it is a sexual assault case, and that is driven by the victim witnesses who get up on the stand, point at the defendant, and say that's the person that did this to me. So ultimately, credibility is everything.
Still lower, 48 cases. But here's the crucial part. Among the unvaccinated, there are 60 deaths per 100,000 people. Among the vaccinated, that's dropping
We're seeing breakthrough infections even in elderly people if they're boosted. It's turning out to be really mild.
And like Pfizer report, Moderna, backed with its own data, which has not been peer-reviewed, suggesting its half-dose booster shot raises antibody levels like California and Florida.
Bottom line, can this booster
Sites are overwhelmed and out of stock.
I hope is it really
Dr. Stephen Ho is Moderna's president, says the company is also looking into developing another booster specific to Omicron.
And the reason is this virus continues to surprise us as it
going to war for the fight back. Having enough
For sure. Gabe joins us now from outside a testing site here in New York City. Gabe, good to see you. We've been hearing loud and clear that we're surging right now. Just last week, the Omicron was at 3% of cases. So where do we stand right now?
It's possible to find. Pharmacies confirming an
It really is remarkable. The CDC says that this variant now makes up 73% of all new COVID cases. That helps explain these long testing lines behind you that stretch down the block into the night. New York State just reported another negative result cases for a straight day.
Gabe, this may be a personal question for me as a parent. What is the latest on whether schools might shut down? A lot of
Yeah, it's a big conversation with many parents and their children at this point. Today, New York governor issued orders to arrive not close DC schools, for example. They said that they will close next month for 2 days, but only so parents can pick up self-test kits.
Gabe, thank you so much. Let's dig into travel questions now. Holiday travel ramping up, of course. The heaviest passenger surge this year. Doctors say travelers who are not vaccinated risk hospitalization and even death. You just saw the numbers in Gabe's piece. Here's Tom Costello with how COVID is changing travel.
Despite long lines and little elbow room, Americans are already packing airports and planes, usually shoulder to shoulder.
We're not concerned at all, actually. We felt pretty good after we got.
But experts caution only the vaccinated and boosted should feel safe traveling right now.
If you're not vaccinated, I would say travel is really not a great idea because you are in a very vulnerable place now with Omicron.
Masks still required by law, though Southwest Airlines CEO Gary Kelly told Congress last week a plane's air filtration systems do the job.
I think the case is very strong that masks don't add much, if anything, in the air cabin environment.
The next day, Kelly tested positive for COVID. He now says he misspoke and Southwest fully supports the mask mandate. Nationwide, the TSA expects 30 million passengers between now and January 3rd, approaching, even exceeding 2019 passenger levels at some airports.
Already, Miami is setting all-time records for holiday passenger traffic at 1,000 flights and 156,000 passengers every day.
So we've built quite a bit of experience and know that the travel experience can indeed be a safe one if you follow the recommended safety protocols.
The American Airlines ramp talent today juggling more than 700 flights on the ground in Miami.
Where are they going? Do they have enough fuel? Do they have enough catering? Do we have any air traffic things to keep an eye on?
A critical linchpin as a critical week takes on.
So if you have not been vaccinated, most experts say, really, you probably don't want to travel right now. It simply isn't worth the risk. If you are traveling, wear a mask. Of course, it's required. You may consider doubling up on the mask. And if you were to test positive once you arrive at your location, you're going to probably want to quarantine and not travel back to protect everybody else. The bottom line is, as I have traveled now through 20 airports this year, I have seen very well social distancing. It's all about the mask.
Yeah, Tom, I got to say, same thing with the last week of travel. A lot of travelers looking to get a COVID test, as Tom said, before they meet up with family for the holiday weekend. That is part of the spike in demand for testing right now. It's all leading to these huge long lines at testing sites across the country and a shortage of those over-the-counter at-home tests available at pharmacies. Gary Sanders has more.
Tonight, there's a new kind of holiday traffic.
Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt.
Cars,
Please take care of yourself
and long lines at COVID testing centers across the country.
This is probably one of the shorter lines we've seen in the city, and I think we're going to be here for at least 45
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News
We were so busy that we kind of caught the line on like one or two.
To this clinic in Maryland, now swabbing 1,000 people a day. The surge comes just days before before the holiday weekend, and amid increasing spread of the more infectious Omicron variant. Demand for at-home tests is skyrocketing too, leading to shortages in stores and online.
With Omicron and the holidays and the flu season, it's likely there are not enough tests now.
Stocks so low, Walgreens has put purchase limits on the popular kits. The Biden administration said a boosted testing effort is in the works. But for those looking for peace of mind before gathering for Christmas, the best place to start is online. Search for appointments through your local health department, which are often free, and pharmacies in your area. But act fast. Health experts say everyone should test 3 days before gathering and be open to options, whether it's PCR or a rapid kit. Any test is better than none. Meanwhile, COVID has the NFL playing defense, postponing 3 games over the weekend after more than 100 players tested positive for the virus, and announcing a major reversal, saying it will no longer require weekly testing for asymptomatic vaccinated players.
We're going to let health and safety guide our decisions and not by competition or television schedule.
Health officials say they recognize it's a hassle because the home testing kits are sold out. Lines like this can be long, but they're urging people to go ahead and still get tested before gathering with family members. Because listen to her, 5 days away. Kate?
Gary, thank you. With more on the Omicron variant and what you need to know, let's bring in Dr. Uche Blackstock. Dr. Blackstock, I got to start with the big picture, right? We've just told all these stories about the increase in cases nationwide, places shutting down. Honestly, how anxious should we all be?
Thank you for having me. I do think that there is reason for concern. You know, this is a variant that spreads very quickly, as we see. It's doubling exponentially, and we're seeing an increase in cases, and we're seeing increase in hospitalizations in some states as well. So that is the concern. With hospitals already at capacity, we're seeing an increase in hospitalizations, and we don't want to put an extra stress on hospital staff and resources. So I think there still remains a lot to be known about Omicron, especially in terms of disease severity, and that is going to come out over the next few weeks in real-life data.
And then we also have this news this morning from Moderna saying that its booster can raise the level of antibodies that fight Omicron. So what is the whole story on that? That seems like really good news.
Right, this is good news. I will say that it's not peer-reviewed yet. It's basically lab data. We do need real-life data, but this lab data is essentially showing that with a single booster, it increases antibody levels about 37 times. With a double booster, it increases antibody levels about 80 times. Both doses were overall well tolerated by subjects. But this is great news because we know that if people are boosted, that provides an extra layer of protection against Omicron.
Right, and yet there are a lot of people, vaccinated people I know, people you probably know, experiencing breakthrough cases right now. So based on our evolving knowledge of Omicron, how different is the experience of the variant if you're vaccinated versus if you're not?
Right, so the people that we're really concerned about are the unvaccinated, right, because they have no protection in their immune system against Omicron. We're seeing that even with fully vaccinated people, they are getting those breakthrough infections that you mentioned. We haven't seen it directly related to increase in hospitalizations per se. We don't know what part is Omicron versus the Delta variant. But the people who are most well protected are those people who are fully vaccinated plus boosted. And we need to really encourage, we only have 1 in 6 Americans that are fully boosted right now. We need to encourage more people to get their first-time vaccination and those who are fully vaccinated to get boosted immediately.
And just lastly, can we go back through some of the things we can do as we go to holiday gatherings and get together with family? We just heard Kerry Sanders say you could get tested 3 daes before gathering. What else should we be keeping in mind?
Right. I would say the most important thing to keep in mind is who your most vulnerable family member or loved one is. Is it a child that remains unvaccinated? Is it an older relative who's elderly or immunocompromised? But things that you can do are that rapid test right before the gathering is probably the most accurate test that you can get. It will tell you whether not only if you're infected, but if you're infectious, whether you're contagious to your relatives. So that's something that if you can get your hand on a rapid test, you want to do. You also want to keep windows open, doors open, make sure you're in a well-ventilated area. If you can do it outdoors, if you're in nice weather, that is ideal as well.
So the 3 days days before is if you're getting a PCR regular test. If it's rapid, you can take it sooner, like right before you fly, right before you get in the car.
Right, and that 3 days is because it takes the laboratory a few days to process that PCR test. That's where we are, and sometimes it takes even longer.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, great advice. Thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Let's go to Washington now. President Biden is going to address the COVID crisis in a speech tomorrow as he faces growing pressure over his COVID response and also the apparent collapse of a key piece of his domestic agenda at the hands of a fellow Democrat. NBC senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig has more.
Tonight, President Biden facing a dual nightmare before Christmas. A new COVID surge gripping the country and his domestic agenda now derailed by a Democrat. Today, Senator Joe Manchin firing back after fellow Democrats and the White House blasted his announcement that he won't back the president's massive $1.7 trillion social spending and climate bill. Manchin has said the bill spends too much money too freely, including on a paid family leave program he opposes and on child tax credit direct payments. And Manchin suggesting the pressure tactics he's faced from some activists during negotiations, including surrounding his houseboat and blocking his car, backfires.
I'm from West Virginia. I'm not from where they're from. Making this beat the living crap out of people and think they'll be submitted.
Leaving progressives fuming.
Well, I think what Senator Manchin did yesterday represents such an egregious breach of the trust of the president.
And Republicans who uniformly oppose the bill celebrated.
We have absolutely seen Christmas come early this year. Shout out to Joe Manchin for doing the right thing.
That flows the president's agenda just a day before his critical speech on the COVID surge, where he's expected to lay out a dire warning to the unvaccinated and increase access to testing. But now, with more Americans dead of COVID this year than in 2020, the president's COVID response facing scrutiny just a few months after he touted big progress.
We're closer than ever to declaring our independence from a deadly virus.
And Garrett joins us now from D.C. So Garrett, with this huge blow to the Biden administration, the Build Back Better Act, what is next? Can they salvage any of it?
Well, Kate, Democrats from the vice president to the Speaker of the House on down to the rank and file are saying tonight that this bill and its priorities are too big to simply let them die at the hands of one other Democratic senator. They're vowing to find some way to push forward, whether that's a vote on the Senate floor as soon as senators come back next year, or starting this process over. They're saying they will not give up on these priorities.
Thank you. For more on what this could all mean for President Biden, PBS NewsHour White House correspondent, host of Washington Week on PBS, and NBC News political contributor Yamiche Alcindor is with me now. Hi, good to see you. Where to begin? Senator Manchin delivers his blow on Fox News. He doesn't apparently speak with the White House beforehand. What's the sense within the White House now, Yamiche, about what happened?
Okay, the White House is really feeling blindsided. You can feel the anger when you talk to officials, and they released that lengthy statement that was personally signed off by President Biden. He often signs off on the White House press secretary's statements, but this one's notable because it was lengthy and it was biting. And what it essentially said was that Senator Manchin was going back on his word. They said that he promised to continue conversations, and then he went on Fox News and essentially walked that back. They also said that this was really a sudden reversal and a breach of commitment to the president. Today, the White House press secretary, she had a little different tone. She was still saying that Joe Manchin and Joe Biden, that they're longtime friends, they share values. But you can really see that this is a strained relationship. There's a war of words going on, and it's really anyone's guess whether or not the Build Back Better Act will ever become law, because Joe Manchin seems very dug in, and he's been blaming White House aides, not the president directly, but he said that there are White House aides who did, quote, inexcusable things that drove him to reject the Build Back Better Act.
So at this moment, how much trouble is the overall Biden agenda in?
I mean, that is the key question. It's in a lot of trouble, frankly. The Build Back Better Act was really the heart of the president's agenda. He had so many things wrapped into that bill. That's why it's so big. It was climate change, it's health care, it's extending, of course, the Affordable Care Act. And then when you add to that the idea that we're in the middle of a COVID spike, so there's also relief to people who need it, like the child tax credit. And then, of course, there are Democrats, especially African Americans, who make up a large part of the Democratic base, who are saying, where are the voting rights bills? Where are the policing reform bills? These are support things that the president promised Democrats, and none of that has come to pass. So it is a tough position for the White House.
Because they were prioritizing the Build Back Better thing first, right, before they got to all these other initiatives. I have to ask about the COVID speech tomorrow. Omicron, the president's going to be talking about that. Can you give us a preview? What more do we know about what steps he might have?
Well, the White House is saying that this is going to be a significant speech. Now, the president's going to be talking about expanding testing around the country, and then he's also going to be talking about making sure that hospitals have the resources they need to deal with this latest spike of the pandemic. The big questions, of course, are going to be how quickly are the tests going to be there? We saw the long lines and all the different packages today on NBC News and MSNBC. It's clearly an issue there. There's also this real big question of masking, sort of what should be the protocol, because there's been some mixed messaging, of course, because the science, the White House says, is continuously evolving. So we should also hear the president make a really forceful case for getting vaccinated. He's been saying over and over again, get vaccinated, get boosted. The big problem, of course, is that the original sin, I would say, of this pandemic was that it was politicized. So the people who really need to hear that, those are the people who are most vaccine hesitant in this country, who are Republicans, especially white male Republicans. They are not the person who Joe Biden, frankly, is the best messenger for, based on my sources. So the White House is still trying to figure out a strategy to convince the Americans who are very, very vaccine hesitant, and some of them who are frankly, listening to disinformation about the vaccine, how they're going to convince them to get this vaccine and really be more safe around this pandemic.
A lot to do. Yamiche, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Great to see you. Up next, the manslaughter trial of former police officer Kim Potter, now in the hands of the jury. As the prosecution and defense delivered their closing arguments today, Potter says she fired her gun instead of her taser accidentally in April, fatally wounding Daunte Wright in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Ron Allen has more.
You're contagious to your relatives. And I said it told you, you can get your son, you want to be home for the holidays. You know, who won't be home for the holidays. If you can do it outdoors, if you're nice weather.
In final arguments, prosecutors asking the jury to look at the video of the fatal traffic stop and use common sense, accusing former officer Kimberly Potter of making rash and reckless choices by firing her gun after warning she was about to fire a taser.
She chose to engage, she chose to use force, she chose to escalate. She knew she had both weapons on her tool belt. She knew how to get it right. And she failed to get it right. She failed Daunte Wright.
Potter, age 49, facing manslaughter charges in the same courtroom where a jury convicted former officer Derek Chauvin of murdering George Floyd.
Daunte Wright caused his own death, unfortunately. Those are the cold hard facts.
Potter's attorney is telling the jury the former officer's use of her gun or a taser was justified because she feared police at the scene could be seriously injured. But Wright got back into his car and drove off.
No threat by Daunte Wright. Broke free from a law enforcement officer and took off in his car, even after he was shot. No threat.
I would have preferred had Daunte Wright followed the commands and not tried to flee. Sure. Does that absolve her from liability? Does that allow her to shoot her to death? It does not.
Ron Allen joins me now from Minneapolis. Hi, Ron. Good to see you. So you've been covering this trial from the very beginning. What stood out to you today about these closing arguments on both sides?
The defense really went hard at the argument that Daunte Wright caused his own death. They say that everything that happened was basically because of him trying to evade arrest. And if he doesn't do that, none of the other problems happen, is what they're saying. And they were pretty clear about it. On the prosecution side, they said, look at the video to the jury. Use your common sense. You see what happens. She shoots and kills him. And the fact that he was trying to evade arrest, it doesn't mean that you can just do that. She still has to arrest him lawfully. So it's been a trial filled with a lot of very emotional testimony from Wright's mother, his father, his girlfriend who was the passenger. There's been a lot of graphic video, powerful video that hasn't been seen by the public before. So the jury has it all there. They've seen it all. The question is now, do they see this as Potter doing good police work, or do they see seen her committing a crime. The charge is manslaughter. Basically, the prosecution is saying that she recklessly used her gun, and that's what caused Daunte Wright's death. And the prosecution kept coming back to the fact, as she said there in the story, that he's not going to be there at home for the holidays.
Ron Allen, thank you. I know you'll stay there for us. Thanks so much. Turning now to another high-profile case, the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. The prosecution making their case to the jury, trying to convince the courtroom the former British socialite lured underage girls into the orbit of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The defense arguing Maxwell is on trial for the disgraced financier's crimes for his crimes. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the latest.
Tonight, Ghislaine Maxwell's fate in the hands of the jury. Maxwell, a longtime confidant of Jeffrey Epstein, facing 6 criminal counts, including sex trafficking and charges she conspired to entice and transport underage girls for Epstein. In closing arguments today, the prosecution calling the 2 partners in crime who exploited young girls together. Their case centering on the claims of 4 women who say they were sexually abused by Epstein, alleging Maxwell helped recruit and groom them, sometimes even taking part in the sex acts herself. All 4 say they were teenagers at the time, with prosecution calling Maxwell a, quote, sophisticated predator, trading young girls for money and status, showing that Maxwell received a total of $30.7 million from Epstein, telling the jury, quote, when Maxwell took the money, she knew what it was for, and now you do too. The defense arguing their client is a proxy for Epstein, who died in prison, saying she's being tried here for being with Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe that was the biggest mistake of her life, but that was not a crime. The defense also arguing the accusers want a payday, that the case against their client was built on false memories. Maxwell has pleaded not guilty, denying all accusations against her.
At its core, it is a sexual assault case, and that is driven by the victim witnesses who get up on the stand, point at the defendant, and say, that's the person that did this to me. So ultimately, credibility is everything.
The verdict could come before the Christmas holiday, the same day as Maxwell's 60th birthday.
And Dasha Burns joins us now. So Dasha, experts who've been watching this trial understand are saying we shouldn't be surprised if there's a quick verdict.
Yeah, I think that's right. The legal experts I've been speaking with say, well, there's a lot of evidence that the jury needs to go over. At the end of the day, it's really going to hinge on whether or not those witnesses were believable. And if the jury decides they believe them, or perhaps they even already decided they believe each of those witnesses, then that jury could come back and make what they can.
Dasha, thank you. Still ahead, daring escape. The American missionaries back in the U.S. after they were kidnapped by a gang in Haiti. How they managed to break free. Plus, former President Trump suing New York's Attorney General, what he's now accusing her of as she investigates his business practices, and the massive fire ripping through a QVC plant just before the holidays. The grim discovery when crews were finally able to get inside. Stay with us. Top story, just getting started.
Force. She chose to escalate. She knew she had both weapons on her to get out.
We're back now with the hostages who escaped capture in Haiti. Those missionaries appearing on video for the first time since their release earlier this month. Their Ohio-based religious group giving the details now of how they made it out. More of this.
of murdering George Floyd.
Tonight, new details on how those hostages in Haiti escaped from their kidnappers. The 12 people returned to the U.S. over the weekend, seen here for the first time on video. After being held for more than 2 months by a Haitian gang, their Ohio-based religious group, Christian Aid Ministries, detailing the group's harrowing escape in a press conference.
They also followed the sure guidance of the stars.
Ron Allen joins me now from Minneapolis. Hi, Ron. Good to see you. So you've been covering this trial from the very
According to Christian Aid Ministries, the group, including a 10-month-old and a 3-year-old, walked an estimated 10 miles after breaking out of a blocked door and slipping by guards.
They quickly made their way through the night, traveling through woods and thickets, working through thorns and briars. One of the hostages said, 2 hours worth of fierce travel.
Use your common sense. You see what happens. She shoots and kills.
The group eventually finding someone who helped them make a phone call for help.
They were finally to do
Those hostages were part of the 17 people kidnapped in October by the 400 Mowoto gang as they were returning from an orphanage visit an hour and a half away from the ministry's base. According to Haitian officials, the gang's leader was demanding $1 million per hostage, totaling $17 million.
This ordeal has taken a long time. It's been a difficult experience. We will always be grateful for the work of others who gathered around us for encouragement, for prayers and assistance, and labor to bring our work to pass.
Now to another high-profile case, the trial. More of those details are incredible. You're with us now from Chicago. So how are they feeling? How's their health?
That the hostages were not physically harmed by the kidnappers, though some of the young children did get sick, from the heat, mosquitoes, or contaminated water. But the adults did receive small food portions every day, and apparently the captors did give the children adequate food as well. So everyone's back in the U.S. tonight and physically okay.
Goodness, Nora, thank you. When we come back, the parking garage collapsed. A worker presumed dead after a stairwell gave way. The concern tonight over the structure's safety. And Super Typhoon, the devastating storm hitting hundreds, killing hundreds, and leaving unprecedented damage across the Philippines. The search now for survivors.
Maxwell quotes misdemeanor predator, trading young girls for money status, showing that Maxwell received a total of $3.7 million from Mexico.
Back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with a parking garage collapse in Florida. Officials say a stairwell was under construction in Clearwater when it gave way. At least one worker is presumed dead. Another person on site was not injured. Engineers now investigating whether the rest of that four-story parking garage is safe. The investigation continues tonight into that devastating fire at a QVC plant in North Carolina. New aerial footage shows the smoking wreckage as fire crews continue to put out hot spots. The massive fire started on Saturday morning and destroyed more than 75% of that giant warehouse. A 21-year-old employee was found dead on Sunday. Officials say the father of one had just started working there 3 weeks ago. Former President Trump has sued New York's Attorney General Letitia James. The suit is trying to stop her long-running civil tax probe into Trump's business practices and stop the Attorney General from aiding in a separate criminal investigation. The former president is accusing James of abusing her powers to target political opponents. James responding, quote, "Our investigation will continue undeterred." And a consumer alert tonight, Procter & Gamble recalling dozens of popular dry shampoo products. The affected items sold under brands such as Pantene, Herbal Essences, and Aussie. The company says they contain benzene, a cancer-causing chemical. So far, no reactions have been reported. We turn now to Money Talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. Global markets taking a big hit today amid concerns about the surging Omicron variant. The new coronavirus strain now in 85 countries, causing fears more lockdowns could be coming. NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule joins me now to break it all down. So, Steph, after the initial talk of the Omicron variant, I remember the markets took a hit, but then since then, they had stabilized and grew, and now, today, the Dow is down, I think, more than 600 points at one point. What's going on?
After being held for more than 2
It
months
is. We've
by
had
Haitian
3 pretty lousy trading days, all on these fears and concerns that Omicron is going to cause more lockdowns and restrictions, not just here, but we're seeing it abroad. And remember, over the last few months, as the economy has been reopening, people are out there spending and traveling and visiting one another. So the concerns are if Omicron continues to spread and we have to change our behavior, that's going to hurt the economy. And if we don't all head back to work, which many of us were planning to do come the new year, that's going to impact all sorts of businesses, big and small.
Right, and we are consumer-driven, as you say, so it's the holiday shopping season. The headlines have all been about Omicron. From what you can see, is that having an impact, or are people still spending money?
Well, it's too soon to tell. When we look at the overall retail season, we have seen a lot of spending, very strong retail. Remember, there were lots of concerns that shelves would be empty in stores and supply chain issues, but from the big retailers we've spoken to, Walmart, Target, their inventories have been up and people are out there spending. And remember, even if we get a not so hot last week, because people are worried about Omicron, people were shopping earlier this year because we've been warning them about those supply chain issues.
So when you look at October and November and December and pull them all together, we're likely still going to see very strong numbers. All right, Steph, thank you. Heading overseas now to Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. This weekend appearing in her first interview since her disappearance, seeming to take back her accusation of sexual assault against a high-ranking Chinese official. Tonight, the new concerns that reversal might have been coerced. Janice Mackey-Frayer reports tonight from Beijing.
New comments raising more questions around Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai, who re-emerged this weekend at a ski event in Shanghai with basketball star Yao Ming and other athletes. In a video posted by a Singaporean newspaper, Peng purportedly reverses her accusation, telling a reporter there during an impromptu interview where it's unclear how freely she can speak, "I have never said or written about anyone sexually assaulting me," adding there may have been a lot of misunderstandings about an affair with Zhang Gaoli, a former Communist Party official that included an encounter where she said she, quote, never consented and was, quote, crying all the time. The purported video interview that cannot be verified by NBC News is the first time Peng has spoken about the explosive scandal that triggered international outcries, including calls to boycott Beijing's Olympics and an outpouring of concern from across the tennis world that Peng appears to reverse her assertion, only stoking skepticism that the former world #1 doubles champion is facing pressure here to make the scandal go away.
This is a story with the Olympics around the corner that kind of ticks a lot of boxes in terms of global headlines and sensitivities.
Peng apparently told the newspaper, "I've been very free all along," yet she wasn't asked about her relationship with Zhang, the assault allegation, or disappearing for weeks from public view. The Women's Tennis Association holding firm to its demand for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, stirring fresh criticism of China and persisting concern for Peng Shuai.
Janice Mackey-Frayer joins me now live from Beijing. Great to see you, Janice. You mentioned in your piece the WTA not backing down from their calls for an investigation into her original allegations. What more can you tell us about reaction to this latest video?
Well, the WTA is not convinced. It's been 49 days now, and they've not been able to have direct contact with Peng Shuai. There's also a consistency, Kate, to how these videos and messages about Peng Shuai's well-being are appearing, usually tied to English language Twitter accounts that are linked to state media employees, but not state media channels themselves. And the journalists are usually saying that they were sent by a friend, suggesting that not even state media journalists have direct contact with her. As well, the Singaporean newspaper, it's a Chinese language newspaper, it's considered to be pro-Beijing, and it's not accessible to anybody in mainland China without a VPN. So all of it suggesting that this campaign of messaging to try and telegraph this idea that Peng Shuai is okay is being curated very much for an international audience. It's not accessible by people here. It's still a banned topic, and her name is still unsearchable on China's internet.
Janice, thank you so much for the coverage. Appreciate it. Turning now to the Americas, a look at the stories coming out of the U.S. and across Latin America. Chile has elected a new president after a runoff election between far-left and far-right candidates. The winner, the leftist, and the new president would be the youngest ever for a country going through major social, political, and economic changes. NBC's Guad Venegas has the story.
45-year-old Gabriel Boric will become the new president of Chile. A leftist former student leader rode a wave of populism in Chile, promising major investments in public spending, canceling student debt, and raising the taxes of the wealthy. Chile now joins countries like Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, and just a few weeks ago, Honduras, where left-wing governments have taken over in what's becoming a major shift for Latin American politics. Boric defeated right-wing candidate Jose Antonio Cast, who campaigned on less taxes for corporations, stricter policies against migrants, and abolishing abortion. Important words coming from the defeated party. It wasn't so long ago that Chile was in a dictatorship under Pinochet. The country is at its most polarized point since then. Boric's win comes after massive protests and riots took place across Chile in 2019. Protesters demanding better education opportunities, improved pensions, and overhauling the current economic system they said favors the elite. The newly elected president supporting those changes. Boric also pledged to improve women's rights and economic standing in Chile. People out in the streets celebrating yesterday. Yet today the market had a different response to the election. The value of the country's peso fell, and its dollar-denominated stock index slumped 10%. Throughout the campaign, opponents of Boric pointed towards Venezuela as a warning of shifting too far to the left. Boric is set to take office on March 11th of next year, which will mark the beginning of a new era for Chile.
So interesting. Guad Venegas joins me now from Los Angeles. So Guad, Chile also waiting for a group of legislators, as I understand it, to finish drafting a new constitution next year, which could bring even more change for the country. Why are they doing that?
Well, Kate, last year Chileans overwhelmingly voted to create this new constitution, electing new legislators that come from all parts of society. Now, these are doctors, lawyers, teachers, actors, social workers. Half of them are women. And the idea, they say, is to take away power from the elite classes. Now, once that constitution is written, the people will have to approve it once again, Kate.
All right, Guad Venegas, thank you. Now to Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with another weekend of violent protests in Sudan. Security forces using tear gas and stun grenades on hundreds of thousands of protesters. At least one person killed and hundreds injured there. An estimated 45 people have died during the protests since the country's coup back in October. Thousands protesting in Belgium over COVID-19 restrictions. Demonstrators marching through Brussels for a third time. Protesters included healthcare workers who now have a 3-month window to get vaccinated or lose their jobs. Similar demonstrations held over the weekend in Paris and London. And Israel is banning travel to several countries, including the U.S., over the Omicron variant. Israelis will not be able to travel to the U.S., and anyone returning must quarantine for 2 weeks. The ban expected to take effect on Wednesday. Foreign nationals are not allowed to enter Israel, which has seen a surge in recent cases in recent weeks. In the Philippines, they are reeling from the devastation of Super Typhoon Rai, the monster storm hitting with the strength of a Category 5 storm. NBC News correspondent Ron Hilden has that story.
Tonight, at least 375 now confirmed dead in the Philippines. These images show the wake of one of the country's deadliest typhoons ever, Super Typhoon Rai, sweeping through the southern and central provinces of the country at the end of last week. The devastation only now becoming clear as the search intensifies for possible survivors. At least 50 are still missing. The National Police say more than 500 are injured too.
The typhoon has devastated much of the island. Many communities that were struggling to survive now have another hurdle.
This storm deemed a super typhoon. These NASA images showing the more than 150-mile-per-hour winds making landfall as a Category 5 storm and barreling through the country. The scenes horrific as floodwaters overtook communities. Rescuers saving as many as they could from the rising waters, including this infant in a bucket. The extreme rains and winds forcing citizens to scramble for cover. Islands now ravaged. Downed power lines and communications have still paralyzed several provinces. More than 220 localities were without power this weekend.
To what extent are we still trying to determine what the damage is? There's not necessarily a very smooth and streamlined governmental response. And the government as a whole has difficulties financing relief efforts to begin with.
The country's president saying this weekend that the government doesn't have adequate funding to help for disaster disaster relief, claiming the pandemic has dried up its funds. This typhoon harkening the country back to the turmoil it's endured since 2013, when Typhoon Haiyan left catastrophic damage through some of these same provinces. That tropical cyclone killing more than 6,300 Filipinos. Today, the impact of Typhoon Rai, raw and real. Hundreds dead and few resources for those who held on as desperation grows.
Joins us now from another socially distanced camera here at 30 Rock. Hi, Vaughn. So your piece mentioned just now that massive typhoon in 2013. How often is this happening?
We're talking about 20 storms or typhoons that are hitting the Philippines every year now. But even more concerning is the fact that there have been 3 Category 5 typhoons that have hit these islands in just the last 2 years. The frequency of these storms makes the recovery efforts that much more debilitated. And you've got to take into account, too, that so many of these provinces here in the southern and central part of the Philippines, they don't have basic running water or basic power or electricity before these storms even hit. So when these Category 5 typhoons make landfall here, you can see from those images, it just makes the state for this country so difficult.
Surviving a tornado, the woman putting her 2 infant grandchildren in a bathtub before a tornado tore through her home last week, where authorities found the children unharmed, and the 7-year-old survivor making strides in her recovery. Another socially distanced camera here at 30 Rock. We're back now with stories of survival emerging after those deadly tornadoes in Kentucky. 2 babies were found safe in a bathtub after their grandmother's home was destroyed by a twister, and a 7-year-old making remarkable strides in her recovery.
That have hit these islands in just the last 2 years.
As a tornado approached Clara Lutz's home,
recovery efforts that much more debilitated. And you've got to take
the Kentucky grandmother ran to the bathroom, putting her 2 infant grandchildren, 15-month-old Caden and 3-month-old Dallas, in the bathtub, surrounded by blankets, a pillow, and a Bible, and holding on.
I felt the rumbling. I felt the shaking of the house.
Surviving a tornado, the woman putting her 2 infant grandchildren in a bathtub before a tornado tore through her home last week, where authorities found the children.
As the storm passed her house and the bathtub, gone.
I was looking everywhere to see where the tub may be. I had no clue at all where this baby was. All I could say is, please bring my baby back to me safely. Please, I beg you.
Her prayers answered. Hopkins County Sheriff's deputies arrived to help.
I got in the sheriff's car right down at the end of my driveway. They opened up the door and brought me Caden, my 15-month-old. It wasn't long after that they brought baby Dallas, the 3-month-old, brought him to me.
They'd found the bathtub upside down in her front yard. Underneath that bathtub in the pouring rain, both grandchildren completely dry. Hundreds of miles away in Missouri, 7-year-old Ava Rackley also took shelter in a bathtub, her parents sending this photo to her great aunt.
They knew where they were going to be in their safe spot.
15 minutes later, a tornado ripped through their home, killing Ava's older sister, Aniston.
She was a wonderful, wonderful little girl. Not good at pictures, but...
They'd found the bathtub upside down in her front yard. Underneath that bathtub, but Ava, along with her younger sister, survived.
Ava had multiple scrapes and cuts, lacerations, abrasions all over her body.
On Sunday, less than a week after undergoing spinal surgery, this moment, Ava walking and smiling. Doctors expect her to wear a brace for a few months before making a full recovery.
Amazing survival stories. We want to thank our NBC affiliate WFIE for their help with that story, and personally I want to thank them for helping me in the field last week too. Ava's family says she's expected to be released from the hospital real soon. When we come back, it is the season of giving, and up next we're going to introduce you to One Santa helping families in need and how he's having volunteers of all ages share in the true meaning of Christmas.
Doctors expect her to wear a brace for a few months before making a
And
full
finally on
recovery.
Top Story, a story about spreading holiday cheer and the Santa who's teaching others just how great it feels to give. Story, and personally, I want to thank you for helping me pictures.
While the elves are busy at the North Pole,
Follow me in.
Lofton is busy at his North Ridge workshop in Southern California.
I had to just how he's having volunteers of all ages share in the true meaning of Christmas.
Oh, lots of happy faces here.
A professional contractor on the side, he's been helping others during the holidays for more than a decade. But officially started the Red Sled Santa Foundation almost 2 years ago. The nonprofit aims to create a meaningful Christmas by providing gifts and financial assistance to families in need.
If I can bring just a little sparkle of love and happiness and keep the magic of Christmas alive.
This year, he opened his workshop to the community, a chance for others to help too. Inviting groups like the Young Adult Club from the Inland Valley Down Syndrome Association for more than a decade, showing volunteers how to make toys.
Very good. Now let's tie a knot.
Giving them a sense of purpose and pride.
Perfect. So teaching a child to make something from their own hands, from their own heart, and that makes it even more special.
This is the fun part. Are you ready?
For elves like Brooke Beard, the opportunity to make and help give out these gifts is a joy.
I couldn't wait for this day to come.
Wow, you've got some good stuff in here too.
A special day for their parents too.
We're just excited to be here. I mean, excited for our kids to be excited to give back to others.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
So far, the Red Sled Santa Foundation has donated nearly 7,000 toys.
All kinds of fun stuff.
This group also offering a donation, helping Santa make smiles for many more.
This is a donation from our group.
These gifts is
So
a
you can bring home some more.
Wait till this day to come.
So you've got some good
sharing the true meaning of Christmas.
Santa doesn't come down from the chimney. He comes from the heart.
Excited for our
All
kids
year long.
to be
Now,
excited
your
to give back
official
to
Santa's
others.
helpers. The red-nosed reindeer had a very
I love it.
shiny
Santa says he wants to keep growing the foundation, expanding to meet the needs, not just in his community, but all over the nation. Thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Kate Snow in Tonight for Tom. Have a great night.
This is a donation from our group. So you can bring home some more.
Wait till this day to come.
Sharing the true meaning of Christmas.
Santa doesn't come down from the chimney. He comes from the heart.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Santa says he wants to keep growing the foundation, expanding to meet the needs, not just in his community, but all over the nation. Thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Kate Snow in Tonight for Tom. Have a great night.
This is a donation from our group. So you can bring home some more.
Sharing the true meaning of Christmas.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Santa says he wants to keep growing the foundation, expanding to meet the needs, not just in his community, but all over the nation. Thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Kate Snow in Tonight for Tom. Have a great night.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Good morning. The Judiciary Committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on transparency and accountability, examining Google and its data collection, use, and filtering practices. Before I recognize myself and the ranking member for opening statements, I'd like to recognize our first witness, the Majority Leader, Kevin McCarthy of California, for his statement.
Thanks for watching our YouTube
Welcome.
channel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goodlatte, Chairman Goodlatte, for working with me to organize this hearing.
Good morning.
I want to thank
Judiciary Committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time.
We appreciate and
welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on transparency and accountability.
In a private setting in September,
Google and its data collection, use, and filtering
Google
practices.
is one of the most valuable
Before I recognize
companies
myself and the ranking member for opening
because of what
statements,
it does.
I'd like to
Google's
recognize
search
our
engine
first witness,
organizes the entire
Majority Leader
internet.
Kevin
By
McCarthy of
extension,
California.
almost all the information in the world.
Okay.
This is hardly an
Mr.
exaggeration.
Chairman Goodlatte,
Here's a
working
statistic you will hear a
organized
lot.
this
Good morning.
I want to thank, according to the Wall Street Journal, 90% of all internet searches go through Google. We appreciate and
welcome everyone
that
to
is
this
power
morning's hearing on
and answer. And it
transparency
comes with
and
responsibility.
accountability.
In a private setting, Mr. Pichai, it was necessary to convene this hearing
Google is one of the
because of the widening gap of distrust between technology companies and American people. Google's search engine. For our country and economy to grow stronger, the American people must be able to have trust in the great companies of the 21st century. This is hard. We can alleviate some of their concerns. Here's a statistic with transparency and candor. I hope we can begin to restore trust in technology that shape our world. We need answers. We need to know first that Google is committed to the free market ideals of competition and entrepreneurship that launched revolutionary products because of the wide. Second, we need to be sure that any political bias within Google's workflow for our country and economy to grow stronger. Third, we need to know that Google is living up to America's belief we can alleviate some of their human rights when it deals with transparency and candor. Now, a word on the last subject. Right now, Google reportedly is developing a censored search engine. We need to know first that Google is committed. It is also developing next-generation technology on Chinese soil and in conjunction with Chinese national champions like Tencent. Second, technology administration bias is a national priority. Now, this news raises a troubling possibility. We need to know that Google is being used to strengthen China's system of surveillance, human repression, and control. Right this very second, China's authoritarian system detains more than 1 million religious minorities in the education campus. It is also, Mr. Pichai, I urge you to reflect on that fact and on the promise your company made when it pulled out of China market in 2010. And I applauded you for that move in 2010. Back then, Google promised it would not censor its search results in China or compromise its commitment to a free and open internet. Now, in light of these recent events, I think the American people deserve to know something changed. Religious minorities. So all of these topics, Mr. Pichai, competition, censorship, bias, and others, and on the one fundamental question that demands the nation's attention. Are America's technology companies serving as instruments of freedom? Back then, Google promised instruments of not censor search. Are they fulfilling the promise of the digital compromise? Are they advancing the cause of self-government? Or are they serving as instruments of manipulation used by powerful interests and foreign governments to rob the people of their power, agency, and dignity? I believe we need to grapple with these questions together as a nation. Because the free world depends on a free internet. We need to know that Google is on the side of the free world, serving as instruments that it will provide its services free of anti-competitive behavior, political bias, and digital compromise. I want to thank you again for being here and answering these questions. I look forward to listening to the answers used by powerful interests and foreign governments to rob the people of their power, agency.
I'd now like to invite Mr. Pichai to take his seat.
With these questions together as a nation. Because the free world depends on a free internet. We need to know that Google is on the side of the free world, serving as instruments that it will provide its services free of anti-competitive behavior, political bias, and digital compromise. I want to thank you again
without objection
and answering these questions.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for a point of personal privilege to recognize a member of his staff. Now, like to invite Mr. Pichai to take his seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I want to take a moment to recognize Danielle Brown. His last working day for the committee is tomorrow. Danielle has served on the Judiciary Committee Democratic staff for more than a decade in a variety of roles, beginning as staff assistant and then going to counsel, parliamentarian, chief legislative counsel, and most recently, deputy chief counsel. Danielle has been essential to the operations of this committee. She has been involved in nearly every important piece of committee business over the last decade. Her interests and expertise range from protecting vulnerable immigrants to ensuring reproductive freedom, preserving vital ground protection. She is leaving us now, unfortunately, to become general counsel and parliamentarian of the Ways and Means Committee. Our loss is surely their gain. I wish her well. I appreciate her wise counsel. I thank her for all of her years of service to this committee, and I hope the committee will join me in thanking her for her years of service to this committee. She has been involved in nearly every important piece of committee business over the last decade. Interests and expertise. I will yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would like to join him in thanking Danielle for her service to this committee. She has worked with members on both sides of the aisle. She has worked with the majority staff very productively, very cooperatively on a great many issues that have made this committee not only more productive, but also operating in a fashion that has resulted in a number of bills getting from this committee all the way to the president's desk, whether that president be Barack Obama or Donald Trump. That's an accomplishment. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would like to join him Danielle for her part in service to this committee. She has worked with members on both sides of the aisle. She has worked with our staff very productively, very cooperatively. I now recognize myself as obeying this committee. In the United States, Google operates the preeminent internet search engine that has the leading email service provider and the Android operating system, which runs most of the smartphones in the United States. When a consumer performs an internet search, sends an email, or uses his or her smartphone, Google collects information on that person. In fact, almost every minute of every day, the Android operating system sends information about the exact location, temperature, barometric pressure, and speed of movement of every phone that runs on the Android operating system. Internet search engine. Americans carry their smartphone service all day, every day. Google is able to collect an amount of information about its users that would even make the NSA blush. Consumer performs internet search. When users click through the terms of service for these services, they do consent to such collection. I think it is fair to say that most Americans have no idea the sheer volume of detailed information that is collected. Today, I hope to get answers on the extent of data collection and use on the Android operating system. In addition, decades ago, Congress passed the Communications Decency Act, including Section 230 of that act, which allowed service providers to remove lewd, lascivious, excessively violent, or otherwise objectionable content through the terms of their platform. For these services. Law allows you consent to remove such illegal materials, including child pornography and content that is illegal under our intellectual property law. While meant to allow them to block illegal, obscene, and harmful materials, there is some discretion that service providers, by necessity, must use to make decisions about what content to go. Congress passed communications. Given Google's ubiquity in the search market, which allows Google is often consumers' first and last stop searching for information on the internet. As such, this committee is very interested in how Google makes decisions about what constitutes objectionable content that justifies filtering, and who at Google makes these decisions. Given the revelation that top executives at Google have discussed how the results in the 2016 election make decisions about what comply with Google's values, these questions given Google all the more important. While it is true that Google is not a government entity, and so it does not have to comply with the First Amendment, American people deserve to know what types of information they are not getting as they perform searches on the internet. The market works best when information about products and services is readily available. So today, on behalf of this committee and the American consumer, I hope to get answers from the 2016 election regarding who at Google makes the judgment call on whether to filter or block objectionable content. What metrics Google uses to make true that Google is not a government. Want to thank Google CEO for his willingness to testify today to answer these and other questions. To know what, with respect to search results, algorithmic screening is the primary means through which Google stores data and information. Google search algorithm, for example, calculates what is presented to a user based on the variables the user inputs into the search bar. At its best, Google's algorithm reaches the best answer in the least amount of time while providing choices to the user by ranking pages most relevant to the search inquiry. Of course, by ranking pages, Google search always favors one page over another. This kind of bias algorithm screening, after all, the point of a search is to discriminate among multiple relevant source search algorithms, for example. This process, however, turns much more based on the variable allegations that Google manipulates its algorithm at favor of the political party it likes, the ideas that it likes, or the products that it likes, while providing choices. There are numerous allegations in the news that Google employees have thought about doing, talked about doing, and have done it. Google search, the dangerous implications to a fair democratic process cannot be understated. One study performed by psychologist Robert Epstein has revealed that internet search rankings have a significant impact on consumer choices, mainly because users trust and choose higher ranked results more than lower ranked. Performing 5 relevant double-blind randomized controlled experiments, there are a total of 4,556 undecided voters representing diverse demographic and characteristics of the voting population in the United States and democratic process. The study revealed that biased search rankings can shift the voting preferences of undecided voters by 20% or more. The shift can be much higher in some demographic groups, and search ranking bias can be masked so that people show no awareness of the manipulation. The potential for this kind of bias is clearly problematic. It is further compounded by the fact that Google every day collects mountains of information about its users while they are actively engaged with a Google product, or even when they are not. According to a study conducted by Vanderbilt University, a dormant, stationary Android phone, Chrome active in the background, communicated location information to Google 340 times during a 24-hour period, or at an average of 14 data communications per hour. The collection of location data may be obvious to most users, but they are often unaware of the many sensors that the Android platform supports, while they are including an accelerometer, barometer, or even photometer. These sensors, in addition to the camera and microphone on a mobile device, can collate into a very accurate picture of where a user is and what they are doing, and who else is there. A shocking amount of information that Google collects via its phone was recently featured on Good Morning America, which a reporter using an Android phone with no SIM card that wasn't connected to the internet discovered that the phone collected the device including an accelerometer, even identifying the mode of transportation, such as the subway or even a bicycle, and at times taking 10 sensor readings per minute on a mobile device. Moreover, Google's practice of reinforcing its dominance in light of allegations of self-doing bias creates little choice for consumers across the spectrum of internet-based products or services. Given that Google's ads show up on non-Google websites and Google's search engine is being used as the default search connected to the internet, other products, such as the Apple phone, it is almost impossible to avoid Google altogether. Google, in many things, even a bicycle, Google is many times taking one of the largest data collectors ever seen in human history. Practice of advertising that to get the right product to the right customer at precisely the right time. Google is also an internet giant, directing over 3.5 billion searches per day. With this massive authority, however, comes the potential for far-reaching abuse. Mere suspicion that Google manipulates its products and features for self-serving or even political purposes raises serious concerns about its business practices. This impact on free speech in our democratic process and Americans' trust that the information gathered about them in their day-to-day lives is done with their knowledge. precisely is not being used against Google. Is also, and I hope is that our inquiries today will ensure more transparency and accountability going forward. Last, despite the nature and scope of today's hearing, Google is still the story of the American products. The company was started by two individuals in a garage. It grew to be one of the most successful companies in business practice. 2 decades ago, we could not fathom the instantaneous access and more information than that which is contained in all the encyclopedias in the world. Now we take that for granted, not because of the innovative services. I hope is that by our inquiry that, I want to again thank our witness for his presence here today. Going forward with your testimony. Now my pleasure to recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from New York, the story of the American.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our society has become increasingly reliant on social media and other online platforms to obtain, create, share, and sort information. This information helps us make decisions ranging in importance from where to make dinner reservations, which candidate to vote for in the presidential election. The public's increasing use of these platforms has generated many positive benefits for society, but it has also given rise to some troubling trends. Google is among the dominant firms in this field. As such, given the public's widespread use and reliance on its products and services, our society has legitimate questions regarding these policies and practices and other online platforms, including with respect to content moderation and the protection of user privacy. Information helps us make decisions. Before we delve into these questions, I must where to make dinner reservations illegitimate, which candidate to vote for, which is the fantasy dreamed up by some conservatives that Google and other online platforms have an anti-conservative bias for society. As I have said repeatedly, no credible evidence supports this right-wing conspiracy theory. I have little doubt that my Republican colleagues will spend much of their time presenting a laundry list of anecdotes and out-of-context statements made by Google employees as supposed evidence of anti-conservative bias. None of that will actually make it true. This fact-free propaganda does help generate the mistrust the majority leader referred to a few moments ago. And even if Google were deliberately discriminating against conservative viewpoints, just as Fox News and Sinclair Broadcasting and conservative talk radio hosts like Rush Limbaugh discriminate against liberal points of view, that would be its right, presenting a private company to do so, not to be questioned by the government. During the Reagan administration, 35 years ago, the Federal Communications Commission, appointed by Ronald Reagan, abolished what we used to have called the Fairness Doctrine, which placed an obligation on broadcasters who were public airwaves to be fair to different points of view. Just as Fox's question might be relevant if the Republican members wanted to bring back the Fairness Doctrine and expand its scope to social media companies. I doubt they see any interest in doing so. We should not let the delusions of the far right distract us from the real issue that should be the focus of today's hearing. For example, we should examine what Google is doing to stop hostile foreign powers from using its platform to spread false information in order to harm our political discourse. It has been more than 2 years since the 2016 election. That this committee has not held a single hearing focused on Russia's campaign to manipulate online platforms to undermine American democracy. Despite the fact that it is the consensus view of our intelligence agencies that Russia engaged in a massive disinformation campaign to influence the 2016 election. I hope that Mr. Pichai can tell us what action Google has taken to counter this unprecedented attack, what gaps remain in its defenses without being so specific as to harm our political discourse, guidance to foreign powers. This may help Congress determine what more can be done to further insulate our democratic processes from foreign interference. We should also examine how Google enforces community standards that prohibit racist and bigoted threats and other inappropriate conduct. While internet platforms have produced many societal benefits, they've also provided a new tool for those seeking to stoke racial and ethnic hatred. The presence of hateful conduct and content on these platforms has been made all the more alarming by the recent rise in hate-motivated violence. According to statistics recently released by the FBI, this may help Congress. Hate crimes rose by 17% last year compared to 2016, marking the third consecutive year that such reports have increased. The horrible massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, recent murder of an African-American couple in a Kentucky grocery store, killing of an Indian engineer last year in Kansas are sadly not isolated outbursts of violence, present the most salient examples of the troubling trend. We should consider to what extent Google and other online platforms may have been used to foment and disseminate such hate, how these platforms can play a constructive role in combating this threat. As the dominant player in its field, Google possesses significant market power. It's also massive to examine its policies and practices through a recent murder. Other companies are able to compete in an open and fair marketplace. Killing of an Indian. There are also concerns about the prevalence of pirated material available on Google and other internet platforms to examine legitimate content. Finally, it is important to know what Google is doing to protect its users' data privacy and data security. The Wall Street Journal recently reported how Google discovered last March that a bug in social media platform Google Plus had exposed the private profile data of up to 500,000 users to third-party developers. It opted not to disclose the issue publicly, even to those who may have been affected at the time. Just yesterday, the company announced that it had discovered another Google Plus bug that they have exposed the private profile data to millions of users. While Google has so far found no evidence that developers have in fact abused these bugs, or that any user profile data has been misused in any way, incidents like this still raise legitimate questions about what types of data illegal companies are obligated to disclose. It also raises questions about how much control users should have over their own data, and how such control should be regulated. I am also disturbed by recent reports that Google is developing a search engine for the Chinese mainland market. According to these reports, this search engine would not only accommodate Chinese government censors, it might allow the Chinese government to track individuals by linking search terms to the user's mobile phone number. Unfortunately, this, our fourth hearing, devoted to entirely fictitious allegations of anti-conservative bias of the internet companies. We will waste more time, more taxpayer money, elevating well-worn right-wing conspiracy theories instead of concentrating on the substantive questions and issues that should be the focus of our hearing. The committee can, must, and will do better. It might allow the Chinese government
to track individuals. Welcome our distinguished witness, and if you would please rise, I'll begin.
Unfortunately, this, our fourth hearing, devoted to entirely fictitious allegations.
Right, and you swear that the testimony that you are about to hear shall be the truth, and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
We will waste more time, more taxpayer money.
Thank you. Let the record show that no witness answered in the affirmative. Our only witness today is Mr. Sundar Pichai. Pichai is the Chief Executive Officer of Google. A written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety, and we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help us stay within that time, there's a timing light on the table. The light switches from green to yellow. You have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. The light turns red if you right here. 5 minutes. The testifier you are about to hear shall Mr. Pichai. You are very welcome.
More taxpayer money.
Let the record show that no witness answered.
Distinguished members of the committee,
Our only witness today.
thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I joined Google 15 years ago and have been privileged to serve as CEO for the past 3 years. My love for information and technology began long before that. It's been 25 years since I made the US my home. Growing up in India, I have distinct memories of when my family got its first phone and its first television. Each new technology made a profound difference in our lives. Getting the phone meant I could call ahead to the hospital to check that the blood results were in instead of taking a 2-hour trip test. I joined Google the television ago. Well, it only had one channel, but I couldn't have been more thrilled by its arrival. My love for information and technology made me a technology optimist, and I remain one today. It's been 25 years. Not only because I believe in technology, Growing up in India, people have distinct their ability to use technology first improve their lives. First television. I'm incredibly proud of what Google does to empower people around the world, especially here in the phone man. I'd like to take a moment to share a bit of background on that. The bread results were in 20 years ago, two students, one from Michigan and one from Maryland, came together at Stanford with a big idea: provide users with access to the world's information. Those experiences, that mission still drives everything we do. Whether that's saving you a few minutes, not only morning commute in technology, or helping doctors detect disease and save lives. Today, Google is more than a search engine. We are a global company, incredibly proud, committed to building products for every people around the world. That means working with many industries, from education and healthcare, manufacturing and entertainment. 20 years ago, even as we expand into new markets, we never forget our American roots. It's no coincidence that a company dedicated to free flow of information was founded right here in the US. Drives everything we do. It's an American company. We cherish the values and freedoms that have allowed us to grow and serve so many users. I'm proud to say today do and more than continue to work with the government global to keep our country safe and secure. Over the years, our footprint has expanded far beyond California. States such as Texas, Virginia, Oklahoma, and Alabama. Even as we today in the U.S. market, we're growing faster outside of the Bay Area than we can. Had the great opportunity to travel across the country and see all the places that are powering our digital economy. An American company, Clarksville, Pittsburgh, San Diego, where we recently launched a partnership with the USO and proud veterans and military families. Continue to work along the way. I met many people who depend on Google to learn new skills, find jobs. Over the years, our footprint has expanded far. Over the past year, we've supported more than 1.5 million American businesses. Oklahoma, and over the past 3 years, we made direct contributions past $150 billion to the U.S. economy, added more than 24,000 employees, and paid over $43 billion to our U.S. partners across search, YouTube, and Android. These investments strengthen our communities and support thousands of American jobs. They also allow us to provide great services to our users to help them along the way. I met many people. It's an honor on Google to play this role in people's lives. It's one we know comes with great responsibility. Over the past year, protecting the privacy and security of our users has long been over the past 3 years. We've invested an enormous amount of work over the years to bring choice, added transparency, and control to our users. Paid over these values are built into every product we make. We recognize the important role of government, including this committee, in setting rules for the development and use of technology. To that end, we support federal privacy legislation and proposed a legislative framework for privacy earlier this year. Users look to us to provide accurate, trusted information for our users, and we work hard to ensure the integrity of our products. We have put a number of checks and balances in place to ensure they continue to deliver transparency and control to our users. I lead this company without political bias, work to ensure that our products continue to operate. We recognize that important do otherwise would be against our core principles and our business for the development and use of technology. We are a company that provides platforms for diverse perspectives and opinions. There is no shortage of framework for privacy. Some Googlers use our service to us, providing much difference of their users. And we work, some are civil libertarians who fiercely defend. We put a number of checks and balances in place. Some are parents who worry about the role technology plays in our company without political bias. Some, like me, are immigrants who are profoundly grateful for freedoms and opportunities. And some of us are many of business. Let me close by saying that leading Google has been the greatest professional honor of my life. There is no shortage. Challenging moment for our industry. I'm privileged to be here. Users greatly appreciate you letting me share the story of Google and our work to build products worthy of the trust users place in us. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to answering your questions. Worry about the role technology plays.
Thank you. We'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I'll begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Pichai, is it true that the Android operating system sends Google information every few minutes detailing the exact location of a smartphone within a few feet, the speed speed of movement of the phone, the altitude of the phone, determine what floor of a building the phone is on, the temperature surrounding the phone, and other readings. And if so, with Americans carrying their phones with them virtually at all times, doesn't the collection of this volume of detailed information really now present Google the filing information about virtually every movement an individual with a smartphone is making every hour, that the Android operating system sends Google information every 2 minutes, detailing the exact location of a smartphone.
Any service we provide our users, we go to great lengths to protect their privacy, give them transparency, choice, and control. Android is a powerful platform and provides smartphones for over 2 billion people. And as part of that, it depends on the applications users choose to use. If you're using a fitness application, which is detecting the number of steps you walk, you expect it to send that information, but it's a choice users make to make it clear, as it depends on the use case.
So the answer to my question, my first question is yes. Is that correct, that the information that I cited is gathered by control?
Android, for Google services, you have a choice of what information is collected and you make it transparent.
I understand there are uses that consumers make use of.
You're using a fitness application, which is detecting the number of steps you walk. You expect it to send that information.
Competitors provide, so I understand the purpose. But do you think the average consumer understands that Google will collect this volume, detailed information, and they click through the terms of service agreements in order to use the Android operating system?
It's really important for us that Google service average users are able to understand it. This is why we do something called privacy checkup.
Average users read the terms of service, make use of the updates that are very frequently sent to us.
Beyond the terms of service, we actually we remind users to do a privacy checkup. We make it very obvious. Every month, in fact in the last 28 days, 160 million users went to their My Account settings, where they can clearly see what information we have. We actually show it back to them. And we give clear toggles by category where they can decide whether that information is collected, stored, or more importantly, if they decide to stop using it, we work hard to make it possible beyond the users to take their data with them. If they choose to users to do a privacy.
Let me switch to the issue of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. You heard me say in my opening statement that this provides broad liability protections for you and other technology companies for good faith restrictions. That when Google thinks something is obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable. On the other hand, objectionable material, by whatever standard applied, likely elicits the most engagement from users on your site. And for Google, increased engagement potentially means increased revenue. However, it is important for Google to make very clear where it draws the line, and I don't believe Google has done its best to make that provide broad liability. So what I would ask for you and others, would Google or YouTube be willing to make changes in support of a healthier civic dialogue? Something is doing so meant a drop filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, objectionable material, by whatever standard
we've always focused on long-term engagement from user satisfaction, and data focus on their knowledge, happiness, success, and that's what we work hard to create. It's important to us that platforms like YouTube are viable over the long run, and our natural incentive to do so. YouTube is a place where users, advertisers, and content creators who make their livelihood use the platform. So we want to make this work in a sustainable way.
When it comes to political advertising, as you know, some of your competitors in other advertising media are required by law to offer the same rate, the lowest rate, as a matter of fact, to all political candidates. So, for example, let's turn to radio. Would Google should competing political candidates be charged the same effective ad rates you reach perspective
use the platform. Our advertising products are built without any bias, and the
comes to
rates are competitive set by a live auction process. Depending on the keywords for which you're bidding for, and depending on the demand there is in the auction, the prices are automatically calculated. So the system decides that based on supply and
it's automatically calculated, but could two competing political candidates targeting the same audience see different ad rates? And if yes, could that disparity be charged substantial effective ad rates from each perspective?
There wouldn't be a difference based on advertising on political reasons unless there are keywords which are of particular interest in the market set by a auction. It's essentially a supply-demand equilibrium. Keywords can lead to difference in rates, but depending on the demand vary from time to time.
And those rates be very substantial.
Automatically calculated. So there could be occasions where, yes, based on supply and
automatically calculated.
I haven't looked at the specific.
The result is different than in other different ad markets like television or radio, where every candidate charges substantial lowest rate that
there wouldn't be
television station or radio station offers
political reasons
any political
keywords which are of particular interest in the market set by there could be variations based on the time of the day, the keywords you're choosing to go for, the geographies you're advertising in. But it's decided by the system, and it's a process we've done for over 20 years. And let me assure you, anything to do with our civic process, we make sure we do so in a non-partisan way. It's really important for us.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Pichai. According to media reports, Google found evidence that Google found a bug in its Google Plus social media platform that could potentially expose the private data of up to 500,000 users without the consent of third-party developers. Google, however, did not disclose this bug until months later after it was revealed by a report in the Wall Street Journal. Yesterday, as I mentioned before, you announced another bug. What legal obligations is the company under to disclose data exposure that do not involve sensitive financial information, but still involve private personal data like a user's name, age, email address, or phone number? Google found a bug in its Google Plus social media platform that could potentially expose the private data of up to 500,000 users without the consent of third-party developers. Google, however, did not disclose this bug until months later.
Whenever we find any bug, we follow, so it gets escalated to our privacy and data protection office, and we comply with it.
I'm not criticizing what you do. I'm asking what legal obligation does the company involve to disclose such data, private exposure that don't involve name, age, email address, still involve other personal information. Google found a bug.
It depends on the situation. We follow the requirements, and in that case, in the first case, we typically look at our legal requirements, but we go above and beyond to make sure we do the right thing for our users. In the first case, whenever we thought there was no evidence data was misused, and we couldn't accurately determine.
I understand that. My question is, what legal obligations are there?
Today, right now, if you found a bug, and you've ascertained, once you've done the investigation and you've ascertained the users who are eligible for notification, my understanding is you have 72 hours, and we both notify users as well as regularities at times.
Okay, thank you. Now, according to media reports, Google found evidence that Russian agents spent thousands of dollars to purchase ads on its advertising platforms that span multiple Google products as part of the agents of Russian agents' campaign to interfere in the election 2 years ago. Additionally, Juniper Downs, head of global policy for YouTube, testified in July YouTube had identified and shut down multiple channels containing thousands of videos associated with the Russian misinformation. Does Google now know the full extent to which its online platforms were exploited by Russian? Now, according to media reports, Google found evidence that Russian agents spent thousands of dollars to purchase ads on its advertising platforms that span multiple Google products as part of the agents of Russian agents' campaign to interfere in the election 2 years ago.
There were two main ad accounts linked to Russia, which advertised on Google for about $4,700 in advertising. We also found other limited which was no amount is okay here, but we found limited activity, improper activity. We have learned a lot from that, and we dramatically increased the protections we have around our election offerings. Leading up to the current elections, we again found limited activity, both from the Internet Research Agency in Russia, as well as accounts advertised around Google.
And what specific steps have you taken, including during the recent 2018 elections, to protect against further interference by Russia or other hostile?
No amount is okay here, but we have undertaken a significant review of how ads are bought. We look for the origin of these accounts. We share and collaborate with law enforcement of other technology companies leading up to the current, and we are investing a lot of effort and oversight in the Internet Research Agency.
Looking ahead to the next Congress,
as well as accounts
I assume we can have your assurances that Google will work with this committee as we examine the issue of how to better secure our elections from future foreign interference by Russia or
Congressman, protecting our elections is foundational to our democracy. You have a full significant review of how ads are bought.
Okay, my last question, because the time is running out. What are you doing, what is Google doing to combat the spread of white supremacy and right-wing extremism across the country?
Congressman, YouTube is an important platform.
Looking ahead to the next
diverse perspectives and opinions. We have rules of the road, clear content policies, and we have policies against many categories. We are transparent about these policies, and when we find violations on our policies, we do remove those videos and handle content.
You find violations, you what?
Of our policy. For example, we have policies against hate speech, and we clearly define them. If we find any violations there, we do take down content.
When you take down the content, do you note and put it up so you can flag future content, say next
diverse perspectives and opinions. We look at it on a video by video basis. To the extent there are repeat instances from the same account, we do take into account and we notify the content creator while we follow our policy.
Thank you very much. You find violations?
Here recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith.
For example, we have
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
hate speech, and
Chairman, Google has revolutionized the world, but not entirely in the way I expected. Americans deserve the facts objectively reported. Muting of conservative voices by Internet platforms has intensified, especially during the presidency of Donald Trump. More than 90% of all Internet searches take place on Google subsidiary YouTube, and they are curating what we see. Google has long faced criticism for manipulating search results to censor conservatives. Conservative individuals and organizations have had their pro-Trump content tagged as hate speech or had their content reduced in search results. And enforcement of immigration law has been tagged as hate speech as well. Such actions pose a grave threat, especially to the democratic form of government. PJ Media found that 96% of Google search results for Trump to liberal media outlets. In fact, not a single right-leaning site appeared in the first page of conservative results. This doesn't happen by accident. It is baked into the algorithm. Those who write the algorithm their content results they must want. And apparently, enforcement of immigration law has been. Dr. Robert Epstein, a Harvard-trained psychologist, authored a study recently that showed Google's bias slightly swung 2.6 million votes to Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election. Google could well elect the next president. Dire implications for our democracy. This should be a real concern. This doesn't happen all but the most politically based. Those at the top who write the it will require a Herculean effort by the chief executive and senior management to change the political bias now programmed into the company's study recently that showed Guy's bias. That's my first question about those examples of political bias that I just mentioned. You're going to hear others too. In your opening statement, you mentioned your desire to provide information that was without political bias. Clearly, that's not working. What are you really concerned to improve that situation politically based?
Congressman, thanks for the question. If I may, some of the studies you mentioned, we have investigated those. There are other studies which have looked at it. We have found issues with the methodology and the sample size and so on. But let me step back and say, providing users with high-quality, accurate, and trusted information is sacrosanct to us. It's what our principles are, and our business interests, our natural long-term incentives are aligned with that. We want to serve users everywhere, and we need to earn their trust in doing so.
So what actions are you going to take to try to counter the political bias in some of those examples that I just gave?
Studies
irrefutable. So if it occurs, you have to take some responsibility for that bias. What do you intend to do about it?
Issues with the methodology, with respect. Dr. Epstein's study we have investigated. We don't agree with the methodology. Happy to follow up with your office and give our findings sacrosanct on that study. When we look at it, we evaluate our studies to evaluate our search incentives are aligned. Today we use a very robust methodology, and we've been doing that for 20 years. Making sure the results are accurate is what we need to do well, and we work hard to do that.
What does methodology have to do with the fact that 96% of the references to Trump
there are always studies, which can show with respect. One set of data and arrive at conclusions. Agree with the methodology. We have looked at results on our top findings category. We find that we have a wide variety of sources, including sources from the left and sources from the right. We are committed to making sure this is diverse perspective. We've been doing this for 20 years. Making sure the results are accurate is what we need to do well, and we work hard to do that.
What is methodology what he found? He felt it was irrefutable, and no one has been able to disprove it. Let me go to another question, and that
there are always studies, which can show what with respect. One set of data and arrive at conclusions. We have looked at results on our top findings category. We find that we have a wide variety of sources.
I know you
including sources from the left and sources from the right. We are committed to making sure this is diverse perspective.
Third parties, independent, outside, making sure the study of impact was those from operating to determine the degree if it is irrefutable and no one has been able to.
Congressman, if I may make 2 points. One is, today there have been independent third-party studies looking at search results. The Economist did.
But you chose those third parties. I'm talking about someone truly independent.
We have looked at, we didn't choose those third parties. I mean, they completed those studies. The second is we are transparent as to how we evaluate search. We publish our rater guidelines. We publish it externally, and raters evaluate it, and that's how we are trying hard to understand what users want, and this is something important to us to get right. I'm happy to follow up and explain the methodology and the studies which have been done by independent third parties. If I may make 2 points. One is, today there have been independent third-party studies
those third parties, and I'd like to have someone, but you chose to study those parties. I'm talking about someone truly. Number two, also to my knowledge, we never sanctioned those
parties. I mean, they completed those studies. The second is we are transparent as to how we evaluate search. We publish our rater guidelines. We publish it.
So the time of the gentleman has expired, but
that's how we are trying hard to understand very quickly. It's not possible for some individual employee or groups of employees to manipulate our search methodology. We have a robust framework, including many steps in the process.
My time is up. Let me just say I disagree. I think humans can manipulate the process. The human process at its base. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr. Shah. Google is located in Santa Clara County, my home, and I've got to say that, in contrast to the recent Amazon effort for a headquarters, Google is proposing to establish a facility in downtown San Jose, and they didn't ask for any tax subsidies. In fact, they're purchasing the land and paying the city gobs of money. I'm going to be parochial and ask a question, because I think most people in San Jose are excited by the proposal, but there's anxiety about Google's impact on housing and whether Google intends to be a partner with the city of San Jose to make sure that we accommodate the housing Amazon will be necessary for the 20,000 additional employees that are established in San Jose, downtown San Jose, and they didn't ask for tax subsidies. Whether you would be a partner with the city in helping to provide additional housing money to accommodate I'm going to be parochial.
Congressman, it's an important question. We deeply care about the community where we work as part of this effort. We have done wide outreach, and we are committed to making sure there is affordable housing at varying affordability levels as part of the development. We are already in touch with city leaders there.
Thank you so much. You know, there's so many questions, and we're not going to be able to deal with them all today. I'm hoping in the next Congress we will be able to visit with you and other tech companies to go through issues of privacy, data localization, its relationship to human rights, competition policies, the issue of takedown requests by authoritarian regimes, encryption policy, and what's going on in Australia, filtering and confirmation bias and its impact on society generally, both culturally and politically. But we can't do that in the 5 minutes we have here today. There's so many questions. I would just like to revisit some of the questions that have already been asked. The chairman asked about location policies in your Android system, and you pointed to various apps that might provide information. Let's say I got an Android phone, and unlike most people, I don't have a Australia app on that phone. What information bias impact on society generally?
Congressman, there is a device-specific location there, which you can turn on or off. And
say I turn it off.
Turn it off. There's no location information sent from that device. But this is a complex area. There are times, for example, your IP address may include some location information. It's an area we are committed to doing more to make it easier.
Now, manipulation of search results. I think it's important to talk about how search works. What information? Right now, if you Google the word idiot under images,
which you can turn on or off.
Picture Donald Trump, and say I turn it comes up. I just did.
There's no location information.
How would that happen? How does search work so that
this is a complex area. There are times, for example, your IP address. We provide search today for an area where anytime you type in a keyword,
now, manipulation of search results.
We've gone out and crawled and stored copies of billions of web pages in our index.
Right now,
and we take the keyword and match it against web pages and rank them based on over 200 signals. Things like relevance, freshness, popularity, how other people are using it. Based on that, at any given time, we try to rank and find the best results for that query. And then we evaluate them with external raters to make sure that and they evaluate it to objectively guide them, and that's how we make sure the processes work.
So it's not some little man sitting behind the curtain figuring out what we're going to show the users. It's basically a compilation of what users are generating and trying to sort through that.
Relevance. Last year we served over 3 trillion searches. Just as a fact, every single day, any given 15% of the searches Google sees, we have never seen them results for that query. So then we evaluate them as working at scale, and we don't manually intervene on any particular search. That's how we make sure.
I would just like to note, from time to time, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle complain that they hear an individual engineer appears to be a Democrat, and I just like to put this in context. In Santa Clara County, Donald Trump in the 2016 election got 20% of the vote. That's how much of the vote he got. So it's not a surprise that the engineers who live in Santa Clara County would reflect that general political outcome. That has nothing to do with the algorithms and the really automated process that is the search engine that serves us. If we didn't have Google, we wouldn't be able to find any information. And I just like to give it in the efficient way that we do. I look forward next year to working with you on some of the very serious questions that we face it's pretty obvious that bias against conservative voices is not one of them. Thank you very much. My time would reflect that general political outcome.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, for 5 minutes.
All Mr. Chairman, and Mr.
I
really automated process that is the search
several times this morning the mention that 90% of the time that a person, he or she, does an internet search that Google. Would you basically agree that that's
I look forward next year, Donald, to working with you on some of the
more than ever, there are many ways to users access information. Just to give an example, if you're trying to shop, if you're trying to buy something, more than 50% of product searches originate with Amazon in the US today. If you're looking for information on news, today you can get it from more sources than ever before.
Do you dispute then the 90% number?
Our internal, it's tough for us to assess the numbers. There are external studies which have shown different numbers, including lower numbers than that.
Okay. Now, you've heard the allegation this morning. I know you dispute it, but you've heard the allegation
more than ever,
that
there are
there's
many ways to
bias in
use access
favor
information. Just to give an example,
progressive
if you're trying to shop, if you're trying to buy something,
more
more than 50% of product searches originate with Amazon in the US today. Yes, I'm looking for information
Let me tell you now about a first-hand experience that I've had. I do a weekly blog. I've been doing it for the better part of 9 years.
It's tough for us to assess the
and a while back, Republicans in the House passed legislation to repeal and replace Obamacare. Now, our bill was called the American Health Care Act, or the AHCA. When I was writing my blog about that, I Googled the American Health Care Act, and virtually every article was an attack on our bill. Article after article alleging that our bill would result in millions and millions of people losing the great care that they were supposedly getting under Obamacare. I would argue that was 9 years, but it wasn't until you got to the third, fourth page of search results before you found anything remotely positive about our bill. Our bill was called the American Health Care Act. The Republican tax cut bill was passed about a year ago. Tax cuts and jobs act, same story. Article after article attacking the Republican tax cut bill and alleging the tax cuts only went to the rich when, in actuality, about 85% of taxpayers got their taxes cut, including millions and millions of middle-class taxpayers. And once again, to find any article that had anything remotely good to say about our plan, you had to go deep into the search results. Now, I know Google's attitude, the algorithm made us do it, but I don't know that I buy it. How you explain this apparent tax cut bias alleging part against tax cuts only went to the rich when, in actuality, about 85. Is it just the algorithm, or is there more tax cuts, including millions and millions of
Congressman, I understand the frustration of seeing negative news, and I see it on me, on Google. There are times you can search on Google, page after page there's negative news which we deflect. What is important here is we use a robust methodology to reflect what is being said about any given topic at any particular time. And we try to do it objectively using a set of rubrics. It is in our interest to make sure we reflect what's happening out there in the best objective manner possible. I can commit to you and I can assure you, we do it without regards to political ideology. Our algorithms have no notion of Google political sentiment.
I'm going to run out of time.
There's negative news which we deflect. What is important here
I sincerely believe that you believe what you're saying, but you've got
what is being said about any given topic at any particular
somebody out there is doing something that just isn't working.
It is in our interest to make sure we reflect what's happening out there in the best objective manner possible.
I just mentioned two of the most
obvious ones. I can assure you, we do it without regards to political ideology.
I see it. What I described and the other, if it is happening, you see how conservatives believe that your company is kind of putting their thumb on the scale, so to speak, that you're in effect picking winners, somebody out, losers in political discourse out there in America today, and therefore actually affecting elections. And I've seen, you see see why conservatives would be concerned about this and why we're asking these kinds of questions today. There's a lot of people that think what I'm saying here is happening, and I think it's happening. So what I described, I've only got about 20 seconds to go now. Is your view? You see how
Congressman, it's important to me that I understand these concerns. This is why I've been trying to reach out and meet people. We've done outreach. We want to explain how these things work. We are happy to look at independent studies. It's important to us to demonstrate that our products work without any bias, and we build our products in a neutral way. And I'm happy to follow up and look forward to getting a chance to explain it better.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your willingness to follow up. I've only got about 20 seconds. I know I'm already out of time, but let me also thank Google for one thing. I happen to chair the House Small Business Committee, and your company has worked with an awful lot of small businesses all across the country, created a lot of jobs, and I commend you for that.
We want to explain how these things work. We are happy to look at independent studies.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson, leave for 5 minutes.
That our products work without any bias.
Good morning, Mr. Bashai. I'm right here. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning. I'm going to try and answer very offer to you questions initially that require just a yes or no answer, if you will. Does Google choose conservative voices over liberal voices?
We approach our work without any political bias. We build it in a neutral way.
Answer is no, or yes or no?
No.
If hate speech provokes violence, is that the definition beyond other aspects that you consider that you would take it down? I know there are other aspects, but particularly encouraging violence. Does that get taken down?
The primary purpose of inciting violence is what we consider as hate speech.
Yes or no answer. And it would be taken down? Does Google choose conservative voices? I want to just take note of the fact that I look forward to best practices when we start the 116th Congress in terms of having more hearings. My view is that this committee has washed its hands clean of engaging in meaningful oversight of technology platform efforts to sift through content being sold by hostile foreign actors. I know there are actors claiming to heighten social division at the peril of democracy. I won't ask a question on that, but I will make mention of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 12, which says no one should be subjected to arbitrary interference with privacy. It has been noted that Google does engage in reviewing email practices. Would you commit to adhering to Article 12 of the Declaration of Human Rights related to protecting the privacy of individual emails, clean of engaging in meaningful oversight?
We think privacy is an important individual right, it's an important human right, and we're committed to upholding that. I'm happy to engage in any discussions.
I'd like to do so. We know that building the U.S. economy through innovation is very important. I would like to know whether or not you would be open to privacy. Google involving the AI economy to non-traditional areas of social economic groups. Data shows the impact of not having that access. Would you be welcome, or would you welcome invitations to those communities to do more than what has been done?
Individual right, it's important. Absolutely.
You received a letter from the Senate a few weeks ago regarding illegal drug sales. It's quite extensive, and my question is, have you made any efforts to deal with the facilitating the sale of counterfeit, substandard, and falsified medicines sold through illegal online pharmacies?
Congressman, this is a national crisis. We have undertaken a lot of work in this area. We just recently rolled out and participated in National Take Back Day. In Google Maps, we showed drop-off locations. We work with law enforcement here, and this last week we received a corporate citizenship award from In Partnership for Drug-Free America, and we are very committed to doing more work in this area.
We applauded you in 2010 when Google took a very positive stand of principles and democratic values over illegal online and came out of China. I am concerned that you are now going back into China and upholding the Dragonfly procedures which would help censor Chinese persons seeking a lifetime of democracy and freedom. How can you do that, and what are you doing to minimize or to indicate that this is not best practice.
Congressman Nadal said, right now we have no plans to launch in China. We don't have a search product there. Our core mission is to provide users access to information. Getting access to information is an important human right, so we are always compelled across the world to try hard to provide that information. But right now there are no plans to launch search in China. We're committed to being fully transparent, including with policymakers, to the extent we ever develop plans to do that.
I'd like to pursue that with you, and I thank you for that. I think that was an important statement. My community is diverse. As you well may have heard, the Congressional Black Caucus has been working extensively with Google and other search engines to recognize there are not enough individuals of diversity and African Americans. My district has a huge number of musicians, artists, and creators from all areas of entertainment. I'd be interested in what efforts are being taken by Google's platform YouTube to promote diversity and inclusion with its employees. What are the demographics of YouTube's U.S. employees? And also, how is YouTube currently distributing resources? I'd like to pursue that version. I think focuses on diversity. What are you doing? YouTube is a great community message, and there is a whole population growing extensively diverse persons, including other search engines to recognize there are not enough.
Diversity is an area where we are very committed to. YouTube, as you highlighted, is a platform where, as we reach out to content creators, we want to ensure there's diverse perspectives, and we do reach out to minority communities and we engage with them to make sure they have a voice on the platform. Something we are committed to doing. As a company, we've been undertaking a lot of work. We were one of the first to publish transparency reports. We publish our representation numbers externally. There is a lot more work left to do. We acknowledge that, but it's an area, we've engaged with Congressman Black Caucus. We're committed to doing more.
Let me invite you to Texas and the 18th Congressional District on these very important issues, and I'd like to work with you as we go forward on some of the many issues that I've raised here today.
It will be a pleasure to engage with them.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put into the record a letter from equity.org dated December 10, 2018.
A lot of work.
Unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
Transparency reports.
Without objection.
Let me thank the witness for his testimony. Thank you also for your work.
There's a lot more work left to do.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Ice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to follow up with the gentleman who came before me on the side of the dais, who talked about the bias. And I know that the gentlelady from Texas and some of the others said there is no bias. But I'd like to pick up where Sheila Jackson just left off, because I think it's important. She used numbers and outcomes that she either has or believes exist to say that you have to do better in the minority community. Do you agree with that, Chairman?
As a company, we are committed to making sure...
No, but statistically, the outcome that she measures is how she asks you to do better, because your outcome is insufficient relative to the size of Texas. Do you agree with that? Some of the others said there is no bias.
I interpret it as we today don't have enough representation internally.
Very good. You got her point. Now, here's the point that I think we're giving. Numbers, if you measure the outcome, such as some of those that just listed exist, to say that you have to better in Ohio, what you find is that there is an appearance of bias, including, quite frankly, the outcome of search engine. Statistically, even the question of whether if I pay for advertising and my Democratic opponent pays for advertising, if the characteristic of what we happen to search for somehow is more expensive if you're trying to get conservative and Republican. Very good. You got outcome events. Now, will you commit to look in the case of potential political bias in all aspects of your very large company to look at the outcome, measure the outcome, and see if in fact there is evidence of bias this. Even the question that whether and then work backward to see if some of that can be even to what would appropriately be the advertising. You see my point there? Characteristic of what we
Congressman, I understand. We don't want any undue. While I'm confident we don't approach our work with any political bias, I think it's important to me that we always look at outcomes and we assess to make sure there's no evidence of bias.
And the reason I give you this point, for most of my adult life, there have been laws on the book to stop and see if the events that Ms. Jackson-Lee speaks of. We have had laws to protect minority communities. We have had laws to protect against segregation by advertising. And yet, there are measurements that are still being used, including, quite frankly, we create districts that are dedicated to minorities in this country under federal orders because of a history or a measurement of outcomes.
There's no evidence.
And I would ask you to seriously come back and to measure, and when you find an outcome that is inconsistent with that which would be ordinarily predictable, and we are two parties relatively tied in the outcome of elections on a national basis. If that outcome doesn't come out similar, then in fact you have the evidence to work backwards and see if in fact policies can be found which are causing that artificial, which by the way might include an overzealous liberal crowd that simply spends more time trashing Republicans than vice versa. That might be what you find, but unless you look at the outcome, you're always going to say what is nearly fair, but the outcome measured by my colleagues are in fact not in the outcome of elections.
I think it's a valid point. I appreciate it. I'm happy to engage more and follow up on it.
I want to get through just two more quick things. In your opening statement and in the questions you've asked, you have talked about turning off location and other data collection artificially. And by the way, there are two things that I'm concerned about. Can you commit, spend more time to go through generation 15, 16, 17 software to improve, unless you look at dashboard transparency or tools available to teach people how to protect their privacy, how to offload data, how to in fact turn off things they may not want to have in order to gain privacy.
In your area, we want to do better. I want to acknowledge as the company has grown a lot, there is complexity, and it's something I do think we can do better. More than other companies, we do today show clear dashboards of the data and the controls. We want to simplify it, make it easier for average users to navigate these settings, and it's something we are working on.
And I will tell you, each time I try to turn it on and off, refreshing my memory is a pain because there is no simple place to go to find out how to do it. But the reality is, I agree that you do have a dashboard on Stone. I ask unanimous consent now that an article from the Wall Street Journal on October 8th, 2018 be placed in the record. And in that article, it talks about that the user data would be breached. And it also makes us aware that there's a memorandum at Google, and that memorandum has been requested by multiple members of Congress, including Senator Thune. And I will tell you, would you commit to provide that memorandum to Congress so that we can know more about the internal work and find out how to do it? But the reality is, I agree that you do have a dashboard.
I'm happy to have my office follow up on it.
I ask unanimous consent now that an article
but definitely I'm committed to following up with your office on October 8th.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back the record.
Thank you, gentlemen.
In that article, it talks about that
the
user data should be breached. And it also makes me aware that there's a memorandum that that memorandum has been requested by multiple members of Congress, apparatus and I will tell you, would you commit to provide that memorandum to Congress so that we can know more about the location?
So many different things.
The reality is, I agree.
Have you considered having an online school that people could go to with a Google rep? You could kind of log in, kind of ask questions. They have Google and not like Comcast where you can hold for 30 minutes and then find somebody who can understand. Something easy to talk to somebody and say, how do I do this or that?
Congressman, we are constantly looking for better ways to do it. One of the areas is giving online tutorials, and we haven't specifically looked at an option like that. I'm happy to take that feedback. Today we do remind people of privacy checkups and we walk them through a flow. Around 20 million people come to it every day, and so we do.
That's online, though.
That's online.
But you don't have individuals. Can I ask questions? I find it's a lot easier to talk to somebody, and that's what I want to ask. The other thing is frustrating. If you look into that, I think it would help. Privacy is something I think many people, something easy to talk to somebody and say, how do I do it? Sometimes it's difficult to use the device.
We're constantly looking for better ways to do it.
You said that you turn off your location history, but that still your IP address will track your information. Is that correct?
All I mentioned, not just common to Google. Today, many internet companies do collect and sometimes store IP information for security reasons. For example, we need to know the language in which we serve your search results. There may be some location information in there. Location turns out to be in the fabric of how people use internet today. I do think it's important there is legislation in this area. As a company, we want to try and simplify things and be state-of-the-art, but it is a complex area. We realize we need to do better, and we're working on it.
Question about Russia. Recent months, authoritarian regimes, probably Vladimir Putin named Russia.
Sometimes store IP information for security
and use bots to manipulate YouTube's algorithm and restricting the accessibility of online
content. There may be some democratic information.
Would the gentleman suspend
the
individual who has provided us with a poster will remove that immediately?
Or could we have the doors closed? Could we have the doors closed? Question about Russia.
Capitol Police will escort the gentleman out of the building.
Probably Vladimir, like a USC football game.
Absolutely. Gentleman's recognized.
And I get 20 more spots to manipulate. Yes, without objection. All right, so in recent months, authoritarian regimes, most prominently Vladimir Putin's regime in Russia, use bots to manipulate YouTube's algorithms and restricting the accessibility of online content. Democratic and human rights activists are piling up tens of thousands of artificial dislikes. Could we have the doors closed? I'm aware human rights activists have met. We have to go to Google to discuss this problem and find a way of amending the algorithms to prevent this abuse of authoritarian regimes. But so far, no systemic solution has been found. YouTube is the main platform for democratic and human rights activists. And I get 20 more countries where mainstream media are controlled by the government. This results in YouTube. All right, so recent algorithms as they currently operate. Authoritarian regime barriers prominently Vladimir Putin's regime in Russia. What does YouTube and Google's algorithm doing to restrict the accessibility of online content? Democratic
Congressman, both YouTube and Google are really committed to freedom of expression. We want to be a platform by which people can get their messages out and we work hard to do that. And, not sure of all the specifics in that particular case. Happy to follow up, but in general, we work hard. We operate around the world. Part of the reason we do it is so that we can be a platform by which people can get their messages out and human rights activists.
There are ways that bots to influence the algorithm by going in, disliking content. Is that not right?
Throughout our systems, we deal with spam bots and bots of many kinds. It's what we've worked hard over 20 years to make sure we can counter. We have several measures in place. We detect these activities and we respond strongly. Happy to
follow up on this. Should I heard on television this morning, MSNBC said you have almost 200 lobbyists. It's amazing that they all look like Ed-ons. But should I talk to one of the Ed-ons and ask him to get the algorithm decision? What is YouTube going in?
We'll definitely have all this follow-up.
Right. And by the way, as far as MSNBC would be a news. I mean, if you're on MSNBC, wouldn't that be in your news?
Is MSNBC news provider?
So if you put, like I put my name in here, Rep. Steve Cohen, I punched news. This weekend I was on MSNBC 4 times. Yet the first thing that comes up is the Daily Caller, not exactly a liberal. It's amazing. Yes, well-known group. Then Roll Call. Then Breitbart News. Should I talk with one of the Ed-ons? Then Breitbart News. Then Breitbart. So it looks like you are overly using conservative news organizations on your news. And I'd like you to look into the overuse of conservative news organizations to put on liberal people's news on Google News. And if you let me know about that, I'd appreciate it.
Is MSNBC news provider? We do get consensus across both sides of the aisle. I can assure you we do this in a natural way. We do this based on the specific keyword, what we are able to access the most relevant information.
I'm sure you try to, but it's hard
apart from in bad thing on MSNBC, it's got 8 minutes of the show 4 times, and there's more content like Breitbart News and conservative news organization. That might say something about. I'd like you to look at the overused conservative news organization. Put on liberal people on MSN News on Google News. Let me know about that. I appreciate it.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
In your opening statement, you said, I lead this company without political bias. We work to ensure that our products operate that way. Ileana Murillo is Google's head of multicultural marketing. Does Ms. Murillo do good work?
I'm not directly familiar with her work, but she's an employee of Google, and we are proud of her employees.
So you praised her work. The day after the 2016 election, in a 4-page email she wrote about her work with the Latino vote, she said, even Sundar gave our effort a shout-out. Is she referring to you there?
She was referring to my communication around translation for a different related effort.
Okay, well, I'm going to look at 2 other sentences she had in that long email, again, recapping her work in the 2016 election with the Latino vote. She said this: we pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features. A few lines down in her email, she qualified that sentence. She said, we pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features in key states. She specifically cites the states Florida and Nevada. Near the end of her email, in a similar sentence, she says, we supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. Okay, well, I'm going to look at 2 other sentences. I want to kind of analyze those 2 sentences. We pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features in key states. We supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. Is it fair to say the we in both sentences, Mr. Pachai refers to Google? She said, we pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features
we are very concerned whenever there are allegations like that. Our team
I'm not asking that question. I'm asking, is it fair to say that we in both sentences refers to the company partners like
as Google, we wouldn't participate in any partisan efforts around any civic process.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So this is, we push and we supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides in the polls in key states, and we pushed to get out the Latino vote during the 2016 election. And how were they getting that done? They were getting that done by Congressman Ms. Murillo, your head of multicultural marketing, by altering your features or configuring your features in such a way and for paying for rides for people to get to the polls. Is that an accurate reading of those? That's all I'm asking. Is that fair to say what those sentences are talking about?
I'm not aware of all the specifics, but we did look into it. We found no evidence that there were any activity like that from Google towards that organization.
So she's not telling the truth. During the 2016 election,
for sure, we didn't find any supporting evidence of any such activity.
She said she paid for rides to the polls, and they configured their features in such a way as to get out the Latino vote. Altering your features or configuring your features in such a way. Look, I actually think that's all okay. Right? I think that's just a good corporate citizen, encouraging voter participation, encouraging people to participate in our election process. I think so far those sentences are just fine. But then there's 3 words at the end of each sentence that do cause me real concern. Those 3 words are: we push to get out the Latino vote with our features. She's not telling me in key states. Now suddenly it gets political. We supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. But that makes everything different. So I got really just one question for you. Look, I actually think that's all okay. Why did Google configure its features and pay for rides to the polls to get out the Latino vote only in key states?
We found no evidence to substantiate those claims. The only effort we do around elections.
You're head of multicultural marketing. You praised her work in this email and gave her a shout out. You supported was lying when she said you were trying to get out the Latino vote in key states?
Today, in the U.S., around elections, we make it, and this is what users look to us for, where to register to vote, where to find your nearest polling place, what are the hours they are open. We do those things effectively.
I appreciate that, Mr. Pichai. I already said that's being a good corporate citizen. What I'm asking is, why did you only do it in key states?
Only effort we do around. We didn't do any such activity as Google on any of these key states. When there are employees, I think they are participating.
Did you push to get out the Latino vote in all states?
Google, we don't have goals around pushing out any particular segment around. We don't participate in partisan activities. We engage with both campaigns, we support and sponsor debates across both sides of the aisle, and we provide the hours the information to get to election.
Your head of multicultural marketing, I appreciate that, said, pushing to get out the Latino vote, for paying for rides to the polls for the Latino vote, only in key states, and you're saying that's not accurate.
Google. Yes, that's right. We haven't found any evidence to substantiate it.
She just made it up out of thin air the day after the election, wrote this email to your top executives, and it's not true?
Google, we don't have goals around. Happy to follow up, but I think employees today do their own activities.
You know what, to follow up, I want the real answers right here in this committee.
Support, as I said earlier, we debate across both sides.
Did you push to get out the key vote? I would say the two most populous states for Latinos would be California and Texas. Did you push to get out the Latino vote, pay for people to go to the polls in California and Texas? Only in key states. You're saying that's not accurate.
Any effort to push out votes, we haven't found any Democrats. That would be against our principles. We participate in the civic process in a non-partisan way, and we think it's really happy to follow up, but I do it that way.
Well, I just think it's interesting, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm over time, but I think it's interesting that their head of multicultural marketing writes an email the day after the election push to get out where she talks about 71% of Latino votes voted for Hillary, but that wasn't enough. And she talks about paying for rides to the polls in key states for Latino votes to get out the Latino vote in key states. And the head of the company says that's not accurate.
That would be against our principles.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Non-partisan way. Chairman, I think it's important for us, and we are happy to follow up with Congressman Ware, and we haven't found any evidence to substantiate these allegations.
Writes an email the day after the election. Where she talks about 71% of Latino votes.
It's my understanding she does.
But that wasn't enough. And she talks about paying for rides to the polls in key states for Latino votes to get out the Latino vote in key states. And the head of the company says that's not accurate.
You were just asked about by your head of multicultural.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
Not at the non-partisan, but Chairman, I think it's important for us, and we are happy to follow up with Congressman Ware, and
is it true that she sent that email, or could that be fake news?
My understanding is that the understanding she sends the Congressman.
But it's your testimony today that Google did not configure its features to get out the Latino vote in key states.
We don't build partisan features or features with any goals around affecting elections in those ways. We mainly focus our efforts on helping people register to vote, and we reach users across the United States. So anytime we do these efforts, informing people where to vote, these are used in a very distributed way, widely across the entire country.
All right, thank you, sir. Google's collection and use of consumers' data and its record of protecting consumers and their data are appropriate areas of congressional oversight. Sadly, this committee has neglected consumer protection as an area of oversight, choosing instead to squander their oversight responsibility and use its power so as to bully Google and other technology companies into minimizing negative news and comments about Republicans and, most importantly, the Trump administration. Yesterday, Google disclosed that private profile data over 52 million users may may have been exposed. I understand that you're phasing out an area of oversight plus platform, but many Americans trust your email platform and countless other products so as to with their personal and other information. Technology, you admit that you collect private data, comments, and advertising. How can we be assured, considering this new breach, that the personally identifiable information of consumers is safe with you? Profile data.
Congressman, it's an important question. This is why we undertake all these efforts. We do operate important products like Gmail. The reason building software inevitably has bugs associated as part of the process. We actually undertake a lot of efforts to find bugs, and so we find it, we root it out, and we fix it, and that's how we constantly make our systems better. And the biggest area of risk we normally we see for our users is around security, that their account gets hacked or something. That's why we work hard. Gmail is an area where we have invested a lot. We have an advanced protection program. I would encourage members of the Congress to sign up for it if you're using Gmail. It allows a second layer of protection to your account that makes it much harder to get your account misappropriated.
Thank you. Yesterday, the New York Times published an in-depth investigation of your location tracking applications that still purportedly personally identified data. Google has said that it doesn't sell data, but as a corporation deeply involved in the business of consumer data use for advertising, your company benefits from applications that track consumer location. How do you differentiate what Google does with geolocation data from companies with applications that track and sell the location tracking applications?
As a company, we do not sell user data. That would be against our principles and how it.
How do you differentiate what you do with geolocation as a data involved in companies that do sell the data? How do your company benefits? How do you differentiate what you do with that data? How do you versus what Google these applications that do track data, sell the data to companies?
An important source of differentiation. We do not and would never sell user data. We do give consumers preferences about how their data is used for advertising principles. And most of our user experience, we make our advertising relevant based on the keywords you type in. That's where we get most of our information. You can just type in, control your ad settings into Google, and you can actually change the use of your personal data for advertising as well. We allow that as an option for our users.
My time expires. Let me ask you, do you believe Google has done enough to be transparent in its
important source of differentiation? We do not, we never sell user data. We always think there is more to do in an area which is going to be an ongoing area of effort for us. But we have invested a lot over the years, and we do make it very transparent, and we encourage users to go check it out. And in fact, every day 20 million users go and check it for information. And over the last month, around 170 million users did check it. But we're going to continue and invest more in actually change the use of your personal data for advertising as well.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Poe, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over here on this side. I have an iPhone, and if I move from here and go over there and sit with my Democrat friends, which will make them real nervous, does Google track my movement? Does Google, through this phone, know that I have moved here and moved over to the left? It's either yes or no.
Not by default. There may be a Google service which you've opted in to use, and if
so, Google knows that I am moving over there. It's not a trick question. You know, you make $100 million a year, you ought to be able to answer that question. Does Google know through this phone that I am moving over there and sitting next to Mr. Johnson, which would make him real nervous. Does Google? It's his question. It's yes or no. Does Google through this phone? You can't say yes or no that I have moved here over to the left. If I walk over there and sit next to Mr. Johnson,
not by default,
carry my phone, does Google know that I was sitting? So Google, and then I moved over there. Moving over there. It's not a trick question. You know, you make $100 million. Yes or no? You ought to be able to answer that question.
I genuinely don't know
Google knows through this phone. I am moving over there. Google obviously does. Are you familiar with the General Data Protection Regulation by the European Union?
I'm very familiar. We worked over 18 months on it.
And the European Union is protecting the right of privacy of the people in Europe. We don't have such a law in the United States. Next to Mr. Johnson,
not by default.
Carry my phone. We do not have such a law in the United States, do we?
We don't have a comprehensive user data privacy legislation.
Are you familiar with House Resolution 1039? It's a resolution that I've introduced that would basically adopt some of the European practices in America and give consumers in the United States the right of privacy. Are you familiar with that legislation? I'll give you a copy. And the European Union is protecting. It's ironic to me that the United States is supposed to be the country in the world that protects privacy of individuals more than anybody else. We are playing second fiddle to the Europeans. They protect the privacy of their folks more than we do. I think the United States Congress needs to move in a direction that I've introduced that would allow citizens to opt in to the dissemination of their information rather than opt out, which seems to be the current law. As Mr. Cohen has stated, I think most Americans don't know all the things that this phone do. One thing, country in the world is privacy, disseminate information really that we are unaware of. All different Europeans, they protect the privacy of the United States to change folks more than we do. It's so that the United States consumers needs to move and opt in. Otherwise, that will allow citizens that is just my practice. What does Google view as objectionable rather than opt out? That seems to be the current law.
If you're referring to content policies, we do publish. There are areas, for example, categories for YouTube like violent extremism, pornography, child safety, fraudulent activities. So we define categories.
What are extreme political views? I find those objectionable. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying what are those extreme political views?
We think it's important. Google and YouTube are platforms which are
what are those extreme political views that you find objectionable?
If you're referring to content, we don't define any political views as objectionable.
So you let all political views come on,
categories
objectionable
like
political views.
Violent have areas which we have defined child safety as not allowed on platforms. For example, defined on YouTube. What are clear definitions around hate speech? It's defined as speech which has the primary goal of inciting hatred or violence to groups or people.
You would agree that hate speech has many different definitions depending on who's going to define it, wouldn't you agree? So what are those?
We understand it's a subjective area, could be open to interpretation, but we define it and we publish our definition of it. And
do you believe that Google has been brought out here in some question is biased?
Not allowed us to. It's really important to me that we approach our work in a clear.
Do you believe that Google is biased? Either yes or no.
No, not in our approach.
Now, it is a private company,
Yes, it is.
You would agree that it's not the government has many different definitions. Google is not the government buying it, wouldn't you agree?
Not last I checked, no.
You want the government to regulate Google?
It's a subjective area, but today we are subject to a lot of regulation across many different agencies.
But you're not subject to the definition of what bias is by the government coming in and saying is bias. Google cannot be biased, and we, the government, are going to decide what's biased and what's not biased. You're not subject to that philosophy. You believe that Google is biased.
Not today.
I hope we don't get to that point where the government tries to come in and regulate what bias is.
Yes,
because this is an independent, free company. I think that is, you want the government to regulate Google, and they have, to me, it's just part of it doing business like any other media outlet. You're not subject say what they want.
Of what bias is.
I've gone all the time, Mr. Chairman. I have some other questions I'd like to submit for the record.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I might, gentlemen are certainly welcome to join me on this side of the aisle to switch parties at any time.
Regulate what bias is.
Getting a little late in his career.
That's right. An independent free company.
I will just respond to the gentleman from Texas and say that we will be submitting questions in writing.
Part of me doing business like any other media
outlet. Texas, and we would ask
say what they want.
Of what bias is.
I've gone all the time.
Mr. Chair now recognizes
I have some other questions I'd like to submit for the record.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe platforms can and should do a better job preventing people from using services to engage in illegal activity. Tim Cook recently said platforms and algorithms that promise to improve our lives can actually magnify our worst tendencies. Peers are publicly reckoning with the ways their companies are not neutral platforms and are accountable for the content on the services. Congressional testimony, Mark Zuckerberg said the company is responsible for the content on its platform. In a Washington Post interview, Uber CEO Derek Shai said we have to stand for the content of our platforms. We can't just say we're a platform when our job is done. Shai, will you, in front of our committee this morning, join our peers and friendly rules accountable for activity? Tim Cook recently said platforms and algorithms that promise to improve our lives can actually magnify our worst tendencies. Peers are publicly reckoning with ways that companies are not responsible for platforms and are accountable. I'll take that as a yes. I want to return to the privacy discussion that's gone on. And Mr. Chai, went to the to do a privacy check sitting here, and you're right. Interview quite good. And I wanted to talk about what it does and content of our platform. Perhaps you can help me work through this a bit. My settings now is my location history is paused, my device information is paused, my voice and audio activity are paused, my YouTube watch history is paused. It's probably a good thing, and my YouTube search history is paused. That said, it doesn't mean that I'll take that as a yes. I want to return to the privacy discussion that's gone on.
And I think if you all those categories, if you pause it, you stop collecting.
I understand, but overall, it doesn't mean that. I want to talk about stop collecting data. You're still collecting data on search. I'm still collecting data in ways that can help advertising and help provide the services that you provide. I appreciate that. My question is this. I wanted to focus also on the New York Times article about what they refer to as the mobile location search history. And that said, I understand the way that data is collected and talked on your website about searching Google, getting directions to maps, and watching videos on YouTube, collect data to make services work better. I understand that. But data is also collected to use in advertising. And according to the New York Times story, it's a hot market. Sales of location targeted advertising reaching an estimated $21 billion this year. It talks about your company and Facebook dominating the mobile ad market that also lead in location-based advertising. And it says that Google also receives precise location information from apps that use its ad service. Can you explain that to me? Is the New York Times saying that if there is any company that uses your ad services and given the dominant place that you can in advertising, that would be, I would imagine, the most. If there is any company using your advertising, $21 billion, then that data that they collect would also be available in the ad market that also lead in and ultimately data they collect on me. And it says that Google also receives precise location information from
as a company, and we have commitments to you. We view data as belonging to users. We are stewards of it, so we don't transmit personal data to advertisers. If I understand,
I understand that. I'm asking about the data that companies, because the New York Times said that Google
Google receives precise location information from apps that use its ad service. My question is, you receive information, is the New York Times right, you receive information about the locations that I travel from companies who use your advertising service.
We, company, and I just want to make sure I understand the specifics, but there may be information. So, for example, if we are providing an ad, and let's say it's for a restaurant, we normally would do it in a location near you so that it's relevant.
I'm asking about the
you have an option to turn that setting off. But if it is that we are providing that information, we would be aware of it. It's not coming from the company to us.
But that's what I want to understand. If the ad, if a company uses your advertise that as their location sharing, get to you, and here's why. Let me just, because I don't have a lot of time. The Times talks about the information that isn't tied to someone's name or phone number. Your personal information as you define it seems to be name, email address, and billing address. The question a lot of us have in is that while that may be personal information and you treat that the way we would expect, that there is a lot of information about where we go and where we are at any moment that can, as the Times points out, allow someone with access to the raw data, including employees or clients, to identify a person without their consent by following someone who's pinpointing a phone that regularly spends time at that person's home address number. You use the locations that people go to identify back into who a question a lot of us you wouldn't do it. Could someone else do this? That may be personal information and you treat that.
We wouldn't do that without using explicit user consent. To answer your question, I'm happy to follow up. I want to make sure I have specific questions. At a high level, I would say location is turning out raw data. As we consider privacy legislation, I think it's important to give location protection for our users. As a company, we want to lead the way, and we are taking it.
I have to see if I just one last question.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Marino.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank
We
you for
will
being
do that without using explicit user consent. To answer your question, I'm happy to follow up.
So you, Officer McCumber, I think particularly
allow someone with access to the raw
you who are at the
data
helm have a tremendous responsibility towards your employees, responsibility towards your stockholders, your company.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
More awesome responsibility to the American people. Make sure that you educate accurately, to make sure that you stay in the middle of the road, because I've learned this over the years as a prosecutor and more so as a member of Congress. Tremendous responsibility. There is a lot of people who believe everything stockholders put out company by anything. We're a 10-second society now, and we can't hold conversations. We can only read 10 or 12 words, and that's supposedly the gospel. You have a responsibility to see that the truth is make sure that you stay in the middle of the road and hold you to doing that. I don't believe in learning this over the years as a government taking control or defining things. That's what I'm the judge. So there is a lot of people right and what is wrong. I, for one, the less federal government in my life, the better. So I am depending on you. Company's 10-second, your company now, and help us along the conversations. If the federal government does ever step in to regulations, things like the gospel. That said, I have a concern concerning China. I don't believe in 2010 Google left the Chinese market due to concerns over hacking attacks, censorship, and how the Chinese government was possibly gaining access to data. I, for one, I'm interested in what has changed since 2010 and how working with the Chinese government has results part of Google's core values if the federal government wants to step in to regulate.
Congressman, right now there are no plans for us to launch a search product in China. We are, in general, always looking to see how best it's part of our core mission, and our principle is to try hard to provide users with information. We always have evidence based on every country we have operated in. Us reaching out and giving users to more information has a very positive impact, and we feel that calling. But right now there are no plans to launch in China. To the extent that we ever approach a decision like that, I will be fully transparent, including with policymakers here, and engage in consult widely in China. We are, in general, always looking to see how best is part of our core mission, and our principles to try hard to provide users with information. We always have evidence based on every country we have operated in. Us reaching out and giving. We currently do not have a search product there, and so
you plan on
that calling. But right now there are no plans to launch. Right now there are no plans to extend that launch a search product in China. Ever approach a decision like that?
If in the future you decide
I will be fully transparent, including with policymakers here, and engage in consult widely.
What information would you share with the Chinese concerning other users, other countries?
Anytime we look to operate in a country, I mean, we would look at what the conditions are to operate. Currently, there are times in the past we have debated the conditions to operate, and we explore a wide range of possibilities. Currently, it is an effort only internally for us that we are not doing this in China. So, but I'm happy to consult back and be transparent to the extent we plan something there.
I'm sure you are aware that right now there are thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people the Chinese government has on computers trying to hack in the U.S. and any other countries. Same thing taking place to a lesser degree in Russia simply because of the population.
To operate and we explore a wide range of possibilities. Currently, it is an effort only internally for us that we are not doing this in China. So, but I'm happy to consult back and be transparent. As a company, we have faced significant attacks before. Protecting the security of our users is what really keeps me up at night, and it's something we invest a lot over the years. We work with law enforcement because we rely on their intelligence to help us assess threats, but it's a comprehensive effort, and it's something we take seriously.
I yield back, but remember your responsibility. What can Google do?
I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Bassett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming today. I wanted to follow up on some questions that were asked earlier, specifically the use of bots by authoritarian regimes, and also the use of troll farms by Russia. I wanted to know if you could be more specific in terms of how Google is going to respond. In other words, will you expand your staff or modify the algorithms in an effort to identify and eradicate the online trolls? And then in terms of the flooding that takes place with bots, what specifically will you address, Mr. Chair? And thank you for
this is something we actually face across the set of products we do today. Be it our ad systems, be it our search products people are trying to spam, and be it YouTube and so on. So in general, we have built systems over the years to detect anomalous traffic patterns and mitigate that. We also learn, we collaborate with others. Law enforcement has been very helpful to us in this regard.
So if the example of the bots, where you have, I saw one example where there was one day 125 dislikes, and the next day there were 82,000. How do you respond to a situation like that, where it's obviously bots done?
Search products people are trying to spam. So when we see view count manipulation of likes, dislikes, and either we get reports or we detect in our systems spikes in those activities, which make it clear that it's we are humans, we collaborate doing it. When we detect it, we treat it as spam or abuse of our system.
So you have staff dedicated to that?
Yeah, both. We have our algorithms, AI systems, and manual reviewers, and we are staffing up our manual reviewers significantly over the last couple of years, and so we do it comprehensively across all the things.
So anticipating
what took place in 2016 happening again, and this is specifically regarding what Russia did to foment racial tensions in the United States, and wanting to know how you are responding to that, where they called for fake protests, either to get African Americans to turn out to protest something that was fake, or to have white supremacists be ginned up to attack communities of color. So specifically, what is Google doing to respond?
We mainly saw, with respect to Russia, limited improper activity on our ad platforms. But in general, we are not a social networking company across the products we do. An area we haven't done well as a company. We typically are in connecting groups of people, and that's not how Google Media works today. And so we haven't seen that kind of activities on our platform. We are vigilant and happy to share any findings which come through as we can do more.
So I also wanted to ask you a couple of questions about online creators of color, where mainstream media outlets often fail to cater to communities of color with relatable content or resolve lingering issues of underrepresentation and misrepresentation. Communities of color have sought out digital mediums to tell their stories, and in some cases, this has been very successful, and it's led to larger networks recognizing the talent. And in other cases, it's given a platform to voices that would otherwise be silenced. So I wanted to know what policies Google might be developing and put in place to ensure that the voice of online creators can expand. Online creators of color.
YouTube has a lot of community outreach programs. We partner with other organizations who do important work in this area. But today, when we look at YouTube, we do see a platform with a very diverse set of perspectives and opinions. It's partly the strength of the platform and the reach it provides to voices. And
could I get the information about your outreach specifically when you do outreach to that would be my
I'd be very happy to.
I yield back the time to online creators.
Thanks. Thank from California. Mr. Pritchard, I just wanted to finish up.
YouTube has a lot of
Again, appreciate you being here. I wanted to follow up on something that the chairman started hearing with, and that was a question about information collected by Google. I think the report that you referred to talks about information collected on Android phones. Even if those phones aren't on Wi-Fi or the cell service. Is that something that happens?
On this one, it's not clear to me how something when there is no connectivity would happen.
Again, appreciate you being here.
We haven't.
I'm sorry.
I'm not aware of those concerns. We haven't been able to substantiate those specific findings.
You're looking into those findings, though.
There's an area where we are, our goal is to, we're trying to help users with the information they want. Today, there are many cases, users give us feedback. Part of what we're trying to do is they want us to be location aware when they get that.
I understand, but you're not aware of data being collected while the phone is not connected to either cell service or Wi-Fi.
There may be specific instances, for example, GPS may be working, and so it depends on the specifics, but in general.
And so finally, the question is, if that information is, if that's possible, if you learn that it is happening, and I would love you to share that with us. If you learn that's happening, and the information then when the customer turns on his or her cell service, if that information is then sent back to your company on their data plan, a lot of people obviously have limited data plans. When you look at this, and you could also look at whether when the information is sent back to the extent it's happening, that it might cause some people to go over their limits, thereby costing them more bills. So finally, the question is, if that information is, if that's possible, thank you.
Hearing that, gentleman, George Mr. Collins.
Learn that's happening, and the information then when the customer turns on their cell service, that information then sent back to your
perception is reality. You can disagree with the perception, you can disagree with the reality, but at a certain point in time
as you've even heard from many of the folks discussing on both sides of the aisle today, there's several perceptions that are going on what's being stored, what's not being stored, and how that is, how that data, that privacy issue, and also the effects or the outcomes of the searches are made. Now, one of the other issues, not just Google itself, but also YouTube, there's another issue that I will not touch today, but probably do some questioning on, is the issue of content and the issue of how that is stolen in many cases, and how that could be worked on. Those are issues we'll deal with in a second. We've talked about this. But I want to go through several questions because we've been discussed a lot about what you collect and what you don't collect. So the next few questions will be yes, no questions. They're not trying to trick you. It's simply what you collect and how do you collect. Okay? In dealing with Google, do you or do you not collect identifiers like name, age, and address? Yes, or Google itself, but also
creating an account, yes, and using an account, yes.
Specific search histories when a person types something into a search content.
If you have search history turned on, yes.
Device identifiers like IP address or IMEI. We've talked about this. But I want to go through several questions because we've discussed a lot about what GPS signals, Wi-Fi signals, Bluetooth questions will be yes, no questions. They're not trying to trick you.
Would depend on the specifics, so there may be situations, yes.
GPS, yes. In dealing with voice and conversations when using Google Voice products, identifiers like name.
We give an option to turn on or off.
But if a person didn't know it, voice and conversations when using Google Voice products. Specific search histories will
be only record when they initiated with OK Google and then say that the search history turned on.
Contents of emails and Google documents like IP address or IMEI.
We store the data, but we don't read or look at your Gmail.
You have access to GPS signals, Wi-Fi signals.
As a company, we have access to them.
So you could. Saying you don't or don't. I'm not asking what do you or don't. I'm saying you could, though. There is a possibility.
We have clear established policies on how we report data.
And their privacy policies, speaking of that, has changed 28 times, including 8 times since January 2016. So I think the policies, and this is why I'm asking these questions.
We only record when
is there any type of origin of data which Google would refuse to collect and is not already prohibited by laws like COPPA?
We store the data, but we don't. There are many categories of information today. We are particular about anything like health data.
Those are covered under anything that you would not collect outside of the two that I named, which are generally established as things you cannot collect.
There are many things which we don't collect. For example, we don't collect, if you have a product like Google Home, we don't collect conversations unless you specifically ask us to. So you ask a question.
Is there any type
we definitely are very careful and minimize the data we need to provide the service back to our users.
I'm glad you mentioned data minimization. We'll get into that in just a second. How long do you keep the data?
Information today we give you the choice of whether you want to store the data or not. But if you store the data, from the time you turn it on, we store it for you.
Okay, well, let me ask a question. For all this is being discussed, age, identifiers, purchase, things, all these things. And for the, how many people, you've interested how many people actually understand that they can actually cut this off?
Conversations unless we remind people, and every day 20 million people come and make changes in these settings. We see robust activity.
You control 95% of searches. You control this in a very large way. I would say the vast majority, not the most sophisticated, not the ones in a certain age demographic, are not as familiar with this as, say, some people in the industry, or at least around them. Would that not be a fair statement? Okay, well, let me ask a question. All this has been discussed, age, identifiers, purchase, things, all these things. Earlier it was said that identifiers such as age, name, and address are treated differently. How many people actually understand? If that is true, how are you treating them differently? And is the same data collection process still done? How is it treated differently than maybe some of these others that we spoke of? I think Mr. Dorsey's search is located in a large way. I would say the vast majority.
We offer different controls for that. So, for example, for location, we give specific controls. For your voice activity, we give specific controls. We are trying to meet users' expectations. And so, for example, some people may want their search history to be available, but they don't want YouTube history to be recorded. So we give those choices to our users.
One of the general dynamics of most in this tech industry, those who collect data, is data minimization. Just a few minutes ago. The issue that I have, and there was in March of this year, a security researcher actually downloaded his book, Google Takeout. This is probably there. It was 5.5 gigabytes.
We offer different controls for
just a few names and addresses.
Specific controls.
Why, number one, does Google need all this information?
we can answer that to the fact that 86% of your revenue comes from advertising, so we know you manipulate data somewhat. However, can you explain what you do to minimize this data, which is generally an accepted standard practice among those who collect data industry, those who collect
Our goal is, but we are providing, for example, we are providing you a service like Gmail, which we have done for 15 years. That data, we need to store it for our users, so they expect us to. So we are trying hard to match users' expectations. We don't need, our data for advertising, as I said earlier. Most of it comes from just the keywords you type, and so we need minimal data to do advertising. We give you options to turn ads personalization off. We store most of the data we do today to help give users the experience they want, and that's what we're trying to do.
We'll go back to where I started. Perception is reality.
We are
amount of data being collected, how it is being used, how you monetize it, one ad basically the flow of information you have, and the monetization of that is a concern. I think the perception of how it is used and from what side of the aisle is something that this committee, I think, will take up and continue to process. But I think when most people deal with this, what I said earlier, I'm not sure that in the broad scope of things, we're simply clicking yes, especially in a society today with some of these things, and especially that was talked about mobile, which we've not delved into any further, it's going to open up a much larger situation, which is not just about monetizing data, it's actually using information that can be used by either law enforcement or others in legal proceedings that can then be used against them. They're not handling exactly what is going on. With that, I think the perception.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. You're recognized
what side of the aisle this is something that this committee, I think,
Thank you, Mr. Pichai, for being here. In 2006, Internet pioneer Vint Cerf testified on behalf of Google that the open Internet was designed so that no central gatekeeper could exert its control to discriminate against rivals, consumers, or other businesses. Since then, it's become increasingly clear that this virtuous cycle of innovation is fundamentally threatened by the dominance of a few powerful companies. Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, made this point clear in an open letter earlier this year, where he warned that the open Internet has been compressed under the weight of a few dominant platforms that have the ability to harm competition and control which ideas and opinions are seen and shared on. In 2006, along with 83% of Americans, I strongly support an open, decentralized Internet. The open Internet free and powerful gate, no central gatekeeper against rivals, control, threatening innovations, rivals, consumers, or other businesses. With that in mind, since then it's become increasingly clear that of virtuous discriminatory conduct in the market threat for Internet search. According to findings by the European Commission, the rule has harmed the competitive process by favoring its own products and services over rivals, by deprioritizing or delisting competitors' content. My first question, Mr. Pichai, is as a proponent of Internet openness, will Google commit to ending the discrimination against rivals and other businesses centralized Internet? Open Internet free and powerful
Congressman, with respect, I disagree with that characterization. Providing users with
that in mind, since then it's
they're looking for the most relevant information. That's our true north, and that's how we approach our
According to does that include the use of discriminatory practices? Is that part of your business own products and services?
Definitely not. In the European countries, we are appealing to businesses. When they look at shopping as a category, they excluded Amazon as a potential ending the discrimination specific matters. We are interested in providing users with the best information they're looking for, be it from another company and be it from a competitor. That's what we are interested in.
Well, I strongly believe in structural antitrust enforcement. I also plan to work with the Federal Trade Commission to develop legislation to address this type of discriminatory conduct online. Will Google commit to working together with Congress on legislative proposals designed to ensure that online firms with significant market power are not able to harm the competitive process of discriminatory conduct?
We're happy to engage constructively, and we are interested in providing users with the best information they're looking for.
Thank you. I'd like now to turn to the question of China. Mr. Pichai, the operating environment in China has deteriorated with respect to surveillance, censorship, and the like since Google first addressed this type of discriminatory conduct. In September, I sent you a letter along with 15 other colleagues raising serious concerns about what kind Google is planning to re-enter the Chinese market, a significant app-based search engine that would likely have to comply with strict censorship and surveillance requirements imposed by the Chinese government. Since then, a widespread chorus of opposition to such a move has emerged, including from lawmakers,
I'd like to now turn
activists,
this
and a group of Google's own employees.
The operating environment has deteriorated. You're launching an app in that environment. It seems to be inconsistent with Google's recently launched AI principles. In September, I sent you a not design or deploy technologies whose, and I quote, purpose contravenes widely accepted principles of international law and rights. It's hard for me to imagine that you could operate in the Chinese market under the current government framework and maintain a commitment. Since then, a widespread course such as freedom of expression and personal privacy. So I want to ask very specifically, are any employees currently having product meetings on this Chinese project? Or if not, when do those environment?
We have undertaken an internal effort, but right now there are no plans to launch a search service in China.
Are there any current discussions with any member of the Chinese government on launching this app?
Currently, we are not in discussions on launching a search for the Chinese market.
Are there any current discussions with members of the Chinese government about this? Since then, a widespread
this effort currently is an internal effort.
So I want to ask very specifically,
happy to
are any employees currently
but be transparent to actually take steps towards launching the product.
And who at Google is leading with that environment?
Our efforts around building search services undertaken by
Are there any current discussions with any member of the Chinese government on launching? Will you, Mr. Chai, rule out launching a tool for surveillance and censorship in China? Are there any current discussions with members of the Chinese government?
I commit to engaging effort. One of the things that is important to us as a company, we have a stated mission of providing users with information transparency. So we think it's in our duty to explore possibilities to give users access to information. And I have the commitment, but as I said earlier on this, we'll be very thoughtful and we will engage widely.
Well, I appreciate that. And let me be clear, this goes beyond Google and frankly beyond China. At a moment of rising authoritarianism around the world, when more leaders are using surveillance, censorship, and repression against their own people, we're in a moment that we must reassert America's moral leadership. And I think it's important that other countries will look at that relationship. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the letter of 15 colleagues and I sent to Mr. Pichai, his response, and a letter from more than 50 human and civil rights organizations opposing the launch of a censored Google search engine for the Chinese market. And I would just note, Mr. Chairman, that in the submission of this for unanimous consent, the NGO letter reports that, and I quote, the Chinese government is actively promoting its model of pervasive digital censorship and surveillance around the world. Many governments look to China as an example, and major industry leaders acquiesce with that. I'd ask such demands will likely cause many other regimes to follow China's lead, provoking race to the bottom in standards. It would also undermine efforts by Google and other companies to resist government surveillance requests in order to protect users' privacy and security, bold market state intelligence, to demand greater access to sufficient implications consents to Chinese letter reports, and I quote, the Chinese government is actively promoting its model of pervasive and surveillance around the world. Many governments look to China as an example, and major industry leaders acquiesce with that. Such demands will likely cause many other regimes to follow China's lead, provoking race to the bottom of standards. It would also undermine efforts by Google and other companies to resist government surveillance
direction. There are concerns. We look into them and
have you expressly launched investigations of political bias?
Demand greater access to sufficient implications
on our employees. Protection team, we always take any allegations around code of conduct across every issue seriously, and we look into them.
Many governments look.
You said to me yesterday that as it relates to political bias, you haven't launched those investigations because there are so many redundancies and there's so much bias that would not be possible. Is that still your testimony today?
Congressman, it's the way our process and there are concerns, we look into them and algorithms. There are several steps in the process, including launch committees and user testing and our rate guideline evaluation.
Your employees can get together and chat in groups, right?
We always take
One of those groups is the civil rights group, right?
We have many employee resource groups on which they can participate in conversations.
Have you ever looked into the conversation into why resistance does that strike? Is that a surprise to you that there's a resist group?
I'm not aware whether such a group exists.
If there was a resist group, would that be the type of thing?
Several processes, including launch companies. We have clear policies around how our products are built.
No, but if there's a resist, you know that the resist movement is built to resist the agenda president. There's a resist group right in your company where groups of employees, not one, are getting together within that group to engage in discourse on company time with company structure. Does that strike you as the type of thing you would want to investigate?
Congressman, not aware of any such group. None like that has been brought to my attention. Not aware. Happy to follow.
If there was a resist group, would that be the type of Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record documents from what purports to be Google employee Miles Lawrence, which is opposed to the Google group resist. There's a resist group. I'm also reading now from the discussion that occurred over Breitbart and Google Ads, and I'm quoting from one of your employees who purportedly posted, anyone want to hold their nose and look through Breitbart.com? Why would someone need to hold their nose?
Been brought to my attention. Not aware. Happy to follow. Today we have 90,000 employees, and they communicate in forums. As a company, we have allowed freedom of expression. We don't stand or condone comments expressed in these things. We're very clear about our policies as to how we build our products, and we serve our publishers that way.
I'm also reading now from discussion that occurred. If you haven't launched an investigation into any of your employees, because it would take a group of employees, anyone with proper conduct. If those groups of employees are engaging in a discussion on your platform, and if one of those platform groups is resist, if on that resist movement site or any other sites on your platform, there's discussion of suppressing conservative speech, why would that not be something you would launch an internal investigation in, publish the reports,
very clear about
sanction those employees that may or may not be engaged in improper conduct, so that we can all have greater comfort in the user experience?
Congressman, first of all, I want to assure you, we have checks and balances with employees, and not just on this issue, across any issue. We protect the sanctity of our systems, our product development process, and we will do that.
And how can I have confidence that you're protecting the sanctity of your engaging in when you don't even know that your employees are getting together on your own company's infrastructure to talk about political activity?
We always assume our systems are designed. We assume there could be bad intent. So we've designed from first principles because for security reasons, both externally and internally, at any given moment, we assume that somebody may be acting in bad faith, and that's how we have designed our systems with all the protections in place. We need to do that for our security of our systems, and it's a first principles approach across any issue.
So if your assumption is that people can act in bad faith, why then have you not launched an investigation into the communications that seem to indicate a desire to suppress conservative political movements and conservative infrastructure?
If there are allegations around discussions which are specific with the intent of manipulating our product, we would conduct an investigation.
Well, that's good to hear. The Wall Street Journal reported that your workers were discussing tweaking search terms to frame the discussion over the travel ban.
Somebody may be acting in bad faith.
That allegation.
That's how we designed our looked into it. There was no attempt at anything to influence our product. There are at times during important news events, for example, during events like hurricanes, etc., we have a set of tools, crisis response tools. During the travel ban, even the Department of Homeland Security was looking to put out information because there was some confusion around the event. So there was some discussion around things like that too.
I would strongly suggest that crisis response tools that you use here. The Wall Street Journal reported that the workers' discourse of your employees resisting the Trump presidency, resisting the Trump agenda, and traveling to some conservative outlets to amplify that content.
That's how we designed or looked into it. There was no attempt at anything to influence our products. There are at times important usage, for example, events like hurricanes in San Francisco Bay Area, have a set of tools, crisis response tools. During the travel ban, the Department of Homeland Security was looking to
dive into some concerns I hear from them, but also
there was some discussion
I hear from
like that too.
Just have concerns about privacy. Does the United States need a national privacy law?
We are better off with more of a single overarching.
Excuse me, would you mind moving the microphone in front of your mouth so we can hear you better? Thank you.
I'm of the opinion that we are better off with more of an overarching data protection framework for users, and I think that will be good to do.
But also, in Europe, just last year, they implemented these general data protection regulations known as GDPR. The goals were for consumers to know, to understand, and consent. And would you agree that if there was a framework in the United States to have a national privacy law, that would be a critical framework to have? Know, understand.
The microphone in front of your mouth.
We have had quite a bit of experience now working with GDPR, and we've done it for many months. I'm of the opinion that I think they're better off. I think it's a well thought out crafted piece of legislation. I do think there's some value for companies to have consistent global regulations. I think it's also important for users as they navigate services globally. And so I do see value in aligning where we can.
Mr. Pichai, as part of Russia's attack to our democracy in 2016, it used ads on your platform. You agree that if there was a framework in the United States platform, and money was provided in rubles and from Russia addresses. What has Google done to make sure this doesn't happen again? And just last week, Secretary Mattis confirmed that Russia continued its attack on our democracy in the most recent midterm election.
Congressman, as I said earlier, it's an area where we invest a lot. We did see some limited improper activities, and obviously we learned from that. We've been very transparent with our findings. Leading up over the past couple of years, anytime we have found other activities, it was material we disclosed it, and we are constantly evolving the practices we do. But I do say our efforts have been pretty successful so far. Google has hold through both our election cycles, but it's an area where it's never enough. We are constantly vigilant and doing more.
Mr. Pichai, I don't think anyone disagrees with seeing an answer on the results page for certain queries can be useful. For example, if I type in what is 25 times 15, and Google spits out 375. That's useful. But today, if my wife was to search for a pediatrician in Dublin, California, instead of being matched with the most relevant information from across the web, according to Google's algorithms, my wife or any mom would see a map that is powered by Google's ecosystem of local reviews. And in response to claims that Google has put its own results ahead of its competitors, when its PageRank algorithm believes that competitors should be ranked higher, Google has told certain international enforcers that local search results come from a specialized index, which is distinct from its organic web output. And I was hoping today you could clarify for me, is it technically possible for Google to compare local business content it collects against that of content collected by third-party services using a PageRank like the web? According to Google,
we employ a wide variety of signals. We are interested in providing users who respond to user feedback. So as a user, you could be on your mobile phone with very limited connectivity. You could be a busy parent on the way and you're checking for some information, maybe trying to find a doctor because your kid is sick. So we are looking to see how we can get that information to you as quickly as possible. That's the use case which drives our product development. And if that information is best available from another company, we make it available. There are times we are able to provide that information because we have better information, and so we are constantly looking and we do what's the best for everybody.
Using a PageRank like the web.
We employ a wide variety of signals. We are interested in providing users.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pichai,
We want to thank you for appearing today and for taking the time to answer and meet with us individually and answer our questions. I think you and I both agree it's important for your company and for the people for us to have this public hearing and to get all this information on the record, so to speak. So, as we discussed in my office yesterday, my conservative colleagues and I are fierce advocates of limited government. And we're also committed guardians of free speech and the free marketplace of ideas. We do not want to impose burdensome government regulations on your industry. However, we do believe we have an affirmative duty to ensure that the engine that processes as much, as we've said today, 90% of all internet searches is never used to unfairly censor conservative viewpoints or suppress political views. Your challenge today and in the days ahead is to convince the members of this body that Google and your industry peers will implement your own sufficient safeguards and solutions to this problem, so to speak, so that the government... As we discussed in my office yesterday, here's a question. In previous hearings and discussions, Google has described the trusted flagger as a source for recommending content be removed. We do not want... Recently, Google released a transparency report on content removal. However, we do believe we have out of the 7.7 million automated flagging removals from your platform, YouTube, around 70% of that content was removed before it received any views for suppressed political. Here's the question. How does Google ensure that content removed is an automated process to convince the not merely because Google philosophical or political difference? Implement your own sufficient...
Congressman, it's an important question. As you said, YouTube is committed to being a platform for freedom of expression.
Here's a question. In previous hearings and discussions, Google has...
we only handle videos in the areas of clearly defined policies we have. We do have automated systems, but we assess it, we later spot check it to make sure the system is working as intended. We respond to feedback. As content creators, you can appeal if you think something was removed erroneously. But it's really important to us that we provide a platform for freedom of expression, but enforce the rules of the road on areas where we have said, and we are very transparent about the areas and clear policies with which we do those things.
We've spoken a lot today about objectivity. That's the goal. We applaud and appreciate that. As you know, Alphabet's incubator Jigsaw has introduced Perspective, a tool that uses machine learning to filter online discussions for, quote, toxicity. This to me raises issues of how Google's parent company is using machine learning to filter speech that is viewed as unproductive, such as ad hominem attacks or offensive language or the like. When creating a tool like Perspective, what steps is Google taking to protect conservative viewpoints from being considered toxic by subjective reviewers as the program progresses?
Congressman, Perspective provided by one of our sister organizations, Jigsaw, it's a platform for publishers to use. So the publishers get to define what they want acceptable or not, and then that's what the tool provides for them. But I think your point is valid. I mean, we don't want to be in the
this to me raises issues of how
editorializing publisher content. We are just providing a tool for publishers to better drive the content on their website.
You mentioned the appeals process that the content provider has their material flagging to protect. How quickly does that appeals process work? In other words, what's the review by subjective reviewers?
I think it varies. We prioritize areas which are sensitive. For example, areas like terrorism is something we prioritize very significantly and higher up in the queue. But we are ramping up our resources, and our goal is to do it as soon as possible. But sometimes it can be a matter of hours. But I think if areas around copyright, we've implemented Content ID. We have a system by which we can automatically detect and respond right away back to copyright owners. So providing tools for publishers in progress, better drive the content.
In the committee's last hearing with Google's Mrs. Juniper Downs, we discussed this. I raised the case during the Alliance Defending Freedom's content being removed after being reported by a trusted flagger on YouTube. The flagging organization was the Southern Poverty Law Center, which has kind of an infamous reputation for being, I would say, a radical left organization that opposes conservative viewpoints. What criteria does Google use when granting trusted flagger status to third parties such as the SPLC?
Today we first want to clarify one thing. Our trusted flaggers don't remove content. They can flag content for us to review.
In the committee's last hearing with Google,
most mostly used by law enforcement, many nonprofit agencies in areas, important areas like child safety, terrorism, and so on. Southern Poverty Law Center is a trusted flagger. People can register. Last we checked, they've never flagged a single video on our platform. We have reached out to a wide variety of organizations, including conservative organizations, who would be happy to take your suggestions to add organizations that specify our powers.
Appreciate that. We need a little objectivity.
Today we
first
want to clarify one thing. Our trusted flagger is going to remove content. They can use flag content for us to review.
In the committee's last hearing,
It's mostly used by law enforcement, many nonprofit agencies.
Significant portion of this hearing was a waste of time.
Child safety,
First Amendment,
and so on. Southern Poverty Law Center is a private individual free speech. Last we checked, they've never flagged.
Now, there are things that Google does unrelated.
We have reached out to a wide variety of
when it comes to search algorithms or your prioritization, what videos you want to show, the First Amendment. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Some of them are fairly basic, and I apologize. I feel like I have to educate some of my colleagues on how the U.S. Constitution works. And feel free to answer yes or no. So my first question is, we here on the Judiciary Committee are the government, and Google is a corporation. Significant portion of this hearing is a waste of time. The First Amendment limits what government can do in regulating content and speech. It does not limit Google. Now, Google does have to follow corporate laws and other laws. And under those laws, you and your board of directors have a fiduciary duty to your shareholders, correct? Yes. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. One of the ways that Google generates a profit is when consumers use your search engine, they watch videos, some of them click on ads, they use your applications. Feel free to answer. Isn't that one way you generate? My first question is,
that's one of the business models.
And if consumers were not getting the search results they wanted, or not getting the videos they wanted to see, they might start moving to your competitors. Isn't that right?
Every Monday when I run my management meetings, yes, we worry about users have a lot of choices, so we work hard to earn their trust every week.
And so let's say you figure out that the number one thing users want to see are dog and cat. In the U.S. Constitution, one of the ways of absolute right to promote dog and cat videos. I'm not saying you do that, but you do have the right to do that if you want to do. Isn't that correct? Use your applications.
Congressman, I'm not the expert on First Amendment, but I think that's right.
And if consumers were not so last week when I got notice we're going to have another one of these hearings, I did a search moving to your competitor. I searched for Congressman Steve Scalise.
Every Monday when I run my management meetings, yes, we worry
I hit the news tab.
Have a lot of
the first four articles that come up
are
pretty positive. And first one that you figure out a generally conservative publication about his book Back in the Game. In the U.S. Second article is also about his book Back in the Game. Third is about him talking about election results. Fourth is from Fox. You have the right to do that positive article about his book Back in the Game. You don't have a group of people you know they're sitting there thinking, hey, we like Steve Scalise, so we're going to generate positive articles on these. So last week when I got notice we have another one of these.
I'm very glad to see Congressman Steve Scalise fully record and back, but we don't deal with individual queries and with any viewpoint. So these things are
nowhere in your programming code does Congressman Steve Scalise show us you figure out. Now I'm going to do a real-time Google search, very similar to this book. I'm going to change one word. I'm going to search for Congressman Steve King. Hit the news tab. Back in the game. First article that pops up. You don't have a group of people ABC and sitting there thinking, hey, we like says Steve King's racist immigration talk prompts calls for congressional censure. That's a negative article. But you don't have a group of people Google sitting there thinking, trying to modify search results every time Steve King comes up with a negative article. That's not it's happening.
In fact, always operate for any query with the same set of principles. We are trying to reflect what is currently, if it is newsworthy, what is currently being discussed about that phrase.
Thank you. So let me just conclude here by stating that Congressman Steve King, if you want positive search results, do positive things. If you don't want negative search results, don't do negative immigration talk. With some of my colleagues across the aisle, if you're getting bad press articles and bad search results, don't blame Google or Facebook or Twitter. Consider blaming yourself.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here.
What is currently,
I don't disagree with one point made by the last interrogator.
Thank you.
Let's call him question. In the sense that I think you have a First Amendment right to do what you guys want to do. So you're a private company. There's very few constraints on the First Amendment, although there are lots of constraints ultimately when you start looking at everything from libel to slander to threatening, intimidating, to yelling fire in the crowd theater. We have constraints on First Amendment speech. But you've seen, as we've gone through here today, to say that Google doesn't have bias. You yourself have said you personally don't have bias or animus. And you've also tried to implement policies to prevent bias and animus as well. It's not true.
We work hard to build our products in a neutral way and come into the way.
You have a First Amendment right. And in some respects, we haven't heard much discussion about the human intersection with the creation or manipulation or to editing of algorithms. But there is human interaction with the creation of fire and the create the algorithm. We have some constraints, and you might have some artificial intelligence that you've seen as we've deduced some additional information as it goes. But originally, creativity comes from humans. Said you personally don't have bias or animus. Well, and how can we be assured that foreign adversaries will not use your platform against Americans or American national interests?
We work hard to build our products in that way, and we always worry about
in some respects
that as a threat vector. This is why we make sure the best way we do it when we are building our products, we don't rely on one person or groups of people to be able to do it. We follow a set of robust processes, including tests and validation, both from users. We get feedback from users. We use raters externally evaluate. And we do this, for example, our search raters in the U.S. are there in all the 50 states of the U.S. We geographically distribute them so that we really get the perspectives of everyone around the country.
That doesn't really get to the answering my question of security assurance. And so, I guess, in some respects, if manipulation of your information system is not possible, we would not be seeing so many countries investing in the capability of manipulation, whether it's Russians or Chinese or Iranians or others that are attempting to manipulate your system.
Feedback from users. There may be attempts to use our products and services. So, for example, because we provide advertising products to somebody, and what we saw in the 2016 election was limited activity, but it's improper. Two accounts related to Russia, advertised using our platforms.
That totals $4,700.
So that's an example of the kind of threat we see, and it's something we are working hard to mitigate and avoid.
So many countries. I guess I would say that it looks like you guys have a policy of doing evil, right? Fair to say
it's not our official policy, but it's a statement which has been communicated by us internally.
And other people have brought up the work that we may or may not be doing in China, and I want a clarification. Are you looking to expand in China and cooperate with the Chinese government on platform release in China?
The question is about search. Right now we have no plans to launch search in China. We've always over the years explored how best we can continue to serve users in China, but that's what we're doing.
Are you doing anything with the data share with the Chinese government? It looks like you guys have a policy.
Today we don't operate our services which involve user data, like Google Search or Gmail, communicated by us internally.
So you're telling me nothing at all?
And we do provide, for example, Android, which is an operating system. We work with partners around the world, and there are OEM manufacturers around the world, including in China.
So manufacturers, but beyond manufacturers, any other platform use?
We don't have any special agreements on user data.
Do you share the data that you collect on civilians? Are you doing anything in the States federal data share with the Chinese government?
We comply with valid law enforcement radar services request, and with due process we comply with valid law enforcement.
What's the extent of that? So you're telling me nothing at all?
Publish a transparency report in which we give insights into the law enforcement requests we've gotten and our compliance. OEM manufacturers.
Last question I have real quickly. In May 2016, Google banned all ads by payday lenders, even though it invested in Linda, which is effectively
we don't have any special agreements on user data.
And it banned ads by competitors. Is that a normal practice? Share the data that you collect on civilians. Are you doing anything in the state's federal?
Congressman, we undertook ad policies in that particular area because we saw evidence of misuse, and we had gotten a lot of feedback, and that's why we reacted to.
Did you ban your own
publish a transparency report which we give? And I think Google is involved. I think one of our sister companies is has an investment in
Linda.
I think that's my understanding. We can follow up. I'm not aware of the specifics. I'm happy to follow up. Any special agreements?
Banned ads by
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome and thank you for your testimony today. Do you know what frazzled trip is?
We undertook ad policies in a particular area because specifics about it. I heard some references about it a lot of feedback. That's what we attached 24 hours.
I just learned about it in the Washington Post this morning. The article, the headline, Platform for Free Speech, Extremists Routinely Exploited. And in it, the article explains that the recommendation engine to YouTube, which is owned by Google.
We can follow up. I'm not aware of the specifics.
The recommendation engine for YouTube recently suggested videos claiming that politicians, celebrities, and other elite figures were sexually abusing or consuming the remains of children, often in satanic rituals, according to watchdog group Algo Transparency. The claims echo and often cite the discredited Pizzagate conspiracy, which 2 years ago led to a man firing shots into a northwest Washington, D.C. pizzeria in search of children he believed were being held as sex slaves by Democratic Party leaders. One recent variation on the theory that began spreading on YouTube this spring claimed that Democrat Hillary Clinton and her longtime aide Huma Abedin had sexually assaulted a girl and drank her blood. A conspiracy theory videos dubbed frazzle drip. Now, the article goes on to describe how this frazzle drip or conspiracy is all over YouTube, often in satanic rituals, and some of the Algo Transparency report to show grainy images of Clinton and Abedin committing crimes and speak of invoking death. One video, which has been viewed 77,000 times and remains online today, has a voiceover that says, "Will these children become a dessert?" So, variation on and this is just one example. They use extreme right, paranoid conspiracy groups using YouTube as a place to trade their videos and to promote propaganda. What is your company policy on that, and are you trying to deal with it?
We are constantly undertaking efforts to deal with misinformation, but we have clearly stated policies, and we have made lots of progress in many of the areas where, over the past years, for example, in areas like terrorism, child safety, and so on. We are looking to do more.
And this is just one example.
This was a recent thing, but I'm committed to following up on it and making sure we are evaluating these against our policies. But in the area we acknowledge there's more work to be done.
What is one of the videos discussed included images of a body on a table before restrained children and of Hillary Clinton with a bloodied mouth and fangs, claiming that she and Abedin drank the blood of their victims. That was removed, but then another consisting of an exact copy of the video remained online and remains online.
We are looking to do more.
I mean, is your basic position that this is something you want to try to do something about, but basically there's just an avalanche of such material, there's really nothing that can be done, and it should be buyer beware or consumer beware when you go on it? One of the
we do grapple with difficult issues. We have to look at it on a video-by-video basis, and we have clearly stated policies. We need to evaluate whether the video, a specific video, violates any of our policies, and we do strive to do it. For the volume of content we do get, I don't know, 400 hours of video every minute. But it's our responsibility, I think, to make sure YouTube is a platform for freedom of expression, but responsible and contributes positively to society.
Some of my colleagues are upset about negative references to Donald Trump, not Hillary Clinton or not Barack Obama. And obviously, one potential strategy today is to try to heckle you into somehow playing favorites with Donald Trump and Republicans. I think that would be a silly and ridiculous takeaway from this. On the other hand, there is material which is a true public danger. You've got the right to have whatever politics you have. I mean, we could subpoena Fox News and bring them in here and beat them up about how 90% of the references on Fox News to Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton are negative. But they've got that right under the First Amendment. You've got a right under the First Amendment. Some of my colleagues are upset about it. But I think the point at which it becomes a matter of serious public interest is when your communications vehicle is being used to promote propaganda that leads to violent events like the guy showing up within the Pizzagate conspiracy. So I guess my question is this: are you taking that threat, which is a true public danger?
We have very clear policies against hate speech, things which could incite harm or hatred or violence, and that's an area where we are clearly taking a lot of action. But I want to acknowledge there is more work to be done. With our growth comes more responsibility, and we are committed to doing better.
I think the point at which it becomes a matter of serious public interest.
Chair now recognizes
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Child. For years, the Federal Trade Commission, on a bipartisan basis, has affirmed that precise geolocation information is considered highly sensitive, and that consumers must opt in to that. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Do you think there's other information, privacy information of consumers that should also be required to have opt-in versus opt-out?
In general, I think a framework for privacy in which users have a sense of transparency, control, and choice, and have clear understanding of the trade-offs they need to make, I think is very good for consumers, and we would support that.
Federal Trade Commission, and speaking of privacy and transparency, has affirmed. I'm trying to understand the difference between a paying customer highly suite and versus the free Gmail. So when it comes to data collection, are the criteria? Do you think there's a if you're on privacy versus Gmail? That should also be required.
Gmail, Google Suite is a broader suite of products than Gmail alone. Framework, we have very specific policies on Gmail in general. Transparent. We don't control as a company. We don't read your Gmail unless we have express consent from you. For example, we investigate security or abuse related to an account. On G Suite, we provide G Suite across many instances. We have clear policies against that. We don't use.
But what I'm asking is, are the policies different?
We don't distinguish between. So, for example, today we provide G Suite for free to many educational institutions. We don't use the data from within G Suite for advertising.
You collect it.
Gmail. Well, we store G Suite involves user documents or Gmail. So we store it for the user so that they can access it.
And no one in your company has access to it.
We don't read your Gmail unless people
they do have
we have policies that they cannot access it unless they have specific consent from the user for a specific G Suite. We provide G Suite across.
What would be one of those
clear policies? For example, you may want to investigate fraudulent activity related to your account. We may ask for your permission to do that. There may be a valid law enforcement or many educational situations. We don't use their data for.
I want to go back to Google Takeout, which collected asked about earlier. I would say that the average person probably has never heard of Google Takeout until recently. So when did it become no one in your company has access?
We started this effort, aware of it as early as over 10 years ago, and we started building the user for many of our products. We started an office in Chicago with the express goal of providing users with these takeout capabilities. I think we were quite unique in starting to work on that as a company. But there's more effort we plan to do. There may be a valid law enforcement or education. This is for users. So, for example, if you decide to stop your Gmail account and go with another email provider being able to take your Gmail data with you, and that's what it's designed for. Takeout is for users.
But no one from within Google or any other place can come in to Google Takeout and
started this effort expressly designed for consumers to take their data with them.
I understand what it's designed for. I'm asking who practically can get
providing users with takeout. We have very strict limitations on access to sensitive.
Oh, so it's more than just if I were going to Google Takeout, who has access to it? I'm not the only person who has access to my Google Takeout.
No, you are the only person who can take out your data, your Gmail. But I'm just saying, you go without the email provider being able to take your policies. Employees can go looking at user data unless there are a narrow set of circumstances which may involve either consent from the user or legal situations.
Right? Is it free?
Designed for take out
your data? So when a person takes their data out, or they want to go through and clean up privacy, and they delete it, is it really deleted, or is it just
access to sensitive?
Oh, so it's more than
depending on the
just
service. If you're terminating your account and you delete the data, it will take some time, and we'll communicate that to propagate through our systems, and you can get removed, but we follow through on that. But I'm just saying.
But it's deleted. It's not just
it's deleted.
One last question. You said that your company embarked on an initiative to register people to vote. How did you do that, and who did you target, and in what states?
All we, so for example, during state registration windows, we highlight to give people information about where to register. We do these things representatively across for all our users across the U.S. All indications are that participation is uniformly high across our user base. So they give the data. Do this takes the express goal of
how did you do it? Did you send out links? Did you send out voter registration out to people? One last question. You said that your company embarked on an initiative to register.
Check where your polling place is. As a user, you can click on it, and it gives you the location of your closest polling locations and the opening times.
I'll be following up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pichai, for coming to testify before us. I, for one, am thrilled that you as a company encourage people to vote. I think we should all do that. I'd love to see Election Day as a holiday. I've been deeply concerned for some time about employers mandating forced arbitration rather than allowing for people to pursue justice. And forcing people into arbitration when they've already experienced a violation of their basic rights, I think, is a deep injustice, and it subjects people who have already been victimized to further victimization. And we've seen research that shows that it discourages people from coming forward to report abuses to begin with. There are very successful companies in your field, including companies like Salesforce, that have thrived while foregoing forced arbitration contracts and clauses. And I think that we can all agree that the argument that eliminating forced arbitration threatens innovation should be dismissed out of hand. Eliminating forced arbitration has been a shared priority by my colleagues on this committee, as evidenced by the fact that our ranking member, Jerry Nadler, as well as Hank Johnson, David Cicilline, and I have all introduced legislation to end such practice. And I was very heartened to see that Google ended forced arbitration, but only in the context of sexual harassment. And so I hope you agree with me that the very successful fundamental right to safety in the workplace and freedom from discrimination, whether it's based on gender or sexual orientation or race or religion or any other metric, really benefits all of us. And so I wanted to point out that it's particularly critical for companies like Google to take that moral leadership in this space, since there are limitations for affected people to pursue system-wide change through tools like class action lawsuits. And I recognize that this is not exclusive to Google and that it extends to many, many other employers. But since you're here before the committee today, which has jurisdiction over this issue, I want to ask you if you will voluntarily commit to expanding the policy of ending forced arbitration for any violation of discrimination, whether it's not just around sexual harassment, but really for all of of your religion or any other method really benefits.
Congresswoman, thanks for the question. It's an important area. One thing, if I could clarify, today our arbitration agreements don't require any confidentiality provisions, so we've done it. But as you mentioned, for sexual harassment, we agree that it should be up to the employees and we give them a choice. We are definitely looking into this further. It's an area where I've gotten feedback personally from our employees, so we are definitely reviewing what we could do, and I'm looking forward to consulting and happy to think about more changes.
Well, we'd love to work with you on that. I think that this is really for people who are listening to this hearing that may not understand this. Basically, when you sign a contract, as we saw with sexual harassment, some employees don't even know what they're signing away, but they're signing away their ability to actually pursue claims in the justice system by going to forced arbitration. And so I think that this is very, very important. I think your point about confidentiality is important, but that's not the issue here. That is about transparency. But it's not about the basic right of somebody to see access to due process and to justice in the courts. So what stage are you at in advancing the issue of ending forced arbitration, both on the sexual harassment side, but also in terms of the process for looking at it more broadly? How do we have a timeline? How do we engage with you to make sure that know what they're signing endorse our legislation signing away their ability to actually
we've already enacted the changes for forced arbitration for giving auditors
very, very important. I think your
for employees for sexual harassment. They're definitely reviewing what more we can do in this area. I'm definitely happy to have an office follow up as they're thinking about it to get your thoughts on it, and we are definitely committed to looking into this more.
So what stage are you at? The other issue I wanted to just raise in my last minute is moderating hate speech, and this has come up in a number of different ways, and we appreciate the work that you have done, particularly with YouTube. I know we had Alex Jones who was earlier, but I think promoting conspiracy theories that are patently false and result in real harm is a problem. Do you agree with the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights assessment that social media played a role, for example, in perpetuating genocide against the Rohingya? And what is Google's responsibility to moderate hate speech on your platform?
We feel a tremendous sense of responsibility.
Thank you. The other issue I wanted to just raise in my last minute is moderating hate speech. This has come up in a number of different ways, and we appreciate
absolutely something which I think we need to take a very strict line on, and stated our policies clearly, and we are working hard to make our enforcement better, and we've gotten a lot better, but it's not enough, and so we're committed to doing more.
Do you agree? We really look forward to working with you on that, and before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, let me just take a point of personal privilege to say I was born in the same state as you in India, and I'm excited to see you leading a company and continuing to show that immigrants to this country contribute great value in spite of some of the rhetoric we hear. Thank you, Mr. Pichai. I yield back.
The young lady's name has inspired me. Chair recognizes the gentleman. That's my name, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Pichai, thank you for being here. I appreciated the reference to Pittsburgh in your opening. Great to have you in part of our community there. Your company really should be held out as a success story in America's free enterprise system. Google has very powerful products and services. There is a saying that those with great power comes great responsibility. I think you realize that. I want to talk a little bit about these allegations of bias that have been out there. I've seen the media reports about a few Google engineers lamenting the 2016 election results. Then they discussed potentially manipulating search results that would favor some political viewpoints in the future. On a hypothetical level, those Google engineers believe that they had the power in Trump's election. Your company, really, you think Google's products and services are powerful enough that they can sway public opinion to tilt an equity election if the company wanted to? Are your products power comes great responsibility?
And today we see users get information from a wide variety of sources. And while I've seen Google is a big player in search, search is just one of the ways in which people get information. They get it from social networking sites.
Do you think that your products are that powerful.
That's not the way I think about it when we are building the products. We constantly worry about the areas where we are not doing well and we're looking to do better. We definitely see a lot of innovation, not just from within the U.S., but globally around the world. And we do realize we are a large company, and if that comes scrutiny, and we think it's important to engage on that.
You've testified about Google and its algorithms working on in a nonpartisan way, that you're confident that Google does not approach work with any political bias. Bill Lofgren highlighted the vote in Santa Clara County. Does Google do anything to ensure ideological
not the way I think about it when we are building
among its employees and decision makers?
About the areas where we are not doing well. Congressman, we have to do better. I've communicated clearly a lot of innovation that not just from within the U.S., come globally viewpoints from across all sides. As a company, you're right, we are definitely based in Northern California, and clearly there is a leaning there. Last year was the first year we grew faster outside of California than within California. We also have employees globally, and I do see a wide variety of opinions.
When Mr. Johnson asked a question about the vote trust in Santa Clara County program, you said for us to review, who's the us? Who's doing that review?
We review things both with a combination of our automated systems as well as man-made reviewers. These are people who are part of.
And how many people is that? How many? Is it a committee? Is it?
As a company, we are. You're right. In 2016, we've committed to scale up our manual reviewers to over 10,000 people, and we are well on the way to do that. Last year, thousands of people are working 24/7 globally across, looking at content based on our policies. And I do see a wide variety of opinions.
Google has described its ethic with these pithy, great statements: "Don't be evil, do the right thing." I'd like to discuss these ideals in relation to reports at Google. Who's doing that? We've been talking about with China. As the strict authoritarianism the Chinese government rules its people has caused concern around the globe for generations. I vividly recall in how many people in the days of James 1989 attended the square. Now I read recent reports about crackdowns on Muslims, Christians, Falun Gong, mass incarcerations, and human rights abuses against people of faith in China should be a major concern for everyone around the world, including your company. Did Google design a prototype for a search engine that could be used in China to censor statements? Don't be evil, content, do the right thing. I'd like to discuss these ideas.
Congressman, we have undertaken an internal effort.
Did you create a prototype? There was a report in Chinese Intercept that says a prototype for the censored search engine was designed. And how many people
we have developed and explored what search could look like if it were to be launched in China. That's what we explored.
How many months was that project ongoing in China?
We've had the project underway for a while, and there have been other projects which we've undertaken for a while, and we've never launched them. We are constantly exploring.
How many people could be working in China?
The estimates, the number of engineers on the project have varied over time. At one point, we had over 100 people working on it.
I just want to echo what my colleague, Joy Powell, had said. I'm glad you're here today. I'm glad you're here in our country. You are a success story, and I can just think of you sitting as a teenager in India, thinking that this trip is probably never
had the project underway for a while. There have been other projects which
but you came to this country
for a while, and we've never launched
because this country had that promise. How many people? I want to thank you for being here today. Encourage you to continue collaborating with this country.
Number of
time has expired. The chair now recognizes
At one point, we had over 100 people.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Pichai.
I just want to echo what my colleague.
Thank you so much for being here, delivering all that we have heard and seen today. As you know, Google certainly has significant influence over the dissemination of information. We have the ability to mold and shape how we think, the decisions we make, what we buy. But let me just remind you and others that America, with all of its greatness, has enough problems, and we have to make sure that the gift is used. The service that you provide is a responsible one. In your own statement, you said that the American people have the ability to use technology and improve the dissemination of information. So that tells me Google helps to solve problems, not have the ability to problems. My concern specifically centers around the protection of the consumer. But let me just remind, because Google, others that certainly would not do anything without the consumer. So the protection of the data, their information, the level of service that you provide. And I know we've talked a lot today about data collection and how it's used and if the settings are in place that it's not collected. So let me just understand, really starting with the chairman's questions, which I thought was a good opening for. That tells me if a consumer tells you not to collect their data, then you do centers around the data of the consumer. That's right. Okay. And how does does Google allow advertisers to target ads based on sensitive factors like race, ethnicity, the level of religious affiliation? I know we've talked
currently we don't have those
data collection, how it's used, the settings are in place. Okay. And what is your policy regarding understand? Really starting with the chairman's questions, which I thought.
We have strict policies against, and we respond to concerns there. We have undertaken significant changes to the extent we find predatory practices on the platform. So that's an area we are committed to doing better. That's right.
And since we do represent everybody, or does Google allow advertisers? How do you make sure that the information that is received in at-risk communities protects the consumer?
Currently, we don't have.
How are they treated the same in terms of affluent versus poor communities? How do you make sure that they are? And what is
we do engage with community organizations. We do, our teams do wide outreach, and to the extent there are specific concerns, which there is an abuse of our product or platform which affects communities disparately. We do follow up and engage and take action.
And how do you do that? We do represent everybody.
For example, if there's a specific category of a product where we get clear feedback, the way we have implemented the product has a disparate effect on some minority communities, we do engage and we understand and make changes in our products or policies.
So you get feedback. So do you initiate or do any checking, or does that information have to come back to you, or are you proactive in terms of looking for those types of vulnerabilities?
We do both, and but I do think communities, there's more we can do in being proactive, and it's something I'm happy to follow and understand better. But for example, an area we're coming up, if there's a specific
you talked quite a bit about working more with law enforcement. I believe you said that maybe 4 or 5 times. I'd like to hear more about some of the things that you do with law enforcement to protect how they're treated and protect our electoral process and other things. You get feedback we should hear about. Do you initiate
across a wide variety of areas? So, for example, when there were concerns expressed about election interference, it's an area where we look to law enforcement for guidance. Areas like child safety is an area where we actively collaborate with law enforcement agencies. So, fraud, malware, and depending on the area, we engage and we support them. We are trying to do the opioid crisis is a good example of an area where we are doing a lot of work with law enforcement.
What do you think is the main area where Google could improve to better help the citizens and protect our electoral process and other? You get
always
better protect.
I always think privacy is an area where we think is sacrosanct, and we've done a lot for users over the years. But it's an area where expectations are constantly evolving, and we are, as a company, needing to evolve and adapt to it. So it's an area we're committed to doing better, but it's an area I want to acknowledge that there's more to do. It's never done, and something we are committed to doing better. Depending on
again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked quite a bit about
not only the U.S. Bank, Chair now recognizes
doing a lot of work.
What do you think is the main area?
Go work for 5 minutes.
Jay, appreciate your being here. And most all of us agree on both sides. We applaud great work. For example, Steven Spielberg, despite politics, provided my family a lot of enjoyment and entertainment. You and your colleagues at Google have created an extraordinary vehicle for searching out things. It's fantastic. And as Mr. Liu, friend across the aisle, was pointing out, you've got government that's not supposed to interfere in people's civil rights, and then you've got a company, a corporation like Google. My problem is when the government gives its immunity from lawsuits over to a private corporation, that's the head of that corporation doesn't even realize that there is political bias run amok in his company. And that's the problem. I don't want to see you overregulate. I don't want to see you regulate. I want to see others come up with creative ways, as you, Mr. Grimm, and others did, to create something that makes life easier. But, good example, you have a trusted flagger vindicated called the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center really has stirred up more hate than about any other group I know. They stirred up one guy to the point that he went to the Family Research Council. I don't want to see you, and I know those people, and they're Christians. I want to see, and they believe, and I believe, that Christianity is really more based on love than about any other religion in history. God so loved the world, he sent his son. His son so loved the world, he gave his life. And yet they stirred up hate against the Family Research Center, and a guy goes in shooting. You have, let's see, June 18th of this year, Southern Poverty Law Center now have reached a settlement with Stephen Awaz and his organization, Gilead, for falsely labeling them as anti-Muslim hate groups. They were wrong, and they believe. Now you consider them a trusted flagger, yet they keep creating problems for people that are not haters. And in fact, they had to, and yet they stirred up hate against the family. They had to pay out $3.375 million. My problem is when you put your moniker on them, a trusted flagger, why aren't you paying $3.375 to Mr. Maajid Nawaz? That's my problem. You trust people that have stirred up a lot of hate. And another good example, and you don't consider them, you're so surrounded by liberality that hates conservatism, hates people that really love our Constitution and the freedoms it's afforded people like you that you don't even recognize. It's like a blind man not even knowing what light looks like because you're surrounded by darkness. But if you look on them, see, a good example, after President Trump won, your co-founder, Mr. Brin, said, quote, most people here are pretty upset and pretty sad. Now, a lot of trust video, we saw how upset the top people at Google were. Another good example, you to come in here and say there is no political bias in Google tells us you either are being dishonest, I don't want to think that, or you don't have a clue in how politically biased Google is. Now, another example is Wikipedia. We do a search, and what comes up as right there is the knowledge panel on the right. Hopefully, we'll have a screenshot of that. After President Trump Wikipedia. My chief of staff went on, she tells me, every night for 2 weeks and put we saw how proper, honest information in with proper annotations, and Wikipedia's liberal editors around the world would knock it out every day. Instead, put up a bunch of garbage like Alphabet has now been facing. Yet to you, they get a trusted spot. And when Wikipedia slanders or libels someone, and you're the one that trusted them above any other entity, you ought to be liable. You ought to be liable when SPLC is liable. You ought to be liable when Wikipedia demeans and uses their political bias. And I hope and encourage you to look around and notice you run off conservatives, you embrace liberals, and it's time Google was actually not immune so that people can hold you accountable and get to you a little better objectivity. See my time for a minute. And when Wikipedia slanders or libels someone, and you're the one that trusted them above any other entity, you ought to be liable. You ought to be liable when SPLC is liable.
I appreciate your testimony here today, and a number of these questions flow to me, even though I may be repeating some of this, but I'm still not clear on how many staff and who it is that establishes the parameters by which the algorithms are written. Can you tell me about how many staff that is and how that works?
Congressman, today it's our search team, which works on the core of our search teams, and it's well over 1,000 people. I can happy to elaborate here, but it's thousands of people.
Close enough conceptually. And when you hire them, are there people who are coming in from the outside, or are they brought up repeating some of this? But typical path through this roughly 1,000 person search team staff.
It's a combination of both, but senior-most engineers on our search team typically tend to have been in the company for a very long time.
So most of the time you will know them, having worked with them today. Do you then do you go into their social media to try to determine what they might be doing on social media?
Well over 1,000 people. Normally we don't, as a company, we have allowed people to express themselves, but we make it clear that how we build our products is done with great care and thought, focused on giving users the information they are looking for.
But these are this team of roughly 1,000. They're the people that write the parameters by which those who write the algorithms write the algorithms.
Our search team typically roughly in the company for a very long time.
And so there isn't really any look at what their private lives are. Use their public social media is not examined by the company. And does anyone outside of Google know who these 1,000 people are?
Normally, we don't, as a company, we don't examine their personal activities, and there are some senior people do participate in conferences and meetings outside, and they're known to outside companies from giving users.
We're watching people whose social media has knocked them out of some pretty high positions in life. Almost every week there's one or more whose social media, this week, a couple of them that I can think of just in the last 24 or 48 hours. So there isn't really any, but I'm going to make this point, and I believe I've made it with a number of the social media internet companies that have been sitting here at this table in the past. Does anyone outside? Well, the situation here is that there's a very strong conviction on this side of the aisle that the algorithms are written with a bias against conservatives. The people on the other side don't agree with that because, of course, it benefits them. But what we don't know are who are these 1,000 people, and we don't know what their social media looks like. But we do know that the people that come from that county are about 80% supporters of Hillary Clinton. If I listen to the gentlelady from California correctly, and so that would be a built-in bias if I know people from California and know their politics from California, and I think I do. So we've got at least theoretically a built-in bias that's here. It's not being examined, not examining the social media. How would you expect that you could get to an objective result, which you said that, we build our products in a way, but that doesn't mean that your product comes out neutral with that. So how would you expect to get to an unbiased result with a built-in formula that I've described, I don't think you object to. But we do know that the people that come to
Congressman, it's an important question. The way we rank our results is essentially based on user feedback, and that's what drives the iterative loop in our, in what we put in. So
I do understand how it's prioritized that way, and I'll watch what's going on. But I've made this point that if we don't know who the 1,000 are, and we can't look at their social media, and we can't see the algorithms to understand the results of the work they're doing behind closed doors, and yet the public believes that it's an open forum, so how would you expect to get balanced exchange of unbiased information? Of course, it's not. And so I have said you either need to know who they are and look at their social media, and if that doesn't solve this problem, next step then is publish the algorithms. If that doesn't happen, and the next step on the line is Section 230. The amendments to Section 230. The step on the line beyond that is the Teddy Roosevelt step. I'm the point of Mr. Goldman. I don't want to regulate anything. Neither do I want to see a society look at they're so polarized and so divided and so loaded. The will of the American people can't be expressed in the ballot box. It looks like either where we are or the direction we're going. I would just finish it with this. I have a 7-year-old granddaughter, picked up her phone before the election, and I was playing a little game, kind of game a kid would play, and up on there pops a picture of her grandfather. I'm not going to say into the record what language was used around that picture of her grandfather, but I'd ask you, how does that show up on a 7-year-old's iPhone who's playing a kid's game?
iPhone is made by a different company, and so
it might have been an Android. It's just it was a hand-me-down of some kind.
I'm happy to follow up and understand the specifics. There may be an application which was being used which had a notification, but I'm happy to understand it better and clarify it.
Thank you for your testimony, and you'll balance my time. I'm not going to say into the record what language was used around that picture of her grandfather, but I'd ask you, how does that show on a 7-year-old's iPhone who's playing a kid's game?
Purpose of the gentleman from Texas
iPhone is made by a different company, and so
it might have been an Android. It's just it was a hand-me-down of some kind.
I'm happy to follow up and understand the specifics. There may be
without objection.
Thank you for your courtesy. I thank you for the courtesy of giving notification, but I'm happy to understand it better.
There have been several points made, and obviously algorithm has been mentioned over and over again. 3 questions. One, the explaining how algorithm may play into someone's impression that conservative is over liberal. I think you're very clear on that, but it's not the case. In addition, your clarification on China and engaging in any activities to censor those individuals. And number 3, the algorithms, again, about your products may be proprietary, may be a priority over others. Any explanation as to how that is, in fact, if you represent it to be not true, how that might be perceived that happens. Your products, Google products over again, how algorithms may play a part in that.
The gentlewoman will submit those in writing.
Explaining how algorithms may play. Thank you. And I thank the gentleman, and I thank you for you. Thank you very much.
You recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shai, thank you very much for your testimony today. I want to go back to the privacy policy and talk about some of those issues, because I think it's very important for the American public. You mentioned the transparency in your policy, but when, I know your policy is 20 pages long, changes multiple times a year. I have to ask a couple questions about policy, because I don't understand all of it. And that is the policy states that Google's data collection applies when, quote, you use Google search. I want to go back. So most consumers would think that means Google search or Google Maps. My question is, does the policy apply when a consumer contacts a double-click cookie? When I know your policy, are they then under that policy changes multiple times a year.
Today our product there is called Google Ad Manager, and in general, when users interact with our services, we need their consent, and by law we need to apply our privacy policy so that we can offer them the full protections we can and fulfill our obligations. And so as part of that, I think if you're interacting with our ad services, we do get your consent for your privacy policy.
So that's written in my question. Policy. Policy is transparency. And then secondly, if a consumer does not have a Google account, they land on a web page that has Google AdWare again. Is that consumer using a Google service?
Today our product there is called Google Ad Manager, and in general, when users, my understanding would be, yes, if they're interacting, if they may be both subject to the privacy policy of the publisher protections or the application they're using, as well as the ad platform. So as part of that, I think if you're interacting with our ad services.
And then third and finally, your privacy policy says you collect voice and audio information when you use audio features. However, does this mean Google Assistant is recording our voices in conversation? How about when just using we're using voice? Is that actually being recorded under the...
Today, if you invoke Google Voice by either using the microphone or you say, OK Google, and issue a command, so you treat it like a search query, publisher, and record that back to the application. But we have a separate setting on which, as a user, you can choose whether you want these stored or not. So we give users the choice and the option.
When it gets to transparency, however, I think when you realize you have these active, where I'm clicking and giving that information and agreeing to it. How about when I think people understand that information is going out and they're giving that permission. It's these passive collection points, like Android, Chrome, where they're picking up that information and the user, I'm not sure the user actually
separate settings
knows
on which, as a user, you can choose whether
so,
you want these
one of my questions is we're agreeing to privacy policy. We don't really know what information. I think when you realize you have enough because it's active, there are other groups that you are contracting. People understand that. Chrome, we're collecting passive information. Passive collection. How do you address that, and how do you make that transparent? Android, Chrome,
when we realize privacy policy alone is not enough. This is why we prompt and give privacy checkups.
So let me stop you there and ask you this, because privacy policy. Is it possible for Google to send me a printout all the information that they have collected on me within the last month that you are contracting, where I've been, where I've clicked, where I've thrown? Is all that information, you have all that information that could be provided to me, right? How do you address
we do make it available to you very easily. We are concerned about the security of the data, so we don't realize privacy, casually get it out, but
right, so I would ask if run out of time, instead of being there and asking the consumer, giving you privacy rights up front, why don't you be more honest with me? Tell me exactly what information you've been collected, what information you want to share, and then allow me to decide how much of that information I would like to share as a consumer.
Congressman, I agree with that. What we precisely do is actually be very transparent about the security, make it very easy. You go to your account settings, get it out, but clearly tell the categories. And you can click and see the information we have. You can turn it on or off. But we want to do better. And
but there are areas where information is being collected, even if I have the particular sites turned off. there's still information being collected through some of these other passive systems. You contracted being collected. Correct. What information you need to share?
We are pretty explicit about data which we collect, and we give protections for you to turn them on or off. And even when you use a product like Chrome or Gmail, or Google Home, we're very clear about the data we collect, and we reflect it back to the user, the data we have on them, and we try to be transparent. We can see the information we have, we can turn it on or off. We want to do better.
I would tell you this, I would much rather be giving permission after I know what information I'm giving up. Thank you very much again. I appreciate the time. I yield back this turn. There's still information.
Your thanks, gentlemen. Recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama is Roby for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm just going to build upon what my colleague was just talking about. In June of 2016, Google changed its privacy policy to allow for combining the double-click cookie information with quote, personal identifiable information. Before this change, the cookies that track people across the web were not melded with other consumer information, Google got your searches or employabilities. And it's my understanding that when Google purchased DoubleClick, representations were made that Google would
Your thanks, gentlemen. Recognizes
the data
separate.
The point here is you've heard many concerns today about the consumer and what the consumer knows. And I understand there's a personal responsibility as a consumer to do my part to try to understand it well. But it's also very complicated stuff. And so I want to point to something positive. For this change, in March, we had the online safety roadshow that came through Alabama Central Congressional District to a middle school, Girard Middle School in Dothan. And it's my understanding that you're being a corporate citizen by trying to teach redundancies were made how to be smart and safe on data. Mom of a 13-year-old girl. I appreciate that. The point here is that is truly a good example of what it means to understand their personal responsibility as a consumer, to have the world in their hands, and recognizing that all the positive things that come from it, there's some dangers. And so I would just say, I want to think with some positive for this change is understanding as a corporate citizen, what are you doing to educate the consumer about privacy and Jordan. You've heard many of my colleagues about the fact that you have this 20-page privacy policy that changes multiple times during the year, or there's representations that are made in 2016 about DoubleClick that change. So most of us don't have an example of what it means to be a way to understand this way, to know that the data that's being collected is exactly how it's being used. So I applaud you. I would just say, I want to think of our benefit, but I would just ask you to understand, as you said, you use the words evolve and adapt when it comes to the policy. But what are you doing specifically to help educate your consumers on how they can change aware when they accept on the privacy policy that they have a better understanding of how their data DoubleClick the change. So
Congresswoman, it's a good question. And for example, we are sending email reminders for certain types of data that's being collected and asking you to go review your settings. And that's an example of the kind of evolution we are doing and we are implementing. We are looking at combining settings where we can so that it's easier for users. So we want to minimize the number of controls, but we want to match it with users have complex expectations too. For example, they want some of their devices to be private. They are okay with some of their other devices being able to be used where location is aware, etc. So we are trying to match users' expectations. Users do tell us when they search for weather or restaurants, they want restaurants near their location, and not somewhere else. And email reminders for certain. Imagine if someone from Alabama is searching, they want information relevant to them. That's what we are trying to meet. But I agree with you that we need to simplify this even more, and there's more work to do. And it's a constant effort we are undertaking. As I look into 2019, we'll be doing more changes to make things work better and take expectations to feedback feedback that we want some of the
Well, and
devices to
then
be
just one
private.
example, my
They are okay with
legislative
some of their
assistant was
other
showing me
devices.
in the privacy policy there, it's redlined.
So we are trying to match users' expectations.
But it's not
Users do
pointed out
tell us
to,
when they search for
that I'm aware
weather
of, it's not
or
pointed out to
restaurants, they want
consumers.
restaurants
And the
near
policy
their
is
location,
updated
where it's
forever
not somewhere else.
what the exact change is. You have to go search for it.
Not allow my searches, we want some information relative to that.
So I've got that
That's
correct.
what we are trying to meet,
Correct me if I'm
but I
wrong.
agree with you that we
But
need
my
to simply
understanding is you would have to scroll through the entire policy page
and there's more
to
work
see
to
where
do.
the
It's
changes
a constant effort we are undertaking as we look into 2019. I'm happy to follow up on that, just to make everything that I pointed out to the updates in a blog post or something, and we make it clear what the changes are. But happy to follow up and get the
I
specifics.
just think the more you could streamline to the consumer how their personal information will be is being used in the policy without the consumer. Again, what personal responsibility there as well. But I just think doing some good things in terms of educating folks about particularly the online safety roadshow. You would have to think that you could take some of the work you're doing there and hearing our concerns here today, look for ways that you could better
Happy to
educate
follow up on that.
consumers.
Just to make everything that I pointed out to the updates in a blog post or something.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chai, a couple of quick follow-ups here. I don't think anybody asked who makes the judgment call regarding content moderation.
Chairman, it depends on the area. So, for example, if it's YouTube, we have very clear teams which are responsible for YouTube content policies. And
they identified as it's possible for a customer to write to them and say, hey, here's a concern I have.
we give clear channels for content creators to, to raise concerns back, and we have clear avenues. And we also have had people who are responsible for these platforms, including content moderation, appear here. And I think they've consulted widely here too.
A question about
depends on the area. For example, if it's YouTube, we have very clear
agreements with companies that Amazon might have an policy put on. They identified as it's possible for you have a right to data sharing agreement with them. Do they get the information and concern I have?
We give clear channels for content creators to. We don't have any special agreements with respect to user data as part of the many application platforms.
So if another somebody puts an app on their platform, they do it with your permission.
Not necessarily, so for example, our device manufacturer can preload applications on Android, and it's up to them and the app developer tools as well.
That Amazon might have. They operate on your operating system. You get the information as well as the app. You have
of information about what's happening within that application. Unless there may be specific cases where the user has given diagnostic information, the answer would depend on the context, but in general, the relationship is between the user and the app.
You get an app that gathers information on a specific thing.
Not necessarily. Also, for example, our device manufacturer in a general sense load applications.
And then finally, this you can write to us a written answer because it's a very lengthy answer. I'm interested in knowing. I know you've had a lot of difficulties in Europe.
Information about what's happening within that application.
In knowing how your policy in Europe.
Unless there may be specific cases where the user has given us diagnosis. Happy to have the answer on the pretty extensive topic. I'm happy to have a follow-up on that back to your office.
Yes, we appreciate that. We'll get you some written questions, specific things.
Not necessarily.
Members have provided. We'll have our own device. I would ask that you respond to those. And then finally,
definitely.
Thank you. Well, you've gone for a written answer. It's a very late half hour. Just an answer about what we predicted is interested in knowing. So I know you've had a lot of difficulties in Europe. Thank you very much. And I'm interested in knowing today. This concludes today's hearing without objection. All members will have 5 legislative days to submit questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. That this hearing is adjourned. Appreciate that. We'll get you some written questions. Members have provided. We'll have our own. I would ask. Thank you. Well, you've gone answer probably predicted this. You've had a lot of difficulties. Thank you very much. Today, this concludes today's hearing without objection. All members will have 5 legislative days to submit questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. That this hearing is adjourned. Thank you very much. Today, this concludes today's hearing without objection. All members will have 5 legislative days to submit questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. That this hearing is adjourned. morning. The Judiciary Committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. Welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on transparency and accountability, examining Google and its data collection, use, and filtering practices. Before I recognize myself and the ranking member for opening statements, I'd like to recognize our first witness, the Majority Leader, Kevin McCarthy of California, his statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goodlatte, Chairman Goodlatte, for working with me to organize this. I want to thank Sundar Pichai for testifying. We appreciate and note your willingness to travel here and answer our questions. First, the private setting in September, and now in the public setting. Google is one of the most valuable companies because of
morning.
Google search
Committee
engine
will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Welcome everyone to this morning's
This is hardly an exaggeration. Here's a statistic you would According to the Wall Street Journal, 90% of searches go through Google. That is power. It comes with Mr. Pichai, it was necessary to convene this event. Thank you, because of the widening gap of distrust between technology companies. I want to thank, for our country's economy to grow strong, testifies to have trust with the great creators of the 21st century. We can alleviate some of their adversity with transparency. I hope we can begin to restore trust in valuable companies that shape our world. We need answers. We need to know first, Google is committed to the free market ideas, competition, entrepreneurship, and non-search. This is hardly an example. Second, we need to be sure that any political bias in Google's work. According to the Wall Street Journal, 90%. Third, we need to know that Google is living up to America's belief in free expression and human rights. Now, a word on the last subject. Right now, Google reportedly it is also developing next-generation technology on Chinese soil in conjunction with Chinese national channels. We can alleviate some of their technology administration concerns national. I hope we can begin to restore. Now, this news raises that Google is being used to strengthen China's system of surveillance, oppression, and controversy. Right this very second, China's authoritarian system Mr. Pichai, I urge you to reflect on Google and on the promise your company made to pull out of human China market. I applauded you. Now, word on the last sentence. Back then, Google promised it would not censor its search results in China or compromise its commitment to free and open information. Now, in light of these recent events, many of the American people deserve to know technology administration. So, all this talk, competition, censorship, bias, we need others to one fundamental question that demands the nation's attention. Are America's technology very serving as instruments of freedom or instruments of control? Are they fulfilling the promise of the digital age? Are they advancing the cause of self-governance? Or are they serving as instruments of manipulation? And are they used by powerful people and foreign governments to rob the people and plot and sell I believe we need to grapple these questions together in China because it's the world and it evolves. We need to know that Google is on the side line of these recent and that it will provide its services free of behavior, political bias, all of these will be gained for being petition and censorship bias. I look forward to listening to the answers.
Now, like to invite
Are they fulfilling the promise of the digital age? Are they advancing the cause and are used by powerful
Without objection,
Because of that, you need to know that Google versus
very distinct.
and it will provide
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I want to take a moment to recognize Danielle Brown. The last working day for the committee is tomorrow. Danielle has served on the Judiciary Committee Democratic staff for more than a decade in a variety of roles, beginning as staff assistant and going counsel in areas, chief legislative counsel, and most recently deputy chief counsel. Danielle has been essential to the operations of this committee. She has been involved in nearly every important piece of committee business over the last decade. Her interests and expertise range from protecting vulnerable immigrants to ensuring reproductive freedom, preserving vital consumer protections. She is leaving us now, unfortunately, to become general counsel and parliamentarian for the Ways and Means Committee. Our loss is surely their gain. I wish you well. Appreciate a wise counsel. I thank you for all the years of service to the committee. I hope the committee will join me in a moment to recognize you around. Last week,
I will yield to the chairman. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would like to join him in Danielle for her service to this committee. She has worked with both sides of the aisle. She's worked with our staff very productively, very cooperatively on a great many issues that this committee also in a fashion that has resulted in a number of Internet search engine, the leading email service provider, and the Android operating system. It's on most of the smartphones in the United States. Very productively, very performs an internet search, sends an email, or uses his or her smartphone. Google collects information on that person. In fact, almost every minute of every day, the Android operating system sends information about the exact location, temperature, barometric pressure, and speed of movement of every phone that runs on the Android operating system. Americans carrying their smartphones all day, every day. Google is able to collect an amount of information about its users that would even make the NSA blush. Of course, now our users click through the terms of service for these services. The United States consent to such collection. I think it is fair to say that most Americans have no idea of the sheer volume and detailed information that is collected. Today I hope to get answers to the extent of data collection informs an internet search. And in addition, decades ago, Congress passed the Communications Decency Act, including Section 30 of that act, that allows service providers to remove lewd, lascivious, excessively violent, otherwise objection, barometric pressure platforms. The law allows service providers to run illegal material by doing child pornography, their content that is illegal under our intellectual property laws. While meant to allow them to block illegal, obscene, and harmful materials, there is some discretion that service providers, by necessity, must use to make decisions about what content to consent. Given such collection ubiquity, it is a search market. Google is often considered first and last for searching for information on the internet. As such, this committee is very interested in how Google makes decisions about what constitutes objectionable content that justifies the Congress passed. Who at Google makes these decisions, including sections of revelation that top executives at Google have discussed how the results in the 2016 election comply with Google's values. The law allows these questions to be all the more important to know. While it is true that Google is not a government entity, so it does not have to comply while meant to allow them to provide American people deserve to know what types of information best in information about products and services that are readily available. So today, on behalf of our committee and the American Film Society, I hope an answer to Mr. Chai regarding who at the internet makes the judgment call is very interesting about the block that makes technical what metric actually uses to make the justified one and thank you to testify next week answer these and other questions. With respect to search algorithmic screening, primary means which Google stores data and information. Google's search algorithm, for example, calculates what is presented to it based on the variables, so it does not have to determine at its best. Algorithms reaches the best answers based on time while providing choices to the user by ranking pages markets for best information about product. Of course, by ranking pages, Google search always favors one page over another. This kind of an answer is a harm shot. After all, the point of a search is to discriminate among multiple relevant things and what metric. The process, however, is much more sinister. Allegations that Google manipulates these algorithms in favor of the party of the right. That it's like to search for products algorithmic screens. There are numerous allegations in the news that Google employees have thought about it, talked about search algorithms, and have done it. What dangerous implications to the fair and democratic process are not being undertaken. One study performed by psychologists has revealed that internet search rankings have a significant impact on page markets, mainly because users trust higher ranked results more than lower ranked results. Performing 5 relevant double-blind randomized experiments, a total of 2,556 undecided voters, all presented diverse demographic characteristics of the voting population. The study revealed that biased search rankings can shift our voting preferences for undecided voters by 20% or more. Our shift can be much higher in some demographic groups, and search rankings bias is masked, and the tool shows no awareness of this relation. The potential for this kind of bias is clearly one study has, and further compounded by the fact that every election amounts to information about its members while they are actively engaged in shopping or even when they are not. According to a study conducted by Vanderbilt University, Norman, stationary and virtual online active in the background communicated location information to suicide 140 times during a 24-hour period, or at an average of 14 data communications per hour. Studying the collection of locations may be obvious to users. They are often unaware of the Android platform, including an accelerated barometer on a major these sensors, in addition to the cameras, microphones, potential devices, collate usually very accurate pictures of where the user is, what they are doing, tell themselves they are a shocking amount of information and activity like recently featured on Good Morning America, a reporter using an Android phone, no SIM card, wasn't connected to the internet, discovered that the phone collected the device indicated location, even identifying the phone transportation, subway, or even a bicycle, at times taking 10 sensor readings per minute. Moreover, electrical practice of reinforcing these topics in light of allegations of bias creates little choice for cost-respecting internet-based products or services. Given that Google's ads show up on non-website sensors, in addition, they can be used as what I call search engines on other collates, such as the Apple phone. It is almost impossible to regulate one of the largest data collecting advertising that was get the right product with the right customers wasn't precisely at the right time, discovering that the was all selected by a giant directing 3.5 billion searches per day. This mass whiteboarding, however, has the potential for far-reaching readings per minute. Mere suspicion that Google regulates products and features like
information gathered about this ensure more transparency and accountability. Despite the nature of today's hearings, Google is still the story of the American people. I started by on the rise. Grew to be one of the most successful companies. Giant decades ago, we could not fathom its access today. More information, mass networks, now we take that for granted. Innovative services. That, again, thank our participants. And now I pledge to Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our society has become increasingly reliant on social media and other online platforms to obtain, create, share, and report information. This information helps us make decisions ranging in importance, where to make dinner reservations, which candidate to vote for in the presidential election. The public's increasing use of these platforms has generated many positive benefits for society. It has also given rise to these problems. Google is among the dominant firms in this sector. As such, given the public's widespread use and reliance on electronic services, there are legitimate questions regarding the company's policies and practices, including with respect to content moderation and protection of user privacy. Before we delve into these questions, I must first dispense with illegitimate. This defense is beefed up by some conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other online platforms. Our society has become increasingly reliant. As I've said repeatedly, no credible internet supports this right-wing hate, conspiracy theory. I have little doubt that many public colleagues who spend much of their time presenting laundry list where any out-of-context statements made by Google employees supposed evidence of effective system bias. None of that will actually make it true. This factor of propaganda also does help generate mistrust of the majority of the dominant firms. Such, even if the words against conservatism, just as Fox News, broadcasting, conservative talk radio hosts like Rush Limbaugh discriminate against liberal voices. That would be its right as a private company to do so, not to be questioned by the government. During the Reagan administration, years ago, Federal Communications Commission, no credibility appointed by Ronald Reagan, abolished what it used to have for the fairness doctrine, and doubt placed an obligation on the broadcasters to public airwaves and any fair to different advertising. This question might be relevant. Republican members want to bring back the fairness doctrine and expand its scope. This fact is propaganda. Doubt we should not let the delusions of the far right distract us from the real issue. Should be the focus of today's hearing. For example, let's examine what the broadcasters stop possible foreign powers of radio using its platform to spread false information in order to harm our political right. More than 2 years since 2069, this committee held a single hearing on Reagan and Russia's campaign to manipulate online platforms and undermine American democracy. Despite the fact that it is my view of our intelligence and Russia engaged in a massive game to make Russia influence in the 2016 election. I hope I can tell us what actions Google has taken to counter this American back what gaps made in the This may help Congress determine what more can be done to attack Democratic progress. We should also examine how daily forces community standards to prohibit racial and political threats and other inappropriate conduct. While internet platforms can afford many societal benefits, they also provide a new tool for those seeking to stoke racial identification. The presence of hateful conduct and content on these platforms has been made all the more alarming by the recent rise in hate motivated violence. Despite this recently released by the FBI, was reported incidents of hate crimes in Russia compared to 2016, marking the third consecutive year that such reports have been horrible massacre, they real-life synagogue in Pittsburgh, recent murder in an African-American couple at a Kentucky grocery store, killing of an Indian out here last year in Kansas, are sadly not isolated outbursts of violence. Most salient example of you should consider to what extent Google and others online platforms that may have been used prevent content such as how these platforms can play a constructive role in combating not declaring Google possesses significant market representation. It's also useful to examine its policies and practices other companies are able to display we're also concerned about the prevalence of pirated material available across Google and other internet platforms that expect to choose that value. Finally, it is important to know what Google is doing to powerful massive data privacy and data security. According to journalists reported, Google discovered last month a bug killing a media platform Plus, which says the private profile data of 500,000 third-party developers. Not to disclose the issue publicly, leads to those who may have time. Just yesterday, the company another Google Plus bug may have exposed the private profile data. Google is so no evidence developers have in fact that any use of profile data has to be practiced in any way. It sounds like they still raise legitimate questions about what types of data is supposed to be also obligated to it also raises questions about how much control users should have over their own data and how such control might be regulated. We've also found by Google is developing a massive data privacy enabled market. According to these reports, the shortage would not only accommodate Chinese government censor, it might allow the Chinese government to track individuals. Unfortunately, this, our fourth hearing devoted entirely fictitious allegations anti-consumer bias in internet companies. We will waste more time, more taxpayer money, elevating well-worn right-wing conspiracy theories. Let's compare the substance of questions issues just the focus of our hearing. The committee can, much like you will, that
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Welcome our distinguished witness. Please rise. Let the record show that the only witness today is Mr. Sundar Chai. Chai is executive officer. Entirely written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. He asked you to summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Help us stay within that time. Your time is right on your like to write. 1 minute. Like to write. 5 minutes. Chai, very welcome.
Distinguished members of the committee.
Welcome our distinguished
Thank you for the opportunity. I joined Google 15 years ago. The past 3 years. And my love for information and technology began long before that. It's been 25 years since I mainly used my phone. Growing up in India, I visited when my family got its first phone, its first ever. Each new technology made a profound difference in our lives. Getting the phone meant I could call ahead to the hospital and check whether this was taking 2 hours to write. Television, well, it only had one channel. Those experiences made me a technology optimist. They remain one place. Not only because I believe in technology, but because I believe in people. It has the ability to use technology. I joined Google 15 years, incredibly proud of what Google does to empower people around us, especially here. My love for information, I'd like to take a moment to share the background. 20 years ago, I used to be one from Michigan, one from Maryland. Growing up in India, came together, expanded in a big family, provide users with access to the services. That machine still drives everything we have found, whether that's saving you a few minutes in the morning command or helping doctors detect diseases. Today, Google is more than a search engine. We are a global company committed at one product. It means working with many industries, education, healthcare, manufacturing, and entertainment.
Right.
Even as we expand into new markets, we never forget our American roots. It's no coincidence that a company dedicated to free flow innovation was founded right here in California. As an American company, we cherish the values and freedoms that have allowed us to let go and serve so many people. I'm proud to say years ago, we continue to work with development to keep our country safe and secure. Over the years, our footprint has expanded far beyond California. States such as Texas, Virginia, Oklahoma, and Alabama. Today in the U.S., past had the great opportunity to travel across the country and see all the places that are coming that are hard Sandy Education that we recently launched a product in the U.S. Along the way, I've met many people who depend on Google to run music, jobs, community education. Over the past year, we've supported more than 1.5 million American companies. Over the past 3 years, we've made direct contributions to hundreds of millions of dollars added more than 24,000 employees, paid over $43 billion to our U.S. partners across search and years. These investments strengthen our community, support thousands of Virginia. They also allow us to provide great services to our users and help them work hands-on. It's an honor to play this role. At the age of one, comes with great responsibility. Protecting the privacy and security of all officers. And we invested an enormous amount of work over the years to bring audits, transparency, and control. Along the way, we value into every product. We recognize the important role of government. Over the past 30 years, we supported setting 1.5 for the development of technology. Support federal privacy legislation, proposed a legislative framework for privacy. Users look to us to provide accurate and trustworthy information. We work hard to ensure we put a number of checks and balances in place to ensure we also allow us to provide to lead this company without political bias, work to ensure that the products continue to operate. Do otherwise, core protecting the privacy and security. We are a company that provides platforms for diverse perspectives and there is no shortage of some groups former service admins risk much products. Some are civil libertarians, fears handling risk. Some are parents who worry about the role technology plays support mental health services. Some like me are immigrants who are profoundly grateful for freedom. Look to us to provide some of us. Let me close by saying, leading integrated put a number of checks and balances, challenging is greatly appreciate you when you share the story of Google products and our work with products. Or if you are the
You will now proceed under the 5-minute limit with questions, and I'll begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Pichai, is it true that the Android operating system sends Google information every 2 minutes detailing the exact location of the smartphone within a few feet, the speed of movement of the phone, the altitude of the phone station determined on the floor of a building the phone is on, the temperature surrounding the phone, and other readings? And if so, the Americans carrying their phones with them virtually at all times doesn't collect this volume of detailed information. It really means that Google is compiling information about virtually every movement of an individual with a smartphone is making every hour.
We go to great lengths to protect our privacy.
We will now proceed to the 5-minute question.
Android is a powerful platform that provides smartphones.
Android operating system
and as part of that, depends on the application
telling the exact location of the smartphone.
using a fitness application, detecting the number of steps you walk, expect it to send that information. But the choice users make it clear.
So the answer to my question, my first question is yes, that's correct. Like I mentioned, cited retail companies gathered really virtually every
Google services have a choice of what to use, collect data, transport it.
I understand there are uses that consumers make use of. It's a service that competitors provide, so they understand their purpose. But do you think the average consumer understands that Google will collect this volume and detailed information they click through in terms of service agreements?
It's really important for us to expect that this average uses choice. This is why
the average user read the terms of service like updates that are frequently sent
beyond the terms of service. Actually offer remind users to do privacy change. We make it very obvious. Every month, in fact, in the last 200 days, 160 users went to their My Account service. They can clearly see what information we have. We actually give it, show it back to them. We give clear toggles, like categories, where they can decide whether the information is collected, stored, or more importantly, they decide to stop using it. We work hard to make it possible for users to take the data with them.
Let me switch to section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. You heard me say in my opening statement, this provides broad libel protection for you and other technologies or good faith restrictions that Google thinks something is obscene, lascivious, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable. On the other hand, objectionable material, by whatever standard applied, likely elicits the most engagement from users on your site. And for Google, increased engagement potentially means increased revenue. However, it's important for Google to make very clear where it draws the line. I don't believe Google has done its best to make that clear. So what I would ask is, would Google or YouTube be willing to make changes in support of a healthier civic dialogue? Doing so meant problems. Let me switch to section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Say in my opening statement, this provides broad satisfaction.
Focus on knowledge, happiness, good faith, success, and that's what we work on. It's important to us that the platforms that we viable objection are naturally. On the other hand, objective material by whatever space users, advertisers, content creators make their livelihood on your site using the platform. So we want to make this work in a sustainable way.
When it comes to political advertising, there were some of the senators and other advertisers making that are required by law to offer the same rate to growers who be willing to make changes in support of a healthy civic dialogue. For example, radio should competing political candidates be charged the same effective ad rate for each prospective
Advertising products, happiness, engage, environment, that's set by a live auction process. Platforms, depending on the keywords that you're bidding, depending on the demand, there's paid prices automatically calculated. So there's right sides that actually
understand it's automatically calculated, but could two competing political candidates targeting the same audience be different ad rates? If yes, could that disparity be other substantial advertising?
There wouldn't be a difference based on any political reasons unless there are keywords which are particularly market. It's essentially a supply-demand equilibrium. It can lead to difference in rates vary from time to time.
And those rates can be very substantial ad rate difference for each perspective.
The occasions where specific
the result is different than another every candidate is the lowest rate television
decided by the system. It's a process we've done for over many years. Let me assure you, anything to do with our civic process, make sure we do so in a non-partisan basis.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chai. According to media reports, Google found evidence that Google found a bug in its Google Plus social media platform that could potentially expose private data of up to 500,000 users without the consent of third-party developers. Google, however, did not disclose this bug until months later after it was revealed by reports of Wall Street Journal. Yesterday, as I mentioned before, they found the ability to announce another bug. What legal obligations disclose data exposure that do not involve sensitive financial information, still involve private personal data, like the user's name, age, email address, or phone According to media reports, Google found evidence Google found a bug in Google Plus asking what legal obligations privately under data disclose FCC users without such data exposures don't involve, however, did not disclose this bug while months later after it was revealed by the
depends on the situation. We follow the requirements.
Yesterday,
In that case, quickly we look at our legal requirements. We go above and beyond to make sure we do not involve sensitive. The first case still involve private my question is, what legal obligations today, right now, if you found a bug, you ascertain, once you've done the investigation, you ascertain the users or eligible for notification. My understanding is we both verify users as well
Now, according to media reports, Google found evidence that Russian agents spent thousands of dollars disclosed to purchase ads on its advertising platforms that span multiple environments. Agents of Russian agents campaigned to interfere in the election in Georgia. Additionally, Juniper Downs, head of global policy for YouTube, testified to why YouTube had identified and shut down multiple channels containing thousands of videos associated with Russian disinformation. Google now knows especially what legal platforms are exploited by Russian activities.
Right now, thorough investigation users now there are two main avenues in Russia, which advertise $47 million. We also found other which was no amount is okay here, but we found limited activity, proper activity. We've learned a lot from that. Dramatically, agents like that election conference leading up to the current elections, we again found limited activity, both in the internet research agency in Russia, as well as council in Europe.
What specific steps have you taken, including during the recent 2018 elections, to protect against further interference by Russia or other
We've undertaken a significant review of how ads are bought for the first accounts. We share and collaborate with law enforcement. We also found other
Looking ahead to the next conference, I assume we can have your assurances that Google will work with this committee as we examine the issue of how to better secure our elections in the future for our
Congressman, protecting our elections is foundation for democracy. We have a full commitment that we
Okay, my last question what are you doing? What is Google doing to combat the spread of white supremacy and right-wing, including during the recent 2018 elections, protecting its further interference?
Congressman, YouTube is an important platform. We do want to offer diverse perspectives. We have rules on how we are content on, and violations on our policies.
You find violations of what?
Policies against hate speech. Finding violations.
Take down the stuff that you know put it up here.
We look at it on a video by video basis. The extent that our repeats consist in the same account, we take into account that by the content data, we follow up accordingly.
Very much.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Google Americans deserve the media of conservative voices by internet platforms intensified, especially during the presidency of Trump. More than 90% of all internet searches take place on Google, subsidiary YouTube, and they are curated what they see. Google has long faced criticism for manipulating search results to support conservative. Conservative individuals and organizations have had their pro-Trump content on video flagged as hate speech and had their content reduced from search results. The enforcement of immigration laws has been tagged as hate speech as well. Such actions pose a grave threat to the democratic EJ Media found 96% of search results for Trump from liberal media outlets. In fact, not the Americans right-wing site. This doesn't happen by accident. It's basically due to those who write more than 90% of the results at once. Apparently, specific amounts of detail. Dr. Robert Epstein, Harvard trained Google has long published a study recently that shows Google's bias in conservative 1.6 million votes in Hillary Clinton 2016 election. Google could well elect its next president. Enforcement of immigration laws. This should be a real concern. Such actions involve grave political practice. Those at the top set the tone. We require Herculean ethics by the chief executive, senior member, to change the political bias now programmed into the company's right-wing side. Disregard caused by questions about this doesn't happen like Einstein was mentioned. There's going to hear others too. The opening statement right to mention is a desire to provide information about political bias. Really, that's not Dr. Robert Epstein, what are we beginning to say?
Thanks for the question. We find the studies you mentioned, we have investigated those. There are other studies which have looked at it and found issues with the methodology and the sample size and so on. Let me step back and say, providing users with high quality, accurate, and trusted information is sacrosanct to us. It's what our principles are. Our business interests, our natural long-term incentives are aligned. We want to serve users everywhere. We need to earn their trust and belief.
So what actions are we going to take to try to counter the political bias irrefutable? It occurs, you have to take some responsibility.
With respect, Dr. Epstein's study we've investigated. We don't agree with the methodology. Happy to follow up with your office and give our findings on this study. But when we look at it, we evaluate our studies to evaluate our searches as investigated. They've been used in a very honest methodology. We've been doing this for 20-year issues with the methodology. Making sure the results are accurate is what we need. Step back and work on it. Providing sacrosanct what our principles are. There are always studies, which can show one set of data and the current institutions. So we have looked at results on our top news category. We find that we have a wide variety of sources, including sources from the lab and sources from the diet, and we're committed to making this service.
By the way, the study that I referred to was done by
is to making sure the results are accurate. There are always studies ensuring one's set of data. We have looked at results on our properties. This might when we have one is today there have been independent black body studies coming to economists.
But you chose those things. I'm talking about someone feeling.
We didn't choose those third bodies. I mean, they completed those studies. Second is we are transparent as to how we evaluate search. We publish our rater guidelines. We publish these and the raters evaluate. And that's how we are trying hard to understand what users want. And this is something important to us. We're happy to follow and explaining methodology and the studies which have been done by different third parties.
My knowledge, again, never took those third parties. Number two, also
The time of the gentleman has expired, but I've been
employee to manipulate our searches. We have a robust framework, including many steps in the process.
my time is up. Let me just say, I think humans can manage the process.
You recognize the gentleman from California for the law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Google is located in San County, Miami, and I've got to say that, contrast to the research Amazon have, they are proposing, Google is proposing to establish a facility in downtown San Jose, and they didn't ask for tax subsidies. In fact, they're purchasing the land and paying the city lots of money. I'm going to be parochial and ask a question because I think most people in San Jose are excited about it. There's anxiety about housing and whether Google wants to be a partnership with the city of San Jose to ensure that the affordable housing will be necessary for the 20,000 additional employees in San Jose. Whether you would be partnering with the city and helping to provide additional housing. I've got to say this.
Congressman, it's an important question. We deeply care about Amazon. As part of
Thank you so much. You know, there's so many questions. We're not going to be able to deal with them all today. I'm hoping in the next Congress we will be able to go through issues of privacy, data localization, housing rights, taxation policies, issue of takedown requests by authoritarian regimes, encryption policy, what's going on in Australia, filter and confirmation bias and its impact on society generally, culturally, and politically. But we can't do that in 5 minutes or half a day. So I would just like to revisit some of the questions that have already been asked. The chairman asked about location policies and Android system need to various apps that might provide information. Let's say I got an Android phone. There's so many questions. I'm like, not people. I don't have a single app on that phone. What information does it
device specifications which you can turn on or off.
Say I turn it on.
Turn it off, there's no location information sent from that device. But there's a complex area. There are times where it comes to your IP address and location
Now, manipulation of search results. I think it's important to talk about how search results. Right now, if
this. I see it on Google. There are times you can search on Google, page after page, there's negative news. Which will reflect. What is important here is we use a robust methodology to reflect what is being said about any given topic, any particular topic. And we try to do it consecutively using a set of it is in our interest to make sure we reflect what's happening out there in the best effective manner possible. I can comment to you and I can assure you, we do it without regards to political ideology. Our algorithms have no notion of political sentiment.
Somebody out there is suffering. Just so I see that what I describe easy stuff. Your company I think it's so somebody out there, I've only got about
want to explain how these things work. We are happy to give some studies. It's important to us to demonstrate that our products work without any biases or and happy to be involved in chance to explain it better.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate
Revisiting the
thank Google for one thing.
I'm going to try and answer questions, issues, conservative voices of the Answer is no, yes or no. If hate speech provokes violence, is that the definition of the other aspect that you consider that you would take it down? I know there are other aspects, particularly encouraging violence. Does that get taken down?
Primary purpose of inciting violence is
and it will be taken down? I'd like to just take a little back that I look forward to best practices when starting 16 hearing. I view it as this committee is washing its hands being engaged in meaningful oversight of technology platforms and specific content being sold by hostile foreign actors claiming to heighten self-indigenous imperial democracy. I won't ask questions on that answer, but I will make mention of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It takes out and says no one should be protected from arbitrary interference in privacy. And it's been noted that Google does engage with the EU and other aspects. Would you commit to adhering to Article 12 of the Declaration of Human Rights, that can protect the privacy of individuals?
We think privacy is an important individual right, an important human right.
We know that building the U.S. economy and urbanization are very important to many of us. I would like to know whether or not engagement with old technology platforms, specific content, the evolving AI economy, non-taxing areas of social economic data shows impact of not having access. Welcome information received a letter from the Senate a few weeks ago regarding the home sale. It's quite extensive. My question is, well, I have made efforts to facilitating the sale of counterfeit substances and falsified medicines sold to illegal online pharmacies.
It's a national crisis. We are undertaking a lot of just recently rolled out the national take back Google Maps and show drop-off. We work with lawyers. Last week, we see the market research of the law. We spotted
I am concerned that we are now going back to receive a letter from the Senate Dragonfly. They are seeking help sending FIU's persons seeking sale lifelines to markets and falsified medicines. How can you do that? What ways to minimize or to indicate that this is not best practice?
Right now we have no plans to talk about our core mission is to provide access to information. Getting access to information is important. We always come from across the world. It's try hard to provide that. And right now there's no plans to committed to being fully accessible, including the policy to the extent that plans.
I'd like to pursue that with you, and I thank you for that. I think that was an important statement. My community is diverse, as you well may have heard, especially by Congress, has been working extensively with Google search engines recognized to not include of diversity, African Americans. My district has engagement with musicians, artists, and creators from all areas of entertainment. I'd be interested in what efforts are being taken by Google's platform YouTube for diversity, employees, demographics, employees, and also how it's currently distributing resources versus what the focus is on versus what are you doing. YouTube is a great message and the whole population is growing.
Diversity is needed to bring YouTube is highlighted as a platform as we reach out to content creators.
My community is diverse.
As a company, we are undertaking a lot of transparency. There's a lot more work that we acknowledge that
Objection. Let me thank the witness for his testimony. Thank you also for your work.
Thank you, gentlemen. Recognize the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bias. And I know that the gentleman from Texas said there is no bias. But I'd like to pick up Chief used numbers of outcomes to say that you have to do better. Do you agree with that?
As a company, we are committed to making sure.
No, but statistically, the outcome that she measures is how she asks you to get better, because your outcome is insufficient relative to the size of your you agree with that?
I interpret it as we today don't have
Thank you, Chairman. Very good. You got her point. Now, here's the point that I think if you measure the outcome such as I and I know from Texas and Ohio, what you find is that
even the question of whether if I pay for advertising, I never try to phone for advertising. If the characteristics say that we happen to search for somehow is more expensive than trying to get public. So those are housing it's just when you commit how to look in the case of potential political buyers in all aspects of your company to look at the outcome, measure the outcome, and see if there is evidence of buying. Very good, you got that. Work backwards to see if some of that, even if you know what would appropriately be the outcome. You see my point there?
I understand. We don't want anyone, while I'm confident in the approach of work for any political buyer. I think it's important to me that we always look at whether we assess to make sure there's no evidence of bias.
And the reason I give you this point is for most of my characteristics, there have been laws stop to get Ms. Jackson Lee to speak. We have had laws to and yet there are measurements that are still being used. Quite frankly, we create dismeasure the out-dedicated seniority in this country that would provide very good of a history or measurement of outcome. I would ask you to seriously go back and see if I measure, and when you find an outcome that is inconsistent with that which might be ordinarily predictable, spirits are relatively tied in the outcome of elections like national basis. If that outcome doesn't pass, and the reason I give it, in fact, you have the evidence to work back on to see if, in fact, policies can be found are causing that argument. Which, by the way, might include overzealous liberal crowd that simply spend more time smashing by Republicans than vice versa. That might be what you find. Unless you look at the outcome, you're always going to say, well, it's fair for the outcome getting measured by my colleagues. In fact, I'm not working on very I want to give you just two words of that. In your opening statement and the questions you've asked, you have talked about happening and there are two things that I'm looking at. Can you commit available to teach people how our schools protect their privacy, how do we offload data, how to in fact turn off things that they may not want to deny. How the company has grown over the years.
We want to simplify it, make it easy for average users to navigate these systems, and something they're working on.
And I will tell you, each time I try to turn it on and off, refreshing my memory is very there is no scan. There are two things you find out how to do it, but the reality is I agree that you do have to do it. Most don't. I asked unanimously sent out the GN article, Wall Street Transparency, October 8th, and in that article, it talks about that. And it also makes us aware that memorandum. That memorandum would you commit to provide that memorandum to Congress more about the
happy to have my own
Thank you. Thank you. I'm my credit turn it on and off. Find out how to do it, but the reality is I economy and it's amazing to talk to somebody and say, how do I do this or how do I do this?
Congressman, they're constantly looking for better ways to do it. One of the areas is giving online information. We have an option like that. Happy to take care of that. Today we will remind people of privacy tools and walk them through counseling where people come to it every day. So
it's online. But you don't have individuals. I find it's a lot easier to talk about when I'm not the other thing frustrating. People look at the internet and now privacy is something I think that any you said that turn off location is questions. Still your IP address and that place, correct?
Well, I mean, not just store IP information for security reasons. For example, even of language is one of the reasons. There may be some locations location turns out to be in the fabric of the decision making. I do think it's important that the legislation as a company we want to provide scale.
It's online,
but it is outside.
But you don't have I find it's a question about Russia. In recent months, authoritarian regimes, commonly in Latin America, Russia, have used bots restricting access to online content, democratic
The individual who has light enough
could we have the doors open? Could we have the USC football game.
Absolutely. Gentlemen's recognized.
I get 20 more seconds, right? Yes. All right, so in recent months, authoritarian regimes, quite commonly run Vladimir Putin's response to manipulating algorithms to restricting accessibility to online content, democratic human rights activists, 10 hideouts, artificial dislikes, and use bots where human rights activists have never taken discuss this problem and find a way of ending the outcomes. Authoritarian regimes, so far, no systemic solution. YouTube is the main platform for democratic human rights activists in authoritarian countries and remains the media. Could we have the doors? This results in the algorithm we have currently operating, putting up barriers to what is YouTube and use USC football game. Here's what both YouTube gentlemen recognized. I get 24 seconds. Right. All right, so recent months, authoritarian regimes, quite commonly where human rights activists there are ways bots to find the algorithm just like follow up on this, and I heard on television, MSNBC, 200 lobbyists. It's amazing they all would like get on. But should I just talk about one of the add-ons? And by the way, it's hard. MSNBC would be a you're on MSNBC on your news. Like I put my name in here, Steve Coleman, Punch News. This weekend I was on MSNBC 4 times. Yet the first thing that comes up is the Daily Call. They're not exactly I guess well known. Then roll call. Mike Barton and Memphis Business. Mike Barton. It looks like you are overly using conservative news. Follow up. I like to look at the overly used conservative news organizations and put on liberal people's news. It's amazing. I'm sure you tried really hard to get that thing on him as the show 4 times. Like I put my name in this might say something about how my yes, the first thing that comes up is the they call
I recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
This company without political bias to ensure our products operate that way. Liliana Murillo is a representative of marketing because Ms. Murillo did good work back
not directly from work, but she's an employee. We're proud of her.
We praised her work the day after the 2016 election. Page email she wrote about her work with Latino. She said, even Cesar gave our effort a shout out. She referred to you that.
She's referring to my communication around translation for a different religion.
Okay, well, I'm going to look at what percentages she had that long email again recapping her work in the 2016 election. She said this, we pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features applying down in her email. She's qualified that sentence. She said, we pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features in key states. She cites the states, Florida and Nevada. Near the end of her email, in a similar sentence, she says, we supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. How to analyze those two sentences. We pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features in key states. Our supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. It's fair to say that we in both sentences should side with first communication.
And Congressman, we are very concerned
I'm not asking that question. I'm asking, is it fair to say that we in both sentences should send this push to get out the Latino vote?
Google, we won't participate in any partisan efforts around any civic process.
Okay, so push to get out. This is, so we push in key states. We support a partner like Latino to pay for rides to us in key states and push to get out the Latino vote during the 2016 election. And how were they getting that done? Getting that done by altering your features or configuring your features in such a way as to rise that's all I'm asking. That's the fair to say that we
Out of all the specifics, but we did look into it. There was no evidence that any action was like that.
She's not telling the truth.
We're sure we didn't find any supporting evidence.
She said she paid for rides to the polls, and they configured their features in such a way as to get out of the Look, I actually think that's all okay. Right? I think that's just a good corporate citizen encouraging voter participation, encouraging people to participate in our election. I think so far those sentences are just fine. Then there's 3 words at the end of each sentence that cause me real concern. Those 3 words are, we push to get out the Latino vote with our feature in key states. Now suddenly it gets back to we supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. And that makes everything different. So I got really just one question for you. Why did Google not figure its features, pay for rides to the polls, get out the Latino vote, and pay for rides to the polls, and they can figure their features in such a way to get out the Latino vote?
Effort we do around elections.
You're that multicultural marketing. You praised her work in this email. Gave her a shout out. Was lying when she said you were trying to get out the accomplishments. I think so far there's
today around where to register, where to find your nearest polling place, what are the hours they are for.
Now what I'm asking is, I appreciate what you said. I already said that. What I'm asking is, why did you make everything states? I got
any such activity as Google on any of these There are the employees. I think they are participating.
Did you push to get out the Latino vote for all states?
We don't have goals around pushing out in any particular segment. We don't participate in partisan activities. We engage in both campaigns, support and sponsor debates across both sides of the aisle, and provide users with information.
Your head of mobile home department, Ryan said that you're pushing to get out the Latino vote, paying for right to the polls for the Latino vote, only in these states, and you're saying that's not accurate.
Yes, that's right. Given how many of them
She just made it up out of thin air the day after the election. Wrote this email from your topic saying I want to it's not
happy to follow up, but I think the employees
I'm asking, you know what the follow-up on what the real answer is here in this Did you push to get out the vote? I would say the two did you push to get out the states that were California and Texas? Did you push to get out the Latino vote and pay for people to go to the polls in California and Texas?
Participate in the civic process in a non-partisan way.
Well, I just think it's interesting, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm over time, but I think it's interesting that their head of multi-states are saying that's not accurate. Writes an email the day after the election where she talks about 71 estimated Latino votes voting for Hillary. That wasn't enough. And she talks about paying rights to the states to get out of the Latino vote in the states. And the head of the company says that's not accurate. Did you push to get out the vote?
Time has expired.
We don't go partisan features, we mainly focus our efforts on political registration and our, we reach users across the United States in taken a lot of efforts to find bugs, so we find and we work it out and the biggest area of advanced protection program, embracing this in the Congress, sign up for it if you're using Gmail. Allows a second layer of protection to your account, which makes it much harder if your account
presentation of your location tracking applications. Person's verified data. Google has said that it does company benefits from applications. How do you differentiate geolocation data companies applications
allows a second
self
how do you differentiate what you do with geolocation data companies that sell presentation? How do you location tracking applications differentiate what you do versus what these applications do track and sell?
It's important to associations do not we do give consumers preferences about how the data is used for user experience. We make our advertising relevant based on the keywords you type in. That's where we get information. You can just type in and control your ad settings into Google and actually change your ad itself. Person data for advertising is what we allow that see all these things that are important for us. We've invested a lot over the years and we make it very transparent and we encourage users to go check it out and check every day and go and check it. And it's important that the association check out the continuing information.
Chair recognizes gentleman from Texas. Chairman, over here on this side. I have an iPhone, and if I move from here and over there and sit with my Democrat friend, it makes me real nervous. Does Google track my movement? Does Google, through this phone, know that I have moved here and moved over the left? It's either yes or no.
Not by default. There may be a Google service which you've opted in to use.
So Google knows that I am moving over there. It's not a trick question. You know, you make $100 million a year, you ought to be able to answer that question. Does Google know through this phone that I am moving over there and sitting next to Mr. Johnson, which would make him real nervous? It's his question. It's yes or no. I can't say yes or no. If I walk over there and sit next to Mr. Johnson, I carry my phone. Does Google know that I was sitting over there? Track. Does Google through this phone, yes or no, know that I have shocked you don't know. I think Google obviously does. Are you familiar with the General Data Protection Regulation by the European Union? So Google and the European Union is protecting the right of privacy of the internet. We don't have such a law. No, through this phone, we do not have such a law in the United States, do we?
We don't have a
His question. Are you familiar with how the resolution? Can't say yes or no.
It's a resolution that I've introduced that would basically adopt in practices in America. Consumers in the United States the right of privacy. Over there. I'll give you a copy. It's ironic to me that the United States is supposed to be the country in the world that protects privacy of anybody else. We are playing second protection. Europeans, they protect the privacy of their folks more than we do. The United States Congress needs to take the direction of privacy to allow citizens to opt in to this dissemination of their information rather than opt out, which seems to be the current as Cohen stated. Most Americans don't know all the things that's on this resolution that I use. One thing that can basically disseminate information really that we are unaware of all different people like privacy. The United States to change it make so that we as consumers ironic as otherwise that is States supposed to see just my opinion. What does Google do anybody else? We are playing second protection regulations. They protect the privacy of folks more than we do.
We do publish for example, categories for YouTube like violent extremism, pornography, child safety, fraudulent information. We define categories.
What are extreme political views? We find those. I'm saying we should extreme. Saying what are extreme political views? What are those extreme political views that find objection? We let all political views objection
have areas which we have defined as not allowed platforms, for example, clear definitions around hate speech. It's defined as speech which is the primary goal of inciting hatred or violence to stem speech categories.
You would agree that hate speech is many different definitions of pornography,
fraudulent information. We understand it's a subjective area to be interpretation, but we define it and we publish our definition of the thing.
Do you believe that Google, as been brought out here, this question is biased? What are those? Do you believe that Google is biased? Either yes or no?
No, not in our position.
It is a private company. It's not the government. Google is not the government. You want the government to regulate Google?
We are subject to a lot of regulations across many different agencies.
But you're not subject to the definition of what bias is by the government companies. Google cannot be biased. You're going to decide what's biased and what's not biased. You're not subject to that philosophy. I hope we don't get to that. You're going to regulate what's biased. Do you believe that Google, this is a brought out here, an independent bias company? Part of it doing business like any other media outlet. I've gone on the time, Mr. Chairman. I have not the questions I'd like to submit for the record.
Mr. Chairman,
The government you're not subject to the definition of the bias. The government cannot be biased. You're not subject to that.
Should do a better job of Coach recently said 5 million algorithms that promise to improve our lives tendencies. Years of regular airways that have been not platforms on the surface of congressional testimony or government that companies responsible. content research platform in Washington to interview your CEO, Derek Chais, content platform in front of our committee this morning. Yes, I want to return to the privacy discussion that's gone on. And I went to the privacy board. Those reasons it's right. I wanted to talk about what it does. I said all solicitation history is caused testimony. That is said, it doesn't mean that
those categories, if you possibly stop collecting.
I understand, but overall, it doesn't mean that stop collecting data. You're still collecting data. Search, you're still collecting data. Advertising should help provide privacy. My question is this. I wanted to focus also on the New York Times article about the interest in and I want to talk about, and I understand the way that data is collected on my website about searching directions I understand that, but that is also and in the New York Times story, it's a hot market sales of location targeted advertising reaching an estimated $21 billion. It talks about your company engaging with ad market that also location-based advertising. And it says that Google also receives precise location information from the apps that use ads. I wanted to focus also on explain that to you. Is the New York Times saying that if there is any company that uses your ad services and gives the dominant place to play advertising, I would imagine those. Any company that uses your advertising, then that data they collect would also be sell those and ultimately they collect
company, and we have commitments to use the data as belong to the users, was towards it, but we don't transmit personal data to advertisers.
I understand that. I'm asking about the data that companies use. The New York Times said that Google receives precise location information from apps that use its ad services. The question is, you receive information, the New York Times right, you receive information about the locations that iTravel uses your ad service, companies who use your advertising service.
I just want to make sure I understand the specifics, but there may be information. So, for example, if we are providing an ad, let's say it's for a restaurant, obviously include the location near it, so it's relevant. We have an option there. But if it is, since we are providing the information to be a company, it's not coming from the company, it's using
that's what I understand. If the ad, if a company uses your advertising, their location should get to you. And here's why. Let me just the Times talks about the information isn't tied to someone's phone number. Your personal information is defined as email addresses. The question a lot of us that have that may be personal information, and you treat that that there is a lot of information about where we go and where we are at any moment that can, as the Times points out, allow someone with access to the raw data from employees or clients to identify a person without their consent by following something that is regularly that person's address. Use the location to identify that's what that is someone else there is a problem. Here's why.
same question. At a high level, I would say education is something that would be important. As we consider privacy, it's important as a company, we want to lead the way, and we are.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Congressman, right now there are no plans for us to launch a search process in China. We are, in general, always looking to see how best it's part of our core mission and principles to try thoughts, provide messages of information. We always have evidence based on every country we've operated in. Us reaching out and giving users to more information has a very positive impact, and we feel that calling. But right now there are no plans to launch in China. To the extent that we ever approach a decision like that, I will be fully transparent, including with policymakers here, and engage in process widely. We currently do not have a search product there, and so right now there are no plans to explore a launch a search product. Always have evidence based on every country we operate in. Us reaching out and getting users more information. We see that calling, but right now there are no plans to launch anytime I have to operate in a country what conditions are to operate, and at times in the past we have debated the conditions to operate, and we explore a wide range of possibilities. Currently it is an effort only internally for us to see we are not doing this in China. But I'm happy to consult back and be transparent with external plans. I currently do not have a search product. Right now there are no plans to explore
Chinese government has on computers trying to notify the U.S. and any other countries in place Russia is because of population. What can we do help curtail
As a company, we have faced significant attacks before conditions. Protecting the security of our users is what really keeps me up at night. Something we invest a lot over the years for the law enforcement. We rely on their intelligence to help us assess threats. It's a comprehensive aspect. Something we take seriously.
As the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Bass.
I wanted to follow up on two questions that were asked earlier, specifically the use of bots by Russia and also the use of profiles by Russia. I wanted to know if you could be more specific in terms of how those respond. In other words, will you expand the staff or modify the algorithms and in terms of flooding?
Something we actually face rely on
So if there's an example of all the bots where you have, I mean, I saw one example of distance next to how do you respond to it's obvious
when we see big countermeasures spikes in
you have staff
both we have our algorithms, AI systems, and what are the humans staff
So anticipating what took place in 2016 happening again, this is specific to our box where you have what Russia did to foment racial tensions and wanting to know how to respond state protests, either to get African-Americans to turn or to have white supremacy agenda to attack communities
mainly saw with Russia in general, we are not a social management company across the we have done that as a company. We typically are connecting groups of people. That's not how it works. So we haven't seen that kind of activity on our platform. Vigilance and big sharing.
I just wanted to ask you a question about where mainstream media outlets often relatable content on issues of underrepresentation. Communities of color have sought out digital mediums to tell their stories, and in some cases, this has been very successful. It's led to larger networks recognizing the talent. In other cases, it's even platform voices to the silence. So I wanted to know policies people might be in place to ensure that our voice of online participate.
YouTube has a lot of community outreach programs with partner with other organizations and that kind of thing. But today, when you look at YouTube, you do see a platform that what the strength of the platform and the reach it provides.
Could I get
I just went
we haven't. It's an area where we are. Our goal is to help you. Today there are many cases given feedback. They want us to be vocational.
I understand, but you're not aware of the data being collected.
There will be specific instances, for example, GPS may be working, and so in general.
So finally, the question is, if that information is given, if that's possible, that's not or that's not when that information then when that customer is talking about that information is sent back to their data. A lot of Specific search history is a person without something in the search.
If search history turned on,
Device identifiers like IP address or ID. GPS signals, Wi-Fi signals.
but there may be situations.
GPS. What's the conversation using
Give an option to turn on.
that person didn't know what it was.
He wanted to help and make initiative with OK Google and then see what it
Is there any type of origin data that needs to be not already been given by
any categories of information today is going to be particular about that data.
those are covered under anything that would not be left
Many things which are need to be collect, for example, specifically ask questions. Definitely very careful to use this data when going to service back.
How long do you keep
They give you the choice of being able to store data or data
instead it's become increasingly clear that this virtuous cycle of innovation is a threat to dominance of Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, made this point clear in an open letter this year, when he warned that the open internet press is the great few dominant platforms that have the ability to harm competition and control which ideas and opinions are seen and shared. Along with 83% of Americans, I strongly support an open, decentralized internet. It's free of powerful people. Spread innovation for consumers. With that in mind, deeply concerned about the conduct in the market search. According to findings by 2006, Google's harmed the consumer process after offering its own privacy and service providers by deprioritizing listing my first question is, Mr. Chai, is there a sense that internet virtual funding ending the discrimination against rival targeted businesses? I sent a letter to colleagues raising serious concerns about the possibility of re-enter the Chinese market and have these search engines like this censorship and surveillance of the Chinese government. Since then, I expect to establish a concession and lawmakers environment is deteriorating. Inconsistent with the most recent launch guidance on Tuesday, not designed technologies with my purpose and as widely accepted principles of international trade. It's pretty hard to operate in China frameworks I want to ask very specific cameras. Are any employees currently having a product that is seriously since then, is there any current discussion with any member of the Chinese government on launching this? There any current discussion?
Chinese government actually based on censorship, many governments look to China as a major safeguard for such to handle like but many other regimes follow China's race by policy and also undermine efforts by resist government surveillance requests in order to protect securing emboldening implications
data protection framework for users.
And you know, in Europe, just last year, the general data protection regulation, known as GDPR, the goals were for consumers to know. Would you agree that if there was a framework in the United States that had a national privacy that would be critical framework to have no other states?
We've had quite a bit of experience now working with GDPR, and we've done it through many well thought out I do think there's some value for companies to have consistent global regulation. I think it's also important for users as they navigate global. And so I do see value in that alliance.
Mr. Chai, as part of Russia's attack on our democracy system, it used that as a platform to place on the platform. This platform, the money was provided in general Russia and others. What has Google done to make sure this doesn't happen again? And just last week, the Secretary of Mattis confirmed that Russia continued its attack on our democracy in the most framework.
Congressman, as I said earlier, it's an area where we invest a lot. We did see significant improper activity. Always we learn from that, working very transparent with our findings, leading to the last couple anytime we found other actors we constantly evolving practices we do. But I do say our efforts have been very successful so far. But it's an area where it's never
Russia's attack Mr. Chai, anyone disagrees that seen in the history of this controversy, certain money was provided useful. For example, by typing what is 25 representations doesn't have to split out just 575. That's useful. But today, my wife is a pediatrician in Dublin, California. Instead of being matched with relevant information across the web, according to Google's algorithm, my wife would see a map that is powered by Google's ecosystem review. And in response to claims that Google has put its own results ahead of its competitors, when its page rank algorithm believes that competitors should be ranked higher, Google has told surgeons that international forces that local service gets a specialized index, which is distinct from its competitor. I was hoping today you could clarify for me, is it possible for Google to compare local business content against that content ordered by third-party services by using a page rank of like 4.5?
We employ a wide variety of segments. We are interested in providing a user including on the mobile phone, very dynamic way, and you're checking across the web, trying to find a doctor with your kid's site. How can we get that happening as quickly as possible? That's the use case which drives our product. In response to claims that information is best available on our company, we make it available, and to be able to provide the information better than membership. So they can't use this tool in international
specialized index, which is distinct from its web. I was going Thank you for appearing tonight.
I think you and I both agree that your company as we discussed in my office yesterday, my conservatives are fierce advocates. And we're also committed guardians of free speech. We do not want to impose burden on government regulation of the industry. However, we do believe we should affirmative use in the processes as much as all other surveys is never used to unfairly censor conservative viewpoints or suppress media. Your challenge today, in today's event, is to convince the members of this body that Google and your industry peers implemented your own sufficient safeguards and solutions to its problem the government. Here's a question. In previous hearings and discussions, Google has described the trusted algorithm as a source for recommending content. Recently, Google released a transparency report on content removal, as we discussed in the conference, out of the 7.6 7 million personnel tracking platform. We're also doing around 70% of that content. We do not see much of the Here's the question: how does Google ensure that however we do that,
it's an important question, as you said. It's kind of for freedom of expression. Go to great lengths. We only handle videos in the areas of clearly defined policies we have. We do have automated systems. We assess it, we later spot check it, make sure the system is working as intended. We respond to feedback as volunteers. We can update things and things in their lives. It's really important to us that we provide a platform for freedom of expression. Videos that we have said, we have enhanced that in other areas with clear policies and
We've spoken a lot today about connectivity and goal As you know, Alphabet's innovator Jigsaw used to expect machine learning to filter online discussions for toxicity. This to me raises issues of how Google's parent companies use machine learning to filter speech that appears unproductive, attacks or when creating a tool like Perspective, what steps is Google taking to conservative by subjecting
Perspective provided by system is really it's a platform for publishers. Publishers get to define what they want to do. That's what Google provides to them. But I think your point is valid. I mean, we don't want to make just editorializing publisher it's providing the tools for publishers to edit like content. We prioritize areas with our samples. Areas like we are mapping up our resources a matter of hours. Areas like copyright,
in the committee's last hearing, I raised the case of the rights being reported by the flag organization of the Southern Poverty Law Conservative. What criteria does your parent
today the first one is one cluster flag which flag for us to review the platform. It's mostly used by law enforcement agencies, many non-profit agencies, areas like child safety and so on. Southern Poverty Law Center is the first flag and last we checked they never flagged a single platform. We've reached out to a wide variety of organizations. We haven't taken suggestions
there are things that can use out when it comes to search algorithms, let me ask you a series of questions. My first question, we hear on this issue Google is a corporation. First Amendment limits what a company can do.
there ways that Google can research watch videos, done ads, that one wage and if consumers were not getting the search results they wanted to see, they might start moving on to
worry about there's a lot of choices.
And so let's say you figure out that the First Amendment one that's not right. Let's say you clear that.
Not it's for
Thank you. So last week when I noticed this, I hit the news tab, and the first four articles were not first one, about his book. Second article is also about his book. It's how he talked about he wants to get all his you don't have a group of people who are sitting there thinking, hey, we like these movies, so we're going to generate hot articles on this. That's not what that's about.
So, Congressman speaks that he's going back. We don't see individual players, not pertaining to your point.
Oh, we're in your program because now I'm going to do a real-time Google search. Very similar to I'm going to change one word. Search for Congressman Steve King. The news tab. First article that pops up. ABC. About his book. It says Steve King's racist immigration law. It's a negative article. So you have to try to modify search results. They have Steve King. You don't have a group search that Let me just complete that by stating if you want positive search results, positive things. If you don't want negative search results, don't do that. Some like houses across Iowa, they're getting bad press articles, bad search results. Don't blame Google, Facebook, or Twitter. Consider blaming yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being here. I don't disagree with one point let's call them questions. He says that I think you have a First Amendment right to do what you guys want to do. So you're private business. There's very few constraints on the First Amendment. Although there are lots of constraints ultimately when you start looking at everything from libel, slander to criminal intimidating to firing a crowd. We have constraints on First Amendment speech. But you've seen, as we've gone through here today, to say that Google doesn't have bias. You yourself have said you personally don't have bias. And you also try to implement policies to prevent bias. And that is not true.
We work hard to build a product.
And in some respects, we have a rich discussion about the human intersection with the creation or manipulation of editing and algorithms. But there is human intersection with the creation. Many of us create the algorithms. We might have some artificial intelligence that is very great do some additional information as well, but originally creativity well, how can we be assured that we have constraints foreign adversaries to not use your platform? You've seen Americans
just always worry about this is why we make sure policies to defend test data
process, including tests and validation both from users, we get feedback from users, and we use raters externally to validate. We do this, for example, our search raters in the US, in all the 50 states of the US, we geography and descriptive them so that we really get the perspectives of everyone around the country.
That doesn't really get to these answering my questions of security issues. And so, I guess, if manipulation of information how is not possible, we would not be seeing so many countries investigating the capability of manipulation, whether it's Russia or China, always worrying about or others that
This is why there may be attempts to use products and services, for example, because we provide advertising products, which somebody already saw in the 2016 election was limited at valuation improper. Two accounts related to Russia ratings advertised using our platforms.
That took 47
So that's an example of the kind of threat we see, and it's something we're working hard to really get.
So, I guess I would say that it looks like you guys have a policy of so, I guess
it's not an official policy, but it's a statement that's been communicated by us.
And some other people brought up that's work that you may or may not be doing in China. And I want clarification. Are you looking to expand in China and cooperate with the Chinese government on the platform?
There may be attempts to use the questions about search. Right now, we have no plans to launch search in China, so we've always been able to explore how best we can continue to serve users in China. That's what we're doing.
Doing anything with the data share with the Chinese government?
Today, we don't operate our services which involve user data. Search or Gmail in China. So you've done nothing at all. So we do provide, for example, Android, which is an operating system we work with partners around the world, and there are OEM manufacturers. It's not an official policy.
So state manufacturers, platform use. Other people brought up.
We don't have any special agreements on user data.
May or may not be the Chinese network. Do you share the data that you collect also with the United States government?
Comply with valid law enforcement questions about search request. Right now, we have no plans to launch it. So the due process, we comply with valid law enforcement.
To the extent that
We publish a transparency report in which we give insights into law enforcement requests we have brought in our operating services.
The last question I have real quickly. In May 2016, Google banned all ads by KDA and
we provide
banned ads by competitor OEM manufacturers. Is that a normal practice?
Congressman, we undertook ad policies in that particular area because we saw evidence that was misused and we had gotten a lot of feedback, and that's what we have done.
Would you ban share the data?
I think Google is involved. I think one of our sister companies has quite some investment in the due process. I think that's fine. We can follow up with transparency.
Mr. Chair, welcome. Do you know what browser I just learned about the Washington Post platforms and free speech in it, the article explains that the recommendation is using YouTube, which is owned by YouTube. The recommendation engine for YouTube recently suggested videos claiming politicians, celebrities, and other leaders were receptive to using or consuming the remains of children, often in satanic rituals, according to watchdog Algo Transparency. Claims echo Moffin's discredited Pizzagate conspiracy, which 2 years ago led to a man firing shots into the Northwest Washington D.C. children believed were being held as sex slaves by Democratic Party leaders. One recent variation of the spreading on YouTube this spring, claiming that Democrat Hillary Clinton, her longtime aide Hajima Abedin, sexually assaulted a girl and drank her blood. Conspiracy theories. Now, the article is described how this frazzle trip conspiracy is all over YouTube. And some of the recommendation was to show grainy images of recently suggested videos committing crimes and secretly broken death. One video viewed 77,000 times and remains online today as a voiceover that says, will these children watch them deserve alcohol and so, and this is just one example. They use extreme right paranoid wonders YouTube is a place to trade their videos and ever promote propaganda. One variation. What is spreading company policy and we are constantly we have made lots of progress in many of the areas where over the past years. We are looking to committed making sure we are evaluating knowledge of the work one of the videos discussed images of the body of extreme right or restrained children and that Hillary Clinton bloody mouth and fangs screaming the shame happening to drank their blood of their victim. That was removed and another consistent what is the exact copy of the video remained online. So is your basic position that is something that you want to try to do something about, but basically there's just an avalanche of such material and there's really nothing that can be done and it should be buyer beware. Leaders grapple with difficult issues and we approach it on a video by video basis. Here we say policies to meet the values of the video, specific video, violates any of our policies. We just try to do it for the volume of content. One of the videos discussed it's our responsibility to share the platform but it's responsible and not responsibility. Some of my colleagues are upset about negative references to Donald Trump, not Hillary Clinton, not Barack Obama. Obviously, one potential strategy is to tackle you somehow playing favorites with Donald Trump and Republicans. I think that would be a silly and ridiculous takeaway from this. On the other hand, there is material which is a true public danger. You've got the right to have whatever politics you have. We can subpoena Fox News and bring them in here and beat them up about how 90% of the references on Fox News Barack Obama are negative. But they've got that right. They've got the right to have whatever you've got. But I think the point at which it becomes a matter of serious interest is when your communications vehicles are used to promote propaganda that leads to violent events like the guy showing up. Some of my colleagues pizza get conspiracy. So I guess my question is, are you taking that part? We have very clear policies against violence, and that's an area where we are really taking a lot of action. But I want to acknowledge this role where growth comes more responsibility.
For years, the Federal Trade Commission, on a bipartisan basis, has affirmed that precise geolocation information is highly, highly sensitive, and that consumers must opt in to that. Do you agree with that? Do you think there's other information, privacy information?
I guess my question is, are you taking that in general, I think the framework for privacy which uses that sense of transparency, control, choice, and a clear understanding
the trade-offs they need to make. I think it's very good for consumers and we will support that.
And speaking of privacy and transparency, I'm trying to understand the difference between a paying customer for suites versus when it comes to data collection, are the criteria the same?
Gmail, Google Suite is a broader suite of products than Gmail alone. We have very specific policies on Gmail and we don't agree with Gmail unless we have express consent from you. For example, to investigate security or abuse-related data. On G Suite, we provide G Suite across many instances. We use these policies against that. We don't use choice. We don't distinguish between, so for example, in the very wide G Suite, support many educational institutions. We don't use the data from within G Suite. Well, we store G Suite involves documents in Gmail, so we store it for the user so that they can access it. We have policies that they cannot access it unless they have specific consent from our user to exchange the information. We have very specific policies on Gmail. For example, we may want to investigate fraudulent activity related to your account. We may ask for permission for that. There may be a valid law enforcement requirement. On G Suite,
I'm going to go back to Google Takeout, which I would say that so when did it become
we started this exercise aware of it as early as over 10 years ago. We started building for many of our products. We started an office in Chicago with the goal of providing users with this takeout capabilities. I think it was quite unique in starting to work on that as a company. There's more if they can have access to this. This is for users. For example, they can decide stop their Gmail account and go with their email provider, being able to take their Gmail data with them. That's one aspect. Takeout is for users. For that,
no one
especially designed for consumers to take their data with them.
I don't understand what it's designed for. I know so it's more than just a provider. I'm not.
You are the only person who can take out your data, right? So I'm just saying that provide systems for policies to unless there are narrow set of circumstances which may involve the user or legal situation problem.
Is it free?
Just take out your data.
So when a person takes their data out or they want to go in,
depending on the services, depending on your account and the data, communicate that to our systems and get the
one last question. You said that your company embarked on an initiative to announce your vote. How did you do that and target?
Obviously, so for example, doing registration windows, we pilot users we do these things representatively across all our users across all indications are that participation is uniformly high across our users. They got users express goal of
how did you do it? Did you send out links? Send out the registration forms?
For example, on the Google homepage, we may say, check where your polling place is. The user can click on it and this gives you the location of your closest polling location.
Thank you. One last question.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. President, for coming to testify before us. I'm thrilled that you as a company subjects people who have already been victimized to further victimization, and we see research that shows that it discourages people there are very successful companies in your field, including companies like Salesforce, that have thrived while fulfilling forced arbitration contracts and clauses. And I think that we can all agree that the argument for eliminating forced arbitration threatens innovation should be discussed. Eliminating forced arbitration has been shared by my colleagues in this committee as evidence of that our ranking member, Jerry Nadler, as well as Kim Johnson, David Cicilline, and I all introduced legislation and practice. And I was very heartened to see that Google ended forced arbitration, but only in the context of sexual harassment. And so I agree with all of the right to safety in the workplace of justice situation, whether it's based on gender or sexual orientation or race or religion or any other metric really benefits all of us. So I wanted to point out that it's particularly critical for companies like Google to get back in our leadership and see those first actions or effectively pursue system-wide change clauses. And I think that this is not exclusive to Google and that it extends to many, many other employers. But since you're here before the committee today, forced arbitration has jurisdiction over this issue. I want to ask you if you will voluntarily expand your policies against forced arbitration or any violation of forced arbitration, not just sexual harassment, but safety all of the forced arbitration.
Today our arbitration as you mentioned, definitely looking into this
We'd love to work with you on that. I think that this is really for people who are listening to this basically when you sign a contract, you saw what's in harassment. Some employees don't even know what they're signing away, but they're signing away their harassment actually pursuing all this being justice system by arbitration. And so I think that this is very, very important. If you're talking about confidentiality, but that's not the issue. That is about transparency. And it's not about the basic right of somebody to seek access to the process of justice. So what stage are you at in advancing the issue of ending forced arbitration, both on the sexual harassment side and also in terms of the process of looking at how do we have a timeline, how do we move to make sure that we endorse our legislation? The other issue I wanted to just raise in the last minute is moderating hate speech. This has come up in a number of different ways, and we appreciate the work that you've done, particularly we had Alex earlier, but I think promoting conspiracy theories and false and resulting in harm is a problem. Do you agree with the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights Assessment and social media played a role, for example, in perpetuating genocide against the Rohingya, and what is the responsibility for creating these
working hard to show and gotten a lot better, and this is not enough.
We really look forward to working with you on that, and before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, just Alex Privilege to start to make the same state as you in India, and I'll be excited to see your company continuing to show that immigrants in this country attribute great value to this by accessible organizations to reach out to people.
Your company really should be held out as a success story for Google has very powerful products and services that are saying that want to talk a little bit about is that what you I've seen them then they discuss the potential manipulating search results that favor some political cause on a hyper
Great value.
those Google engineers believe that they have the power to influence the election. Do you think Google's products and services are powerful? They can sway public opinion that's being
Today we see companies get information from a wide variety of sources. Search engine is one of the ways in which people get information. They get it from social networking sites.
that your products are that powerful?
It's not the way I think about it. We are building a product and we constantly worry about the areas that we are not doing well and that we can do better. Definitely there is a lot of innovation, not just from the industry, but globally around the world. And we do realize we are a large company that comes to the new. We think it's important to engage with that.
They justify that they have the power to work on a non-part product that you're confident that Google is not a approach with anything bias. The law is highlighted Senator Town. Does Google do anything to ensure the logical
One is one way to communicate information with social networking sites across all the sites. As a company, you are right, we are definitely based in Northern California, and clearly there is a meaning there. Last year, I think was clearly a good task outside of California and within California. We also have employees globally. I do see a wide variety of programming systems. Mr. Johnson, we review things both with a combination of automated systems as well as manual.
And how many people is that from the company that use it? Is it
we come in at the scale of vendors to thousands of people are working 24/7 globally across electronic innovation.
Google is driving exactly great states to be able to do the right thing. I'd like to discuss these ideas and talk about the spirit of authoritarianism in China has caused concerns around the whole generation of biblically called now are being produced reports of cracked out Muslim asking our systems should be amazing. And how many companies did Google design a prototype for research engine? How many
what search look like.
How many months was that project?
We've had the project underway for a while, and there have been other projects that we've undertaken for a while, and we've never launched them. We're constantly exploring the backup. The estimates taken the number of engineers in the project have varied over time. At one point, we
much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the estimates. All that we have heard and seen today. As you know, Google certainly has significant influence over the dissemination of information. We have the ability to mold and shape how we think, decisions we make, what we buy. But let me just remind others that America, with all of its greatness, we have to make sure that if issue service that you provide is a responsible one. In your own statement, you said that the American people have the ability to use technology. So that tells me Google helps to solve problems. My concern specifically centers around protection. As you know, Google certainly is, because Google influence the person will not know anything about protection of the data, information, the level of service that you provide. I know we've talked a lot just about data protection and how it's used. So America is in a place that's not selected. So let me just understand really starting with the chairman, what I thought. If the consumer tells you not to collect their data, American people have the ability to use technology. And how does Google, or does Google allow advertisers to target ads based on sensitive factors like crime rates, ethnicity, centers around protection, and what is your policy on representation? The level of and since we do represent everybody, poor communities as well as support communities, how do you make sure that information that comes to you at risk protects? How they treat advertisers, or does Google allow advertisers to target to engage with the community and how do you do that again, please?
For example, there's a specific category of the product where we can clearly track the way we implemented the product as is by some minority communities.
And since we do represent everyone, so you get feedback. So do you initiate checking? Does that information have to come back to you? Proactive in terms of for those items?
We do both, but I do think there's more we can do in being proactive and happy to follow up and understand.
You talked quite a bit about working more with law enforcement. I believe you said that maybe 4 or 5 times. I'd like to hear more about law enforcement and protect our electoral process and other things that we should do. And since we do how do you make sure that information that
guidance, areas like child safety, access, agencies, so fraud, malware,
what do you think is the main area?
Always staying privacy is an area where
sacrosanct, and she has done a lot of work as a years in an area where communities have been unfairly involved.
When you get feedback, so you initiate checking, does that impact your
Jake, appreciate you being here. And I think it's most all of us agree on both sides. We applaud great work. And Steven Spielberg inspired me in politics. Provided my family a lot of enjoyment and entertainment. You and your colleagues created an extraordinary vehicle for research. It's fantastic. And I was pointing out, you've got government that's not supposed to interfere in people's civil rights, and then you've got companies, corporations like Google. My problem is when the government gives its immunity from lawsuits over to a private corporation that's the head of that corporation doesn't even realize that there is political bias running amok in your company. And that's the problem. I don't want to see you overregulate. I don't want to see you regulate. I want to see others come up with great ways, as you and grandmothers did, to create something that makes life easier. But, good example, you have a trusted flagger you've indicated called the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center really has stirred up more hate than about any other group I know. They stirred up one guy to the point that he went to the Family Research Council, and I know those people, and they're Christians, and they believe, and I believe, that Christianity is really more based on love than about any other religion in history. God so loved the world, He sent His Son, His Son so loved the world, He gave His life. And yet they stirred up hate against the Family Research Centers. And a guy goes and shoots. You have, let's see, June 18th of this year, Southern Poverty Law Center announced it has reached a settlement, as Ethan was, his organization, Gilligan, falsely labeling them as anti-Muslim hate government. They were wrong. Now, you consider them a trusted flagger, yet they keep creating problems for people that are not realized. And in fact, they had to pay out $3.375 million. My problem is, when you put your moniker on them, a trusted flagger, why aren't you paying $3.375 much it was? That's my problem. You trust people that have stirred up a lot of hate. And it's another good example is you're so surrounded by liberality and conservatism, people that really love our Constitution and the freedoms it's afforded people like us that you don't even recognize. It's like a blind man not even knowing what light looks like because you're surrounded by darkness. But if you look, see, a good example, after President Trump won, your co-founder, Mr. Brin, said, quote, most people here are pretty upset and pretty sad. Now, a lot of them see the video. We saw how upset the top people at Google were. And for you to come in here and say there is no political bias and Google tells us you either dishonest than that, or you don't have a set how politically biased Google is. Now, another example is Wikipedia. We do a search, and what comes up, and right there is a knowledge panel, right? You consider to have a we get Wikipedia. My chief of staff went on, she told me, and in fact, every night for 2 weeks, and put
proper, honest information in with proper annotations. And Wikipedia's liberal editors around the world knock it out every day. But should instead put up a bunch of garbage like their enemies next to the face. Yet to you, they get a trusted spot. And when Wikipedia slanders or libels someone, and you're the one that has trusted them above any other entity, y'all be liable. Y'all be liable when SBLC is liable. Y'all be liable when Wikipedia demands and uses their political bias. And I hope and encourage you to look around and notice you run off conservatives, you embrace liberals, and it's time Google was actually not a so that people can your co-founders and friends said a little better. Here are plenty of examples. We saw how upset the times and you come in here and say there is no political bias. Tells us
I appreciate your testimony here today, and a number of these questions flow to me, but maybe repeating some of this, but still not clear on how many staff, who it is, that establishes the parameters by which the evidence is. Can you tell me about how many staff that is and
my chief of staff
our search team works on the core of our search team, and it's well over 1,000 people. Conceptually. And when you hire them, there are people who are coming from the outside, or they want what's the typical path to this? It's a combination of both, but the senior-most engineers on the search team have been doing media company for a very long time. So most of the time you don't know them, having worked with them. Do you then go into their social media to determine what they might be doing on social media? Normally we don't use the company, we allow people to express themselves. We make clear that how we build our products is not to create care and talk, focus on giving users the information. This team of roughly 1,000. They're the people that write the parameters by which those who write the algorithms write the algorithms. That's right. And so there isn't really any look at what their private accounts are. Public social media is not examined by the company. Some has, but does anyone outside of Google know these 1,000 people? How many staff? We don't examine their social activities. There are some senior people who participate in conferences and meetings outside of their We're watching people's social media just knock them out of some high positions in life almost every week. Or on social media this week, a couple of them I can think of in the last 24 or 48 hours. I'm going to make this point. Companies that have been sitting here at the table with us. The real situation here is that there's a very strong function on this side of the aisle. The algorithms are written with a bias of conservatives. People on the other side don't agree with that because, of course, it benefits them. And what we don't know are who are these 1,000 people. We don't know what their social media looks like. But we do know that the people who come from that county are about 80% supporters of Hillary Clinton, if I listen to the lady from California correctly. And so that would be a built-in bias if I know people from California, I know their politics in California, and I think I do. So we've got at least theoretically a built-in bias that's here. It's not being examined. It's not examining the social media. You should expect that you can get to an objective result, which said that we build our products in a neutral way. That doesn't mean that your product comes out good. So how would you expect to get to bias as a result? Built-in social media I've described, not examined. Disagree with that? It's an important question. The way we rank our business is essentially based on user feedback. That's what drives the integrated webinar, what we do. So
I do understand how it's prioritized that way, and I watch what's going on. But I've made this point that if we don't know who we can't look at their social media positions, we can't see the algorithms to understand their results of the social media as we store. And yet the public believes that it's important out. Balanced exchange is more accessible to information. It's not. So I have said either get something in your car, look at their social media, and if that doesn't solve this problem, next step there is very publish the algorithms so that doesn't happen. And the next step on the line is Section 230. It's amendments to Section 230. The step on the line to get that is just those things. And I'm going to Mr. Goldman, I don't want to regulate anything. You well, unless you insist on their social media. This is a whole lot of so do not use the ability of Americans to be expressed in round levels. It looks like either where we are or direction we're going. And so that would be have a 7-year-old granddaughter picked up before the election. And so we're playing a little game. He's doing a game the kid would play. Up on their public picture of her grand, not exhibiting the social. I'm not going to say into the record what the kids are like. She was around that picture and said her grandfather, but I'd ask you, how does that show up in the 70s? So how would you expect you to
I from Speedway, different company, and so
it might have been an Android. It's just, it was a hand-me-down with some kind of
yes. I'm happy to follow up and understand the specifics. If there may be an application you mentioned, so it's being used which had the specification, so I'm happy to understand it better.
I made this point that I don't think there's just more than a balance. We can't look at their social media. We can't see the algorithms to understand their results of the social media as we store. And yet the public believes that it's important out. It's not. So I have said either get something in your car or social media, and if that doesn't solve this problem, the next step there is very publish the algorithms so that doesn't happen. And the next step on the line is
Without objection.
There have been several points made. They explain how algorithms may play into expressing conservative delivery. In addition,
part of that, I think if you're interacting with ad services, we do a Say if you invoke Google Voice by using a microphone, you say, okay, Google, you should back. You treat it like a search query and record that activity. We have a separate setting which if you use it, you choose whether you want these stored or not. We give the users a choice of how to do that.
When it gets to transparency, I think when you realize you have run quicker, I think people understand that. As part of that, you're giving them the chance. These passive collection of points, whether like Android or Chrome, where they're picking up that information like they do with their eyes. So, my question is, when we're agreeing to privacy policy, we don't really know what information is we're collecting how do you address that? Like, how do you make that transparent?
When we realize privacy policy alone is not enough. This is why we give privacy checkups.
So let me stop you there and ask you, because is it possible for all the information that they have collected?
Separate setting.
Is all that information stored before
We just make it available to you very easily. We want to give the security of the data so we don't cache and get it out.
Right, so I would add, I think, instead of being privacy right front, why don't you tell me exactly what information what information is secure, and then allow me to decide how much information I'd like to share as a consumer.
I agree with that sentiment. In fact, what we exactly do is actually very transparent, make it very easy for people to use our settings. Here we tell the categories. We can see the information we have. We can turn it on or off. We want to do better. We are pretty explicit about data which we collect and which questions we return them on along. Chrome or Gmail, we're very clear about the data we collect and we reflect it back to the users the data we have on them, and we try to be transparent.
I would tell you this, I would much rather after I know what it is. All that information. Thank you very much for that.
Make it available.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Recognizing the gentleman, Al Van
security of the data.
Before this change, tactical customers were not known for consumer information using document searches. It's my understanding that purchase representation is great. Data the point here is try to understand. It's all security. about trying to teach you smart and safe.
very clear about data
have the world in your hands, recognizing all the positive things that you have. I would just say, understanding as a corporate citizen, what are you doing to educate the consumer about the privacy policy? Many of my colleagues, Janet, to the fact that was communicated privacy policy changes multiple times throughout the year. There's representations moving in 2016 about double-click changes. Most of us actually have not understand this about you know the data is it's not the data. So I applaud you for changing your about what you NASDAQ. Brad, as you said, you use the word evolve when it comes to the policy. Like, what are you doing specifically as consumers about how the product is there? It's also backs up.
For example, we are sending email reminders for certain types of data that's being collected and asking you to go review your settings. And that's an example of the and we are looking at combining settings where we can so that it's easier for users. So we want to minimize the number of controls, but we want to match it with users have complex expectations. For example, they want some of the devices to be private. They are okay with some of the other devices being used with application size. So we are trying to match users' expectations. Users do tell us when they search for better restaurants, they want restaurants near their locations and not somewhere else. As you imagine, if someone is not allowed to search, they want information relevant to them. That's what we are trying to do. But I agree with you that we need to simplify this and use more work. It's a constant effort we are undertaking as we look into 2019. We'll be doing more changes to make things work better and take this feedback.
Well, and just legislative to show you how it's red line. Like it's not out Colorado said we're like the exact change. That's the concern. Got that correct.
Happy to follow up on that. Sometimes we're pointing out the dates and software are making clear what the changes are. Happy to follow up on these.
I just think the more you can streamline the consumer, how your person is build the finding stuff, doing some good things and doing some educating folks about
we're trying to match
very hard concerns. How would you start?
Tell us
Thank you very much. Mr. Chai, a couple of follow-ups. I don't think anybody asked.
That's what we are trying to do. I agree with Chairman, it depends on the area. For example, if it's YouTube, you have very clear one-side response has we could create channels for content creators to engage, back, clear outcomes, and we also had people who are responsible for these platforms, including content moderation, peer-to-peer,
question about
special agreements with respect to user data as part of preloading the application.
Another companies which that app onto
Not necessarily, so for example, our device manufacturer can preload applications on it's up to them and that app developers.
They operate on your operating very much companies.
Information about what's happening within that application. Unless there may be specific cases where the user is given diagnostic information, so that answer will depend on the context, but in general, related to happy to have it. I think it's a pretty extensive topic. I'm happy to have follow up on that.
Thank you. Well,
you don't have any special
Thank you very much. Participation today. This concludes today's hearing without objection. All members will have 5 legislative days to satisfy. Any questions for the witness or official materials for the record? Thank you very much.
About what's happening within the application.
morning. The Judiciary Committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on transparency and accountability, examining Google and its data collection, use, and filtering practices. Before I recognize myself and the ranking member for opening statements, I'd like to recognize our first witness, the Majority Leader, Kevin McCarthy of California, for his statement. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Goodlatte, Chairman Goodlatte, for working with me to organize this hearing. I want to thank Sundar Pichai for testifying on California. We appreciate and note your willingness to travel here and answer our questions. First, in a private setting in September, and now in a public setting. Google is one of the most valuable companies in America because of what it does. Google's search engine organizes the entire internet, by extension, almost all the information in the world. This is hardly an exaggeration. Here's a statistic you will hear a lot today, but it bears repeating. According to the Wall Street Journal, 90% of all internet searches go through Google. That is power, and it comes with responsibility. Mr. Pichai, it was necessary to convene this hearing because of the widening gap of distrust between technology companies and the American people. For our country and economy to grow stronger, the American people must be able to have trust in the great companies of the 21st century. We can alleviate some of their concerns today with transparency and candor. I hope we can begin to restore trust in technology companies that shape
Judiciary Committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized.
We need to note first that Google is committed to the free market
Welcome
ideas,
everyone to this morning's
competition,
hearing
and
on
entrepreneurship that
transparency and
launched
accountability,
revolutionary products.
examining Google and its data collection.
Second,
use,
you need to be
filtering
sure that any
practices.
political
Before I
bias within
recognize
Google's work
myself and the ranking
is
member
not
for opening statements, I'd like to recognize our first.
Third,
witness,
you need to know that Google is living up to America's belief in free expression and human rights when it deals with... Thank you, Mr. Goodlatte, Chairman Goodlatte. Now, a word on the last subject. Right now, Google reportedly is developing a censored search engine in China's Communist Party. It is also developing next-generation technology on Chinese soil and in conjunction with Chinese national champions like Tencent. Technology that the administration considers a national priority. Now, this news raises search engine possibility that Google is being used to strengthen China's system of surveillance, repression. This is hardly an exaggeration. Right this very second, China's authoritarian system detains more than a million religious minorities in re-education camps. Mr. Pichai, I urge you to reflect on that fact and on the promise your company made when it pulled out of the China market in 2010. And I applauded you for that move in 2010. Back then, Google promised it would not censor its search results in China or compromise its commitment to a free and open internet. Now, in light of these recent events, which I think the American people deserve to know, I hope we can begin to restore something so all of these topics, we need to know first, competition, censorship, bias, and others point to one fundamental question that demands the nation's attention. Are America's technology companies serving as instruments of freedom or instruments of control? Are they fulfilling the promise of the digital age? Are they advancing the cause of self-governance, or are they serving as instruments of manipulation used by powerful interests? Now, a word on the last subject. To rob the people. Right now, the agency is developing a censored. I believe we need to grapple with these questions together as a nation. Because the free world depends on free internet. We need to know that Google is on the side of the free technology that it will provide its services free of anti-competitive behavior. Now, this news raises bias and censorship. I want to thank you again for being here and answering these questions. I look forward to listening to the answers. Right this very second, China's authoritarian system detains more than...
I'd now like to invite Mr. Pichai to take his seat at the desk.
Mr. Pichai, I urge you to reflect on that fact. And on the promise your company made when it pulled out of the China market in 2010. And I applauded you for that move in 2010. Back then, Google promised it would not censor its search results in China,
Without
compromise
objection,
its commitment.
the chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Now, in light of these recent events, I think
Point
the
of
American
personal
people
privilege is recognized.
deserve to know.
Very distinguished.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All
Chairman, I want to take a moment to recognize Danielle Brown.
Censorship, bias,
Last working day for this committee is tomorrow. Danielle has served on the Judiciary Committee Democratic staff for more than a decade in a variety of roles, beginning as staff assistant, and then going to counsel, parliamentarian, chief legislative counsel, and most recently, deputy chief counsel. Danielle has been essential to the operations of this committee. She has been involved in nearly every important piece of committee business over the last decade. Her interests and expertise range from protecting vulnerable immigrants to ensuring reproductive freedom, preserving vital consumer activism. She is leaving us now, unfortunately, to become general counsel and parliamentarian of the Ways and Means Committee. Our loss is surely their gain. I wish you well. Appreciate a wise counsel. I thank you for all of the years of service to the committee, and I hope the committee will join me in thanking her for her years of service.
I look forward to this. Right this very second, China's authoritarian system.
I will yield to the chairman. Now, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would like to join him in thanking Danielle for her service to this committee. She has worked with members on both sides of the aisle. She has worked with the majority staff very productively, very cooperatively on a great many issues that have made this committee not only more productive, but also without objection operating in a fashion that has resulted in a number of bills getting from this committee all the way down to the president's steps, whether that president is Barack Obama or Donald Trump. That's an accomplishment that this entire committee should be proud of, and Danielle should be proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I want to take a moment to recognize Danielle Brown. Last day for the committee is tomorrow. Danielle has served on the Judiciary Committee Democratic staff for more than a decade in a variety of roles.
I now recognize myself for one statement. In the United States, Google operates the preeminent internet search engine, the leading email service provider, and the Android operating system, which runs most of the smartphones in the United States. When the consumer performs an internet search, sends an email, or uses his or her smartphone, Google collects information on that person. In fact, almost every minute of every day, the Android operating system sends information about the exact location, temperature, barometric pressure, and speed of movement of every phone that runs on the Android operating system. Americans carrying their smartphones all day, every day, Google is able to collect an amount of information about its users that would even make the NSA blush.
I will yield to
Of course, when users click through the terms of service for these services, they do consent to such collection. To this committee, I think it is fair to say that most Americans have no idea the sheer volume of detailed information that is collected. Very productively, today I hope to get answers to many issues. Extent of data collection and use by Google. In addition, decades ago, Congress passed the Communications Decency Act, including Section 230 of that act, which allows service providers to remove lewd, lascivious, excessively violent, and otherwise objectionable content from their platforms. This law allows service providers to remove illegal materials, including child pornography and content that is illegal under our intellectual property law. While meant to allow them to block illegal, obscene, and harmful materials, there is some discretion that service providers, by necessity, must use in the United States make decisions about what content preeminent or objectionable search engine. Given Google's ubiquitous service in the search market, and the Android is often consumers' first and last stop searching for information on the internet. As such, this committee is very interested in how Google makes decisions about what content smartphone objectionable content information justifies filtering. In fact, who at every minute of every day decisions given the revelation that top executives at Google have discussed how the results of the 2016 elections and speed of movement of every phone that runs comply with Google's values. these questions Americans are hearing all the more important all day. While it is true that Google is not a government entity, so it does not have to comply with the First Amendment. The American people deserve to know what types of information they are not getting when they perform searches on the internet. They do consent. Market works best when information about products and services is readily available. So today, on behalf of this committee and the American staff, I hope to get answers from Mr. Chai regarding who at Google makes the judgment calls on whether to filter or block objections decades ago. What metrics Google uses to make those decisions, including Section 1 of their Google CEO, which allows willingness to testify today to answer these and other questions. With respect to search results, algorithmic screening is the primary means through which Google sorts data and information. Google's search algorithm, for example, calculates what is presented to a user based on variables the user inputs into the search bar. At its best, Google's algorithm reaches the best answer in the least amount of time by providing choices to the user by ranking pages most relevant to the inquiry. Of course, by ranking pages, Google search always favors one page over another. This kind of bias, as such, this committee is very interested in how Google point of a makes decisions about what to discriminate among multiple relevant sources just to find the best answer. Who would process, however, turns much more sinister given the allegations that Google manipulates its algorithms in favor of the political party 2016 election years that it likes or the products that it likes. There are numerous allegations in the news that Google employees have thought about doing this, talked about that Google is not a government entity. The dangerous implications to a fair democratic process cannot be deserve to know. One study performed by psychologist Robert has revealed that internet search rank best have a significant impact on decision choices, mainly because users trust and choose higher ranked results more than lower ranked. That answers performing 5 relevant double-blind randomized controlled experiments, a total of 4,556 undecided voters representing diverse demographic characteristics of voting populations in the United States. The study revealed that biased search banks shift the voting preference between undecided voters by 20% or more. The shift can be much higher in some search algorithms, and search ranking bias and mass users with a base show no awareness of manipulation. The potential for this kind of bias is clearly problematic. Further compounded by the fact that Google every day collects mountains of information about its users while they are actively engaged in a rank product, or even when they are not. According to a study conducted by Vanderbilt University, a dormant stationary Android phone, a Chrome active background, communicated location information to Google 340 times during a 24-hour period, or at an average of 14 data communications per hour. A collection of location data may be obvious to most users. They are often unaware of the many sensors that the Android platform supports, including an accelerometer, barometer, and photo meter. These sensors, in addition to the cameras, microstudy on a mobile device, collate into a very accurate reveal of where a user is, what they are doing, who else is there. The shocking amount of information that Google collects via its phone was recently featured on Good Morning America, which a reporter using an Android phone, no SIM card, wasn't connected to the internet, discovered that the phone detected the device's moving, even identifying the mode of transportation, such as the subway or even a bicycle, and at times taking 10 sensor readings per minute. Moreover, Google's practice of reinforcing its dominance in light of allegations of self-serving bias creates little choice for consumers across the spectrum of internet-based products or services. Given that Google's ads show up on non-Google websites, Google's search engine is being used as the default search tool for other products, such as the Apple phone. It is almost impossible to avoid Google altogether. Google is many things, one of the largest data collectors ever seen in human history. Station advertising to get the right product to the right customer at precisely the right time. Google is also an internet giant, directing over 3.5 billion searches per day. With this massive authority, however, comes the potential for far-reaching use. Mere suspicion that Google manipulates its products and features for self-serving or even political purposes raises serious concerns about its business practices, its impact on free speech and our democratic process, and Americans' trust that the information gathered about them in their day-to-day lives is done at their knowledge, not against their doing. The hope is that through our inquiries today, we will ensure more transparency and accountability going forward. Perhaps, despite the nature and scope of today's hearing, Google is still the story of the American wasn't connected to the company was started by two individuals in a garage. It grew to be one of the most successful kinds of mode of transportation. 2 decades ago, we could not fathom simultaneous access to take more information than that which is contained in all the encyclopedias in the world. Now we take that for granted. In light of innovative services Google provides, that I want to again thank our witness for his presence here today as product or services. Now my pledge to recognize a non-member of the committee, the gentleman or this search ad is used as the...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our society has become increasingly reliant on social media and other online platforms to obtain, create, share, and sort information. This information helps us make decisions ranging in importance from where to make dinner reservations to which candidate to vote for in the presidential election. The public's increasing use of these platforms has generated many positive benefits for society. It has also given rise to some troubling trends. Google is among the dominant firms in this field. As such, given the public's widespread use and reliance on its products and services, there are legitimate questions regarding the company's policies and practices, including with respect to content moderation and the protection of user privacy. Before we delve into these questions, I must first dispense with the completely illegitimate, which is the fantasy dreamed up by some conservatives that Google and other online platforms have an anti-conservative bias. As I have said repeatedly, no credible evidence supports this right-wing conspiracy theory. I have little doubt my Republican colleagues will spend much of their time presenting a laundry list of anecdotes and out-of-context statements made by Google employees with supposed evidence of anti-conservative bias. None of that will actually make it true. This fact-free propaganda does help generate the mistrust the majority leader referred to a few moments ago. Even if Google were deliberately discriminating against conservative viewpoints, just as Fox News and Sinclair Broadcasting, conservative talk radio hosts like Rush Limbaugh discriminate against liberal points of view, that would be its right as a private company to do so, not to be questioned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our society during the Reagan administration increasingly reliant on 5 years ago and other online platforms. Federal Communications Commission, appointed by Ronald Reagan, abolished what used to have called the Fairness Doctrine, where it placed an obligation on broadcast which candidate public airwaves to be fair to different points of view. The public's increasing use of these platforms, this question might be relevant, and the Republican members wanted to bring back the fairness that has also given expanded scope to social media companies. I doubt we will see any interest in doing so. We should not let the delusions of the far right distract us from the real legitimate question which should be the focus of today's hearing. For example, we should examine what Google is doing to stop hostile foreign powers using its platform to spread false information in order to harm our political discourse. It's been more than 2 years since the 2016 election that this committee has not held a single hearing based on Russia's campaign to manipulate online platforms to undermine American democracy, despite the fact that it is the consensus view of our intelligence agencies Russia engaged in a massive disinformation campaign to influence the 2016 election. I hope that Mr. Pichai can tell us what actions Google has taken to counter this unprecedented fact and what gaps remain in its defense without being so specific as to give a majority leader referred to guidance from foreign powers. This may help Congress determine what more can be done to further insulate our democratic process. Just as Fox News and Sinclair Broadcasting, we should also examine how Google enforces community standards that prohibit race-related threats. liberal, other inappropriate conduct. That would be its right. While internet platforms have produced many societal benefits, they've also provided a new tool for those seeking to stoke racial segregation. The presence of hateful conduct and content on these platforms has been made all the more alarming by the recent rise in hate-motivated violence. According to statistics recently released by the FBI, reported incidents of hate crimes rose by 17% compared to 2016, marking the third consecutive year that such reports have increased. The horrible massacre at the Tree of Life synagogue in Pittsburgh, recent murder of an African-American couple in a Kentucky grocery store, killing of an Indian engineer last year in Kansas are sadly not isolated outbursts of violence. It should be the most salient examples of a troubling trend. We should consider to what extent Google and other online platforms may have been used to foment and support and disseminate such hatred, and how these platforms could play a constructive role in combating its spread. As a dominant player in its field, Google possesses significant market power. It is also useful to examine its policies and practices to be sure, despite other companies are able to compete in open and fair marketplace. There are also concerns about the prevalence of pirated material available on Google and other internet platforms that lack legitimate content. Finally, it is important to know what Google is doing to protect data privacy and data security. The Wall Street Journal recently reported that Google discovered last March that a bug in social media platform Google Plus had exposed the private profile data of up to 500,000 users to third-party developers. It opted not to disclose the issue publicly, even for those who may have been affected for time. Just yesterday, the company announced that another Google Plus bug may have exposed the private profile data of millions of users. While Google has so far found no evidence that developers have in fact abused these bugs, or that any user profile data has been misused in any way, incidents like this still raise legitimate questions about what types of data companies are obligated to disclose publicly. It also raises questions about how much control users should have over their own data and how such control should be regulated. I am also disturbed by recent reports that Google is developing a search engine for the Chinese mainland market. According to these reports, the search engine would not only accommodate Chinese government censorship, it might allow the Chinese government to track individuals and link the search term to the use of mobile phone numbers. Unfortunately, this, our fourth hearing devoted to entirely fictitious allegations of anti-conservative bias by internet companies, we will waste more time, more taxpayer money, elevating well-worn right-wing conspiracy theories, instead of concentrating the substantive questions and issues that should be the focus of our hearings. The committee can, must, and will do better.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. We welcome our distinguished witness, and if you would please rise, I'll begin by
It is important to know what Google is doing to protect data privacy and data security.
your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness answered in the only witness today is Mr. Sundar Pichai. Pichai is the Chief Executive Officer of Prime. The written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety, and we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there's a timing light right at your table. The light switches yellow. You have 1 minute to record your testimony. The light is ready. 5 minutes expired. Pichai, you are very welcome.
Distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I joined Google 15 years ago and have been privileged to serve as CEO for the past 3 years. But my love for information and technology began long before that. It's been 25 years since I made the US my home. Growing up in India, I have distinct memories when my family got its first phone and its first television. Each new technology made a profound difference in our lives. Getting the phone meant I could call ahead to the hospital to check if the blood results were in instead of taking a 2-hour trip there. And the television, well, it only had one channel. I couldn't have been more thrilled with its arrival. Those experiences made me a technology optimist may remain one thing. Not only because I believe in technology, because I believe in people and their ability to use technology to improve their lives. I'm incredibly proud of what Google does to empower people around the world, especially here in the US. I'd like to take a moment to share a bit of background on it. 20 years ago, two students, one from Michigan and one from Maryland, came together at Stanford with a big idea: provide users with access to the world's information. That mission still drives everything we do, whether that's saving you a few minutes on your morning commute or helping doctors detect disease and save lives. Today, Google is more than a search engine. We are a global company that's committed to building products for everyone. It means working with many industries, from education and healthcare to manufacturing and entertainment. Distinguished, and even as we expand into new markets, we never forget our American roots. It's no coincidence that a company dedicated to free flow of information was founded right here in the U.S. As an American company, we cherish the values and freedoms that have allowed us to grow and serve for so many years since I made the U.S. my home. Proud to say, we, growing up in India, continue to work with the government and keep our country safe and secure. Over the years, our footprint has expanded far beyond California to states such as Texas, Virginia, and Oklahoma, and Alabama. Today in the U.S., we're growing faster outside of the Bay Area to our country. Had the great opportunity to travel across one channel and see all the places that are powering our digital economy. Those experiences Clarksville, Pittsburgh, San Diego, where we recently launched a partnership not only with US believe in technology, help veterans, and with them. Believe in people. Along the way, I met many people who depend on Google to learn new skills, find jobs, or new business. Incredibly proud of what Google does to over the past year, we have supported more than 1.5 million American businesses. I'd like to take a moment. Over the past 3 years, we've made direct contributions of $150 billion to the U.S. economy. One from Michigan added more than 24,000 employees, paid over $43 billion to our U.S. partners across search, YouTube, and Android. These investments strengthen our communities and support thousands of American jobs. They also allow us to provide great services to our users to help them through the day. Today, it's an honor to more than play this role in people's lives. We are a global company. One, we know comes with great responsibility. Protecting the privacy and security of our users, education and healthcare, part of our manufacturing, and we invested an enormous amount of work over the years to bring a new market choice and never transparency and control to our users. Join these values built into every flow of information. We recognize the important role of government in including this committee on setting rules and freedoms for the development and use of technology. So, to that end, we support federal privacy legislation and proposed a legislative framework for privacy to keep our country safe and secure. Users look to us to provide accurate, trustworthy information, and we work hard to ensure the integrity of our products. We have put a number of checks and balances in place to ensure that we going faster outside of the Bay Area and lead this company without political bias and work to ensure that the products continue to operate that way. Do otherwise would be against our core principles and our business interests. San Diego, we are a company that provides platforms for diverse perspectives and opinions. There is no shortage of them. Along the way, we've met many people who depend on some Googlers or former servicemen and women who have risked much in defense of their. Over the past year, some are civil libertarians who fiercely defend freedom of expression. Over the past 3 years, some are parents who worry about the role technology plays in our household. Added more than 20. Some like me are immigrants paid over $5 billion to freedoms and opportunity for search and some of us are investments strengthen our community. Let me close by saying that leading Google has been the greatest also provide great services to our users. A challenging moment for our industry. It's an privilege to be here to play this role. I greatly appreciate you letting me share the story of Google and our work to build products, protecting the privacy and security of our users. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to this. Invested an enormous part of our years bringing new market.
Okay, we'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I'll begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Pichai, is it true that the Android operating system sends Google information every few minutes detailing the exact location of the smartphone within a few feet, the speed of movement of the phone, the altitude of the phone to determine what floor of a building the phone is on, the temperature surrounding the phone, and other readings? And if so, with Americans carrying their phones with them virtually at all times, doesn't the collection of this valuable, detailed information really mean that Google is compiling information about virtually every point an individual with a smartphone is making every hour of the day?
Chairman, thank you for the question. Today, we are a company service we provide our users. We go to great lengths to protect their privacy, give them transparency, choice in Google's. Android is a smart package that provides smartphones some are good experience. And as part of that, depends on the applications users choose to use. If you're using a fitness application, which is detecting the number of steps you walk, you expect it to send that information. What is the choice users make? You make it clear. Some of it depends on the users.
So the answer to my question, my first question is yes, is that correct? All the information that I cited is gathered by
greatly appreciate you letting me share. If the Google services you have a choice of what information is collected and you make it transparent.
I understand there are uses that consumers make use of. I use it for tracking the number of steps I walk. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with question to service that competitors provide. So I understand the purpose, but do you think the internet operating consumer understands that Google will collect this volume detailing the exact information when they click through the terms of service agreement of the phone or the Android operating system determine what
It's really important for us that average users are able to understand. This is why we do something called privacy checkup.
Average users read the terms of service selection and the updates that are detailed information really mean that Google.
Beyond the terms of service, we actually we remind users to do a privacy checkup. We make it very obvious. Every month, in fact, in the last 28 days, 160 million users went to their My Account settings, where they can clearly see what information I have. We actually give and show it back to them. We give clear toggles by category where they can decide whether that information is collected, stored, or more importantly, if they decide to stop using it, we work hard to make it possible. You're using users to take their data with them, predicting the number of steps to use it.
Let me switch to the issue of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. You heard me say in my opening statement that this provides broad liability protections for you and other technology companies cited for good faith restrictions that Google thinks something is obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable. On the other hand, objectionable material, by whatever standard I understand applied, likely elicits the most engagement from users on your site. And for Google, increased engagement potentially means increased revenue. However, it is important for Google to make very clear where it draws the line, and I don't believe Google has done its best to make that clear. So what I would ask is the following: would Google or YouTube be willing to make changes in support of a healthier civic dialogue if doing so meant a drop in user engagement?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We have a long track record of privacy. We've always focused on long-term goals towards user satisfaction. We focus on their knowledge, happiness, success, and that's what we work hard to create. It is important to us that platforms like YouTube are vital over the long run and are natural and simple to do. 160 million YouTube is a place where users, advertisers, and content creators who make their livelihood information use the platform. So we want to make this work sustainable. They give clear.
When it comes to political advertising, as you know, some of your competitors and other advertising media are required by law to offer the same rate, the lowest rate, data to all political candidates. So, for example, let me switch radio. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act should competing political candidates be charged by broad ad rates to reach prospective technology companies cited for good faith restrictions.
Advertising products are built without any bias. The rates are competitive set by a live auction process. Depending on the keywords for which you're bidding for, depending on the demand in the auction, the prices are automatically calculated. So the system decides that.
I understand it's automatically calculated, but could two competing political candidates targeting the same audience see different ad rates? And if yes, could that disparity be substantial? So what I would ask is, would Google
there wouldn't be a difference based
be
on
willing to make changes
political
for the
reasons
healthier civic
unless there are
dialogue?
keywords which are of particular interest and the market determines it. So it's essentially a supply-demand equilibrium. It can lead to difference in rates, but it will vary from time to time.
And those rates be very substantial. Difference.
There could be occasions where, yes, there could be difference in rates. I haven't looked at the specifics of how to screen.
So the result is
It's
different
important to
than in
us
other
platforms like
markets like every candidate is entitled to the lowest rate
YouTube is
that
a place where users,
television station or radio station offers to any political
So
candidate.
we want to make this work in a sustainable.
When it comes to
There could be variations based on the time of the day, the keywords you're choosing to go for, the geographies you're advertising in. But it's decided by the system, and it's a process we've done for over 20 years. And let me assure you, anything to do with our civic process, we make sure we do so in a non-partisan way, and it's really important for us.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Natalie, effective ad rates.
Thank you, Mr. Pichai. According to media reports, Google found evidence that
any bias.
let me go to the other one first. Google found a bug in its Google Plus social media platform that could potentially expose private data of up to 500,000 users without the consent of third-party developers. Google, however, did not disclose this bug until months later after it was revealed by a report in the Wall Street Journal. Yesterday, as I mentioned before, they announced another bug. What legal obligations does the company under to disclose data exposure that do not involve sensitive financial information, but still involve private personal data like the user's name, age, email address, or phone number?
Congressman, in the case of privacy seriously, can lead to difference in bugs you mentioned are ways we found them by either doing an audit or using our automated test procedures. Whenever we find any bugs, we follow it gets escalated to our privacy and data protection office, and we comply with.
I'm not criticizing what you do. I'm asking what legal obligation is the company under to disclose such data exposures that don't involve financial information, but still involve other personal information.
It depends on the situation. We follow the requirements, and in that case, in the first case, typically we look at our legal requirements, but we go above and beyond to make sure what is decided by the system. In the first case, both there was no evidence data was used. I assure you, we couldn't accurately detect.
I understand all that, but my question is, what legal obligations are there?
Today, right now, if you found a bug, and you ascertain, once you've done the investigation and you've ascertained the users who are eligible for notification, my understanding is you have 72 hours. So we both
Google found a bug in its
users as well as
Google
regulators.
Plus social media platform. Thank you. Now, according to media reports, Google found evidence that Russian agents spent thousands of dollars to purchase ads on its advertising platform, which span multiple Google products as part of the Russian agents' campaign to interfere in the election 2 years ago. Additionally, Juniper Downs, head of global policy for YouTube, testified in July that YouTube had identified and shut down multiple channels containing thousands of videos with name and Russian misinformation. Does Google now know the full extent to which its online platforms were exploited by Russian activities in the election 2 years ago?
We undertook a very thorough investigation. Whenever we find any symptom, we now know that there are two main ad accounts linked to Russia, which advertise on Google for about $4,700 in advertising. We also found other limited which was, no amount is okay here, but we found limited activity, improper activity. We have learned a lot from that, and we've dramatically increased the protections we have. around our election operations. Leading up to the current elections, we again found limited activity, both from the Internet Research Agency in Russia, as well as accounts linked to Iran.
What specific steps have you taken, including during the recent 2018 elections, to protect against further interference by Russia or other hostile powers?
We've undertaken a significant review of how ads are bought.
Now, according to media
for the origin of these accounts, we share and collaborate with law enforcement, other technology companies, and essentially are investing a lot of effort and oversight in this area.
Looking ahead to the next Congress, I assume we can have your assurance that Google will work with this committee as we examine the issue of how to better secure our elections from future foreign interference.
Congressman, protecting our elections is foundational to our democracy. You have my full commitment that we do.
Okay, my last question, because the election time is running out. What are you doing? What is Google doing to combat the spread of white supremacy and right-wing extremism?
Congressman, YouTube is an important platform. We do want to allow for diverse perspectives and opinions. We have rules of the road, clear content policies, and we have policies against many categories. We are transparent on these policies. And when we find violations on our policies, we do remove those videos and cancel content.
When you find violations of what?
Of our policies. For example, we have policies against hate speech, and we clearly define them. If we find any violations there, we do take down content.
When you take down the content, do you know to put it up so you can flag
we look at it on a video by video basis. To the extent that a repeat consists from the same account, we do take into account and we notify the content creator and we follow.
Very much.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, Google revolutionized the world. Not Americans deserve the facts, objectively reported. Muting of conservative voices by internet platforms has intensified, especially during the presidency of Trump. More than 90% of all internet searches are Google subsidiary YouTube, and they are curated what they see. Google has long faced criticism for manipulating search results to censor conservative. Conservative individuals and organizations have had their pro-Trump content tagged as hate speech.
What are you
had
doing?
their content reduced in search results. And enforcement of immigration laws has been tagged as hate speech as well. Such actions pose a grave threat to our democratic form of government. BJ Media found that 96% of search results for Trump were from liberal news outlets. In fact, not a single right-leaning site appeared in the first page of search results. This doesn't happen by accident. It is baked into the algorithm. Those who write the algorithms get the results they must want, and apparently management allowed it. Dr. Robert Epstein, a Harvard-trained psychologist, authored a study recently that showed Google's bias. Likely won 2.6 million votes for Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election. Google could well elect the next president with dire implications for our democracy. This should be a real concern.
Recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those at the top set the tone. It will require a Herculean effort by the chief executive and senior management to change the political bias now programmed into the companies. Muting of conservative voice for God. Let me ask my first question is about those examples of political bias that I just mentioned. You're going to hear 90% in your opening statement when you mentioned your desire to provide information to without political bias. Clearly, that's not. Google has long faced critics of you manipulating search results to censor conservative. Conservative individuals.
Congressman, thanks for the question. If I may, some of the studies you mentioned, we have investigated those. There are other studies which have looked at it. We have found issues with the methodology and the sample size and so on. let me step back and say, providing users with high quality, accurate, and trusted information is sacrosanct to us. It's what our principles are, and our business interests, our natural long-term incentives are aligned with that. We want to serve users everywhere, and we need to earn their trust in doing so.
So what actions are you going to take to try to counter the political bias in some of those examples that I just gave you? They're irrefutable. So if it occurs, you have to take some responsibility for that bias. What do you intend to do?
With respect, Dr. Epstein's study, we investigated. We don't agree with the methodology. Happy to follow up with your office and give our findings on the study. When we look at it, we evaluate our studies to evaluate our search results. Today we use a very robust methodology. We've been doing this for 20 years. Making sure the results are accurate is what we need to do well, and we work hard to do that.
What does methodology have to do with the fact that 96% of the references to Trump are
there are always studies, which can show one set of data and arrive at conclusions. But we have looked at results on our top news category. We find that we have a wide variety of sources, including sources from the left and sources from the right. And we are committed to making sure there's a diverse perspective.
By the way, the study that I referred to was done by the self-proclaimed Democrat who voted for Hillary Clinton. He said he regretted finding what he found. He felt it was irrefutable and no one has been able to
studies you
disprove it. Let me go to another question, and that is clearly there may be a difference between found
issues with the methodology and the sample size and so on. So let me step back and say, providing users with high quality, accurate, and trusted information is sacrosanct. It's what our principles are, and our business interests, our natural long-term incentives are aligned with them. We want to serve users everywhere. We need to earn their trust in us.
So what actions are you going to take to try and counter this
If I may make 2 points. One is, today there have been independent third-party studies looking at search results. The Economist did.
But you chose those third parties. I'm talking about someone
Dr. Epstein's study. We didn't choose those. We don't agree with parties. I mean, they completed those studies. The second is we are transparent as to how we evaluate studies.